watching. On my way up, I ain't dropping dynamite. Like that dynamite. Okay, this is getting crazy. Tigers getting KJ. Feeling something new, it's amazing. All the records breaking, history in the making. Feeling something new, it's amazing. You never do, you'll never know. Who cares if anyone's watching? Let them keep talking and talking. Avalanche, start that avalanche. Okay, this is getting crazy. Tigers getting KJ. Feeling something new, it's amazing. All the records breaking, history in the making. Feeling something new, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. Coming to you live from Lyman Land, USA, just outside Tuscaloosa in Alabama. This is the 2023 Malibu Open. We're taking our initial shots down this beautiful facility. And there's our schedule right up there on your screen right now. We've got a round of tricks to get things underway, followed by women's slalom round 1, men's slalom round 1, and we'll also have the second round of women's slalom taking place today as well. And then we'll move right along with the women's jump in round 1 and conclude the day's event with the men's jump also round 1. And being joined here by my compadre here all the way from New Zealand and running ski fluid out there in Polk City where we were just this past week. It is Kyle Eade. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well this morning. Thanks, Tony. Excited to be here. Just last week we were down at my place, and now we're up in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and this beautiful site, Lyman Land here. And it's first time I've been able to be present at this Malibu Open. I think this is the 15th year it's been run. So, and second year here at Lyman Land. So looking forward to a great day of action and 3 event action today too. So we've got, we're starting off with tricks, followed by quite a lot of slalom. And then I'm really excited about the jump later on today. We've got a huge men's jump field to round out the day, and looking forward to some big jumps here.
And all of this is brought to you by our sponsors. Without them, we couldn't run this event. Malibu Boats, the title sponsor of this Malibu Open for 2023. We've also got Masterline and Grunt, alongside Andrew Sports Medicine, Good Carbon Technologies, along with Babes Boat Care, Rambo Marine, the local supplier of our Malibu boats, and we've got Vulcan and Red Bar as well. So we've got our sponsors on board locally for this, the 2023 Malibu Open. I see a bunch of our skiers getting ready and getting prepared for our first round of tricks, and whilst we leave them to do that, why not grab yourself your favorite beverage and your favorite seat and get ready for the Malibu Open 2023. We'll be back right after this. Well, here I am with Thomas de Gasperi, who recently won his 10th men's slalom title in the European Championship. But the one event that he looks forward to more than anything else during the course of the pro season is this one, the Malibu Open. Isn't that right?
Yeah, of course. This is a big event for me. I'm a Team Malibu skier, and the whole crew at Malibu, the engineers and DK, they put this boat in, and I got to test it the other day, and it feels amazing. I'm excited to see what the big scores are going to come out of this event this weekend.
Well, here I am with multiple-time world champion, multiple-time world record holder, Regina Jaquess. And out of all the events that occurred during the season, this is the one you look forward to the most, isn't that right?
Yes, I love this event. It's the Malibu Open. It's our 15th consecutive year to put this event on. And Malibu Boats is excited to always have their boat and have a pro event. We're in Tuscaloosa, Alabama at Lyman Hardy's Lake. It's called Lyman Land. It's where the University of Alabama skis. And we have a lot of local support from the Tuscaloosa Tourism and Andrews Sports Orthopedics and Vulcan, a lot of high-end sponsors. So we're really excited to come to a site that we can have outside the industry sponsors. And so, yeah, I'm excited. It's a beautiful lake. The boats are running amazing. So I'm really excited. I think we're going to see a lot of great slalom scores and big jump scores.
You're not only competing in this competition, but you're helping to organize it. How does that work?
It is tough, but I do love it. It's a great way to keep Malibu Boats in with their TXI involved into the sport of water skiing. It's a lot to set up. It's a lot to put on an event. So the organization part's tough, but it's a great way to give back to the sport. It's just a challenge, too, to be mentally prepared to be able to go out on the water and get to my peak performance. But at least I get to do it behind the Malibu Boat. So it's worth putting on a tournament when you get to ski behind a Malibu Boat.
Well, here I am with Jerry Jackson, the main technical guru behind this competition, and the Malibu Open has been going on for 15 years, and you're quite instrumental in making that happen, right?
I've been working with the team, yes, for 15 years doing this, or maybe a little bit longer with Dana Reed when we first started this. And you recall what happened was when Dana started this, the Pro Tour, back in the days, dropped the women's division. So at that time, Dana took the women, just did a women's division. It's grown into this now, which is one of the top tournaments in the world.
Where do you see this competition in about 5 or so years?
We hope keep growing and growing and growing, get bigger and bigger. That's what we're after. And thanks to y'all helped us do that. So thanks to TWBC, we're now we're big on the webcast.
Well, I'm joined here by Dennis Kelly, who is the national director for Team Malibu, and it must make you pretty proud to have this cadre of skiers representing your brand at this tournament, the Malibu Open, each year.
We've had great skiers for several years, ones that I've had for 20 years, so we can learn a lot over the years, make the boat better, make it feel better, drive better. So with the same guys and where we go and where we've been, and then where we are, it's been a big deal to have the same guys doing it again, and gals with Regina.
And indeed, with all of the competitors assembled here at the Malibu Open, what can they expect out of this TXI response?
This should be as good as it gets. We're hoping for a lot of PBs from everybody, so that's what we're here for. Try to get them to ski their best, and then the competition settles itself out. But we've got good boats here, good drivers. Trust the boats, got good hours on them, good octane, altitude, that's what it's all about. So I'm pretty set for this one. I feel pretty good about it.
Well, joined here by Freddie Winter, who's just taken a set behind the Malibu Response TXI. You've noticed much in the way of improvement on that boat since this time last year?
It feels different. Feels strong, which is always good. I like the strong boat. So, yeah, they've done some work on it. And I don't know. I'm here to ski, not to evaluate boats so much, but it felt good.
What are your expectations for this event, knowing that there are points on the line on the Waterski Pro Tour as we work towards the very last 2 or 3 events of the season?
Last 2 events, I mean, I think I can still win it if I'm going to have to win twice. So with all the guys, I mean, typical thing to say, but I mean, it's a high level of competition. I want to win. Going to try my bloody well best.
Well, here I am with Alicia Bagnoli, who had a pretty decent practice set. Does that give you hope and confidence going forward when you hit the water in the first round of women's slalom?
Yes, definitely. I haven't been skiing my best in practice, and this practice set actually went really well. I had tickets in the boat and weights coaching prior day. It helped me a lot, and the conditions feel really good. The water is actually a little bit cooler, which helps my ski better. So yeah, more confident going into the skiing tomorrow.
And confidence going forward beyond this event for the World Championships, which will take place afterwards, as well as the Travis Grand Prix, right?
Right, definitely taking step by step, tournament by tournament, but it's building up slowly, and hopefully I'm going to be ready for Worlds.
Well, we're on the run-up to the end of the season with 2 events left to go. This is the 2023 Malibu Open. All right, and welcome back to live coverage of the 2023 Malibu Open. Great to have you on board, and as we get ready for our first event in this tournament, let's send it over for the first time this weekend to Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. My name is Wade Cox. It is so exciting to be here at another Malibu Open. I was fortunate enough in my day to ski in the event. It's always been an iconic event on the weekend of the athletes, and we can see the boat pulling up here. I was fortunate enough to also be in the boat yesterday for some practice rides, and the vibe was really good. Everybody's talking about how well the boat was performing. The lake, the same. I mean, just check out Lyman Land. This is absolutely perfect. So we are super excited for a huge weekend of scores. Can't wait to see you guys in the hot seat after you ride. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, getting ready for our first competitive action, which is the men's tricking competition round one. Our leadoff skier in this competition is Jake Abelson, and then we'll follow on with Martin Coleman, Joel Poland, Martin Labra, and to round off the five skier tricks in round one, we've got Louis Duplan Freibourg. And do any of those names kind of stand out for you there, Kyle?
Tony, I think all of those names stand out, mate. They're it's early in the morning. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm just getting my coffee going, and we're not starting this event lightly. We're starting off with some huge tricks skiing straight away. Every single one of those guys have gone up and over around 12,000 points. So they're competing here for the trick event, but they're also part of the overall. And I'm not quite sure what Joel's doing down there, but he's just limbering up and getting the hips loose. So good to see that on the dock.
All right, let's check in with Wade Dockside.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Martin Coleman from Czech Republic, and it's great to have you guys back on the water doing a little trick skiing this morning, right?
Yeah, it's awesome having a small pro event at the Malibu Open. I really appreciate them holding the trick event, and it's a great showcase of all three events over the weekend.
And so you're a three-eventer, and can I ask you which event is your favorite of the three?
Overall.
I love, great answer. Hey, we're going to let him, he's up next, so we'll see him in the water soon. Back to you, Tony.
All right, getting ready for our tricks event. We see Jake Abelson getting ready on the dock there, using the latest addition to the Good product line, the Good Avalon trick ski, and we see Richard Abelson in the towboat as well. Matter of fact, I did get the opportunity to talk to Richard Abelson yesterday as part of the TWBC podcast, and you can check that out on Spotify, on Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, or wherever you choose to listen to your favorite podcast. And during the course of today, more episodes will be released, including one that a conversation that I had with Louis Duplan Freibourg yesterday as well. So plenty of content out there for you to check out.
Yeah, for sure. And Louis been on a bit of a tear lately. He's been he's always skied three events really well, but he's been jumping phenomenally. He actually got a podium place last weekend. So all these guys gearing up to the latter half of the season, culminating in the Worlds in about 3 weeks' time or so. So we're seeing these trickers, and this is pretty much the who's it of tricking right now. These five, we're missing a couple, maybe the top guys. Maddie Gonzalez, who isn't here, and maybe Dorian Llewellyn, our 2021 champion. But these guys are all pushing the limits, and this guy on the dock about to leave here in just a second, he's the future of trick skiing for sure. Him and Maddie Gonzalez, they're upwards over 12,000 points, and they're only 15, 16 years of age, throwing some incredible flips. This guy was a top-level gymnast, or still is. He still competes.
Oh yeah,
and he turns that into his action on the water too.
And looks like he's going to start with his opening pass in with the foot in tow, using the MK1, a good trick ski. And once again, our sponsors for this event are Malibu Boats, Masterline Ropes, Grunt, Andrew Sports Medicine, along with Good, Bates Boat Care, Rambo Marine, Vulcan, and Red Bar. And let's have a quick look at the possible trick run that Jake will be taken to the water with, and he'll start off with a very high tempo toe trick, a toe 5 back, and go towards the wake for a toe 8 back to back, and looks like to be a pretty high intensity run going forwards there, Kyle.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like a fairly standard run for a lot of these guys. It's the traditional sort of start, going through his toe 5 back and toe 8 back to backs. And there's a few surface turns, and then the big step overs at the end. There's a few variations we'll see from a couple of other skiers where they start with a slightly different beginning trick toe wake fly back. I think Joel Poland's doing, and sort of varies things up a little bit. A lot of these skiers have kind of worked out the best points per second, I guess, for toes. And then it's about going fast, but also getting in those big toe line fives at the end of the run. So fairly standard. And then when you go into the flips, that's where the big points sort of roll up. And this guy about to leave the dock, I think he's got 3 front flips in his runs, or 3 variations of front flips. And he's one of the best at them.
Okay, we'll look forward to that on pass number 2, which will consist of hand tricks. And looking at this site, beautiful site, totally surrounded by oak trees, which is pretty good, really, for shelter on the lake, and also Tuscaloosa. As a matter of fact, one of the nicknames for Tuscaloosa is the City of Oaks. And that kind of just carries on and segues through to its other nickname, the Druid City. I'll give you an explanation of that in a moment. But let's check in with Wade once again.
Hey guys, I'm here with Joel Poland, and we used to see him in some whole bunch of jump finals, a few slalom finals, but defending trick champ from last year, correct?
Correct indeed. Yeah, it was a good year last year. Had some good tricking, and we got a bit more of a bigger field this year, so I don't think it's going to be quite as easy as last year.
So, sort of any predictions on what the final, is going to take?
I mean, we got a handful of guys here that trick 12 grand, so if it's anything less, I'll be surprised. But I can imagine it'll be around that 12 grand mark.
You hear that, Tony? 12 grand? Hey, I'm going to let him get his game on because I want to prep for this. Back to you guys.
No doubt, no doubt. And as this is an overall competition, the possibility of a new world overall record looms pretty large as well. But obviously, it's ABCs. I mean, you're starting off with the tricks event, the hardest out of the 3. Right out of the chute, and looking for something towards 12,000 points to get that situation going along. But before we cut over to Wade, I was just explaining a little bit this area, Tuscaloosa, in the northern portion of Alabama, called the Druid City. Now, the Druids, for those of you that know their history, especially English history, the Druids were famed for being in reverence to big oak trees, and that kind of segued into its having a nickname. So here we are, just outside Tuscaloosa, the Druid City, and getting ready for our first competitor to take to water. It will be Jake Abelson.
Well, thanks, Tony. I always learn something when I'm sitting up here with you, and some random facts for you. But yeah, we're about to kick off this trick event. Also, the site here, Lyman Land, is the home for the University of Alabama. There's a great collegiate team, and they all come and train here locally. And where are they? And they're coming up with the Collegiate Nationals in 3 weeks' time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And they're one of the front runners, I believe.
Yeah, they typically place within the top 4 or 5 on an annual basis in the NCWSA National Collegiate Waterski Championships. Certainly when it comes down to football, I mean, Alabama continues to be one of the powerhouses. This weekend, actually tomorrow, they will take on South Florida. The South Florida Bulls tomorrow. They play away there.
It's an away game, okay.
Yeah, away games, which is why we're actually able to take on this event this particular weekend, because obviously Tuscaloosa does really jam up pretty solidly with Alabama football fans from across the state, also including in Tuscaloosa as well. So.
Yeah, well, I'm staying right there. My hotel is right near the campus. What a beautiful campus it is, too. So
it is
beautiful to be in this neck of the woods, coming up from Florida and checking out Alabama and Tuscaloosa. And we are about to set off here with Jake Abelson just strapping on his toe strap.
Mm-hmm.
All these guys are writing down their runs, as you can see on your screen there, but they don't have to actually to stick to that. That's just some guidance for us at home and for the judges. We used to have to do that. We used to have to write our runs down and kind of stick to the program we declared, but that's sort of evolved, I guess. Now they're just giving us some guidance so we can get some scores out quickly for you guys and kind of see what they're about to do.
I think about the last time you had to do that for the World Championships was in the mid-90s.
Oh, it wasn't that long ago, I don't think. But now it's definitely handy for us here at home to sort of see their plan. But obviously, if they're going fast or if they have a little bobble somewhere, they can change up what they're doing. And a lot of these top athletes do that.
All right, then getting warmed up out of course. Let's see what he can do. We understand he's going to come into the course with the toe strap on and the rope wrapped behind his standard leg, which it goes along with the projected first trick, the toe 5 back, toe it back to back, and its reverse toe surface back to backs, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe wake o, getting good elevation there, toe wake line o. Does he move out to the wake one more time? Yes, toe wake line back to the front, toe wake line back to back, toe wake line back to back reverse. Does he have the toe wake line 5 back? Not quite, but looking pretty good out there.
No, great run there. Just not really even looking like missing it. He did have his toe line 5 back there in the middle or kind of towards the end, and 2 toe line back to back. So that's a big first pass there for Jake Abelson.
All right, with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Martin Labra from Chile. So I see you over here getting your game on. You ready to go today?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Excited for today, and hopefully it plays out good.
So are you getting used to standing next to sort of everyone on the dock here as you're prepping? Because you're quite young, right?
Yeah, I'm starting to get there. I mean, with the big guys, excited for today, but yeah, I just admire everyone. So it's great to be here against like Joe Paul and Martin Coleman. They're like great skiers, so excited for today.
And we're super excited to watch this young man rip it up. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So certainly one of the better overall skiers coming into this tournament, Martin Labra. And you know, I mean, when it comes to world records and stuff like that, I mean, he is the junior world record holder in the under-17s. And at this competition, the possibility of him getting pretty close to the U21 world record exists too.
More than likely, yeah. Now, he was the under-17 world trick record holder. Then I believe Matty Gonzalez has surpassed that. I don't know if that's actually been approved, but I think that's over 12,000 points. Matty went about 12.2. But Martin is the under-17 world overall record holder, so he is he's competent in all 3 events, and he's going to be doing slalom and jump later on. But definitely his tricking is his forte.
All right, then, and focusing back in on Jake Abelson, standing up all the way through that pass, and when it comes to setting up for toe tricks, certainly the wakes and their location in relation to the skier is quite important, and you do that by altering the length of the line, and then working with the boat speed to see what kind of speed you're actually comfortable with that line length.
Yeah, no, for sure, Tony. All these guys have a preferred speed that they like, how the ski sort of sits in the water. So they'll keep that fairly constant. Sometimes they'll go up and down a little bit, but depending on which boat they're behind, they'll adjust their rope length so to make sure the wake shape fits where they want to sit, and so they have minimal time in between tricks, especially in that toe run. They're all throwing some big tricks, but it's the guys that can do them the fastest really sort of pack on the points there in the toes. But here comes Jake Abelson, and this is a big run here. He's going to start off with a couple back-to-back mobs. That's a full twisting back-to-back backflip, and then he'll be moving into his front flips. Here we go.
There's the back, and there's the back mob, and here comes the reverse. Yes, indeed. 2 flips down out of 6. There's the front flip. Here's the front flip reverse. He's got 2 more flips that he can do. The flip twist back, and here comes, half jack there towards the front. Ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front. Does he get these tricks to go, the ski line back to backs? And he's throwing down out there. He's not backing down 1 iota.
No, that's a great first tricker off the dock there for this morning. Didn't miss anything really. I'm surprised he didn't throw the fist there at the end of that trick run, because he stood up everything he was intending to do. He got everything in his toe run. We'll just wait on time. Obviously these skiers have 20 seconds for each pass, and they're judged accordingly. We're going to wait and see what the judges deemed in time. On the replay here comes Jake Abelson. This is his first trick. Look at the height this guy gets. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but he is strong, and he just floats out these back-to-back mobs. And his front flips are the best in the world, I think. He does front flip and reverse here, super quick. And then just after this one, he sort of goes through a bit of a prep trick. It's a half twist backflip, which is a pretty easy trick for this guy. But then this back to front flip, he does that incredibly well, lands softly and straight into the ski lines. So all these guys are able to do 6 flips and then they try and pack on the points after them with these ski line tricks. Ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front, and then a couple ski line O and ski line back-to-back right at the end. Hopefully that's in time. And just some surface back-to-back. But those extra little points at the end, they make the difference between, hey, high 11s or over 12.
And I like the way that he transitioned off the flips into the ski lines. I mean, he went from the half jack and then went with the ski line 5 back. And in amongst that transition, the boat speed actually went down by about 3 clicks. You know, the coach in the boat has the option to signal to the driver, beep, 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 and drop the speed by 0.1 of a mile an hour down for each click.
You see that quite a lot, don't you? You see the guys do their flips at a slightly faster speed, and then what they'll do is, you know, right when they transition into the ski line tricks, they'll slow it down. They want the ski to sit a little bit deeper in the water. And it's a hard transition to be all that energy you're going through in those 6 flips, and then to just kind of take a deep breath, slow down, and then, I mean, although the ski lines are high energy tricks, you got to kind of just chill out a little bit, because otherwise you can get ahead of yourself and you kind of make a bit of a trip on the rope, get ahead of the rope on the ski lines, and then it's all over. And you need those ones at the end of the run to obviously to move forward in this event.
And that's where flexibility and conditioning really comes into play, being able to transition from like a high tempo and then go whoom, straight back down in the space of one trick. And brilliant looking effort there from Jake Abelson. We're waiting patiently before we send Martin Coleman out there on the water. He comes to us from Jaquess.
Yeah, so we're going from one of the youngest guys in the field, and Martin's definitely not old, but he's been around the sport. He's got some experience, and he's a former world champion in the overall event. He won that title in 2019 in Malaysia. Some difficult conditions down there, but he prevailed. He did exceptionally well in all 3 events. We heard him talking to Wade earlier, and he said, well, what's your favorite event? And he said, overall. And I would agree. This guy's really well balanced in all 3 events. I mean, I think tricks is probably his strongest. He gets, upwards high 11s. I think he might have cleared 12,000 points somewhere along the lines. But he's very well balanced, and of late he's been jumping very well too, over sort of mid, almost 210. Tricking 12,000 points, and on his day he can run deep 39, maybe even run it. So he doesn't really have a weak link. And what you'll notice about all the overall skiers here this weekend, they do not have weak links. They're all 3 events are super strong, and they have to be to compete with and try and get on the the podiums at these events or the world champs coming up.
All right, then, getting ready. We got Martin waiting for the green flag from the officials, and they're currently scoring the points right now for Jake Abelson. We should have a point total coming to us very, very soon. The Malibu Open continues on for 2023 right here in Tuscaloosa. Now, let's check in with Wade once again.
Thanks, Tony. I'm here with Mr. Jake Abelson. And Jake, in your language, you did what we would call, you just went down and back. So tell me how your down and back was.
It went pretty well. My toe pass felt good as can be. And then on the way back on hands, it felt great. Everything felt just how I wanted to. Flips were big, floaty. There was time between every trick.
Tony, they were big and floaty. I'm going to give that back to y'all and let y'all have fun with that. That was fun watching Jake.
Yes, indeed, and it's 12,120, the provisional score, 12,120. I've heard of fluffy, but now you're hearing floaty.
Floaty, well, definitely floaty for this guy. I mean, he gets a ton of altitude out there on his trick ski, but 12,120, that is a huge score. I thought he would be more excited when he finished his run. I guess he didn't really realize what was in time. He didn't know what his score was going to be. They're always a little bit uncertain, how fast did I go? But 12,120, that's one of his best scores for this season. And that's put a ton of pressure on these 4 guys remaining. What a way to start the event.
All right, absolutely. Just sending it out there for those 2 20-second passes. 12,120. All right, then. So whilst we wait for Martin Coleman to hit the water, we'll take a brief pause, and then we'll be back right after these. All right, then. We've got Martin Coleman, who's been spending most of his time in recent seasons over in Ogden in Utah, and also out on the road representing good skis. And he has his own signature trick ski, the MK1. I'm sure he'll be out there crushing it on that particular ski.
So Martin Coleman waiting patiently. We've just had a score through for our first competitor, Jake Abelson, 12-120. And which is, like we said, what a way to start the event. Doesn't get much better than that. The skiers remaining, though, all capable of going that 12,000 points. The highest ranked out of them, probably Joel Poland, would you think? I think he's been in excess of 12,200. Maybe Martin Labra, he's right around the same mark. And Louis Duplon-Proberg, he's had some big scores too. A little bit less than our current world record. Our current world record is 12,770, I think that is. Might be 790. It's just Pato Font. He's not here with us this weekend, but he will be present at the World Champs coming up in a few weeks. So all these guys, when they're pushing over 12,000 points, within striking zone of that world record. And as we mentioned, you know, it's those last little tricks. With the difference with Pato is he's just that little bit quicker with some of his flips and, you know, throwing the ski lines at the end of the run. Maybe even his toes, he gets that one extra little trick in. Doesn't have to be a big trick, but just a little trick to try and get, to get upwards and just an extra few hundred points.
All right, then. We'll be back in just a moment.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. The condition of this villa, it's top level. I would say 5 stars plus. Everybody's very friendly. The hosts are amazing. The staff is always helpful. There's always food on the table. I couldn't ask for anything more. Conditions, clean, and we're only an hour away from Mexico City, so it's very close and convenient to travel. Every time I come here, I feel like I'm at home.
I've been a fan of Marcus Brown since I was like 13 years old. He's, been my childhood hero, and so for him to offer something like this, which is it's great not just for me, but it's great for water skis to have something like this where people can really get a bespoke water ski experience. It's going to improve their skiing, their body, and Jenny's she's amazing too. So just to have the access to both of those guys, I think it's huge, and it has been massive just to talk things through and to get a new understanding of stuff I haven't tried yet.
All right, then, as we get ready to resume the tricking event here at the 2023 Malibu Open, let me take a little bit of time out to tell you about Grunt. Grunt is an innovative on-demand app designed for convenient supply delivery for building projects. Grunt is perfect to meet the needs of any business, contractor, tradesman, or homeowner. So, for example, Grunt is for those moments where you finally get your electrician to show up, and now they need to drive 30 minutes away to grab something from a big box store, such as a Lowe's or a Home Depot, that kind of stuff. And electricians charge by the hourly rate. So I mean, if they're out on off-site grabbing supplies, that contributes to the cost of getting the jobs done. But with Grunt in play, the electrician can stay on site whilst they conveniently order the parts that they need, and get on with the project as soon as they arrive in no time at all. You'll be able to check out the Grunt app when it's released through the Apple Store and also from Google Play as well. Grunt, which simplifies the whole process of obtaining building and other types of supplies for your next project. All right, then, here we go. We have on the water right now Martine Coleman coming to us out of Czechia originally, but now has a home in Ogden in Utah, and skiing on his own trick ski, the MK1. Looks like he's going to start with a toe 7 front. That's what that wrap would suggest. Could be a toe 7 front or a toe wake 5 back, one of the two. I would suggest it'll probably be the former rather than the latter. Toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and it reverse. Some surface toe back to back spins, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. Goes airborne off the wake with the toe wake, toe wake lino, and goes with the toe wake line back, spins to the front, toe wake line 5 back, nails that one, and looking a little unsettled towards the end on pass number 1. That might affect his timing, but with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with our top seed in the men's trick, Mr. Louis Doppelin-Freiberg, and you'll also be competing in the slalom and jump later. Busy weekend?
Yeah, really glad to be here. When I signed up for overall, I'm just like, yeah, let's go. I love overall, so I'm really happy to compete.
So super cool that you're over. So where's your training spot? You're from France. Where do you train when you're here in the States?
I train at home, but when I'm in the States, I mainly train at Jaquess Ski School. Best place in the business, so please come, guys.
And the World's coming up soon, so we'll see them all 3 there as well. Back to you, Tony.
And if you want to find out a little bit more about Louis Doppelin-Freiberg, you can actually listen to him via the TWBC podcast. His episode has just dropped in the last few minutes, so check that out. Also, check out the instant replay right here of Martin Coleman going from one trick to the next with toes. Looking very aggressive there with that toe 5 front and the toe 0 out and toe 0 straight back in. Pretty much a run-of-the-mill for trick skiers of this ilk, and looking good with the toe wake lino towards the end. Getting a little bit sideways there going into the toe wake line back, but getting the spin with the toe wake line 5 back and getting a nostril fall towards the end of that run, but managing to stand up all the way through. So 2 stand-up runs on 2 consecutive attempts at the toe pass, as we see a few of our folks there. We see Jamie Ball there, right there on camera, along with Brooke Baldwin momentarily. And there we see on the dock there Joel Poland, who comes to us from Great Britain, specifically the London district of Clapham. And just trying to clear his mind and get ready for the task to come ahead. I'm Tony Lightfoot. It's great to have the pleasure of your company coming to you from the Druid City. Yes, it is Tuscaloosa in Alabama. And Tuscaloosa itself, the actual name is actually derived from an Indian name for which basically means black warrior, and that came from a Mississippian Indian chief, and settled his in the northern part of Alabama and named it Tuscaloosa. And the river that flows through Tuscaloosa is called the Black Warrior River, and that river has been utilized on many of occasion from the folks that train for the Crimson Tide of the University of Alabama, their collegiate team. So, with all that in mind, we've got coming in to the course on pass number 2. This is Martin Coleman coming to us originally out of Czechia. Here he comes. Positional to the back, flip twist back to back. These are the back mobs. There we go. 2 flips down, halfway through with the front flip. There we go. Flip twist to the back, twist to the front. There is the flip twist back reverse, and nicely done there with that flip over the ski line. Nicely executed with the ski lines as well. Ski line back to back and a back to back or 2, and he is happy with that. Hasn't had an awful lot of opportunity to effectively train for the competition season, but you couldn't tell that, could you? Getting all the way through on passes 1 and 2, Martin Coleman. We'll see if that effort is anywhere close to 12,000 points. He's certainly high energy from one trick to the next, including the start of the run, which consisted of the mob back-to-backs in consecutive motion. Then he went in for the front flip and then continued on with the flip twister to the back. And then the flip twister to the front, looking at this instant replay. Now check this. Going up the wake doing a backflip and actually doing a ski line in the middle of it and landing cleanly on the outside of that right wake as he transitions in from flips into ski lines. No doubt the boat speed went down by 3 or 4 clicks as instructed to his coach to make that happen, and skiing all the way through on his good MK1 trick ski, and good to see him on that. So, a great effort there from Martin Coleman. We'll get the point scored to you as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, we'll bring Joel Poland out on the water. And we'll see him take to the water very, very soon, right after this.
Tuscaloosa is Alabama's ultimate sports destination and a place for outdoor enthusiasts to thrive. It's a community rooted in history, and one that's on the cusp of a burgeoning art scene too. Tuscaloosa is vibrant, it's charming, and it's familiar. Its people welcome you with open arms and warm hellos into a community that's tied together. Tuscaloosa is our home.
And of course, you can find out more about Tuscaloosa by going to visittuscaloosa.com. That's visittuscaloosa.com. Here we go. Toe tricks opening salvo here for Joel Poland, the current men's world overall record holder. And we will see what he can do. Toe wake 5 back. Toe wake front. A couple of sides there. Toe wake back-to-backs. Surface toe back-to-backs. Toe 5 front. And he falls out the back uncharacteristically there on the landing for the toe wake O. Well, that's definitely not good, not looking for that kind of performance. But as we ponder that, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, Tony, I'm here with Martin Coleman, and man, you're catching your breath. You're working hard. You did your down and back, cool side slide ending. But tell us about the techie stuff in between.
So tope started really nice. I didn't get my rhythm in the middle of the run, so I landed a little bit on my heel on toe wake go, and then just got stuck back a little. So I didn't do my last trick, toe wake line back to back. But that's okay. Hand pass felt really good. Just good rhythm, nothing crazy, but did my stuff that I was trying to focus on, and it worked out.
Well, we could tell you're excited from the emotion. So will you keep the same run for finals? Any changes at all?
Just not get behind on the toe run, and that will be pretty good.
Well, it's super exciting. You see how hard he's breathing, man. Those guys are working so hard for those 2 20-second runs. Back to you, Tony.
All right, well, thank you there. And we just see a score posted up for Martin Coleman. Only 320 points shy of his best performance of the season with 10,680 points. We're looking at Joel Poland now, looking with the instant replay, and he's certainly going to have to go some with the second and final 20-second run. Looking at this toe 5 front, and this is where he fell, trying to recover for the toe wake O, and the back of the ski just got caught on the top of the wake, and that just sent him off balance, and shouldn't have to worry about making it through to the next round of the tricking competition. Probably looking forward to that more than he is looking forward to the second and final 20-second pass, taking into account how many points he would have lost as a result of that early fall. And that's Joel Poland as we look at the starting dock and see our good friend Martin Labra, the U17 boys world overall champion, and certainly one of Chile's best skiers. He'll be a part of the Chilean team for the upcoming World Championships, which will take place in the middle portion of October, and the Pan American Games, which will take place about 2 or 3 days afterwards. And it's probably a good thing for Martin Labra that he isn't a collegiate skier at this point in the proceedings, because he'll probably have to do 3 tournaments in the space of a week.
Well, Tony, there's some exciting tricking out there with Martin Colan standing up to complete passes. He was excited about that, and that's a big score. I just spoke with him a second ago. He's thinking around 11-3, 11-4, maybe not quite up with Jake. Jake's score is under review. I think we're just going to work on the time for his second pass, but I think it's going to be there and thereabouts. And unprecedented fall there for Joel Poland, falling on a toe wake O. So not a great start for him, but he's got another round here later on tomorrow. This is Joel Poland's second pass, his hand pass. This is where he gets crazy out there on his trick ski, going huge on some back-to-back mobs, a half jack, which is a full half twisting front flip. And that's a bit of a wonky regular front flip there. Got out of balance. There's a ski line 5 front flip. Super mob. Now he's going through some ski line back-to-backs. Ski line O at the end of the run. He's a little bit out of shape there. He was sort of out of balance, I think. To see him go down on a toe wake O, that's like us... like a normal person kind of falling over, just stepping up on a step. Like that's such an easy trick for him. So he just maybe a little bit out of whack, and he's off balance on his reverse front flip, I think it was there in the middle of his hand pass. So maybe not feeling quite as in sync this morning. He hasn't had his second cup of coffee yet.
Well, we'll no doubt be focused now on the slalom event and the jump event to come very shortly afterwards. But just taking a look at that, there was the half jack, and yeah, I mean it was just a little off axis there on that regular front flip, and here he comes in for the super mob, which is a 540-degree spin in the middle of a backflip
over the rope,
and over the rope as well.
So, he still nailed that trick, but that was that front flip that got way out of axis. To be able to just land that and keep going was incredible for him. But so he probably lost a little bit of time because of some of those, sort of bobbles in the middle of the run. And obviously with his early fall on the toes, that's not going to be the score he's looking for. All 5 of these trickers will move through to the final tomorrow, though. And also for the overall, they're using this round for seeding and for another chance to get a great overall score. So Joel's going to go back and reflect on that a little bit, and try and hopefully come up with a big score tomorrow for us.
All right, you are. So our next competitor, our penultimate competitor in the tricks event, is a native of Chile, and this is Martin Labra. So let's see what he's got with his 2 20-second runs, and appears to be the convention that you go in on pass number 1 with toes. There's hardly a breath of wind out there, which might have affected the strategy in that regard. But beautiful conditions right here at Lyman Land, USA, right outside the Druid city of Tuscaloosa. Here we go, coming in on pass number 1. It looks like the rope is behind his standing leg, which means he goes in for the toe 5 back and toe 8 back-to-backs, toe 5 front, toe... Oh, whoa!
And he's caught an edge somewhere right in the middle, just on some easy surface tricks there, Tony.
Yeah.
Going super fast, and that's maybe the risk, He's come out, the start of the run is fairly simple for these guys, but they try and push the speed to try and allow enough time at the end of the run for the big tricks to toe line 5. We're looking at his rope, wondering if something's broken, but it was a very strange fall. But watch how fast he starts off with these tricks. A lot of these skiers have dropped the toe 7, and a while back, toe 7 was kind of the traditional first trick, but they've dropped that to allow a little bit more time for some big toe line tricks at the end of the pass. Going through toe back-to-backs, formalities here, wraps in toe 5 front, comes out,
toe out,
and it's broken. Yeah,
no, the rope snapped
somewhere. The connection between the toe strap, the hand, and the main line is broken. So I don't know if he's got a little carabiner or something there, or if it's just the rope worn, but crazy.
Yeah, looking at this again, we're looking at it from...
No, it's come out of the boat.
Yeah.
I thought it broke actually right between the rope there, but it's come out of the boat, so we'll try and find out what's happened.
All right, then, let's check in with Wade in the meantime.
So, guys, here with Mr. Joel Poland, and Joel, it wasn't your best run, so let's talk about what happened.
Oh man, that was a mess. Yeah, not ideal. Just didn't really set the rhythm too great at the start of the run, and yeah, I mean, I don't think I've fallen with toe wake in a little while, so that was just a bit of a freak fall, but trick. That's how it goes.
You know, it really does. I mean, unfortunately, we just saw Martin out there with an equipment failure. But, yeah, sometimes we have a mental equipment failure on a trick that we've done a million times, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's just like so many opportunities to fall in trick. Like every trick is like an opportunity to just take an edge. So, yeah, messy toe run. Well, fell on the toe run, messy hand run, tried to make it work, see what we get score-wise, but yeah, I gotta have to step it up in the final, I think.
All right. Well, we're going to see him back, and we're also going to see him in the slalom and the jump as well. So stay tuned. Back to you, Tony.
Well, you're kind of hearing it from the best that's ever been, the guy that's been out there and breaking world records. But even for him, you know, some days just doesn't on tricking just doesn't go as planned. And for us mere mortals that are out there tricking, you know, we experience that every day. You know, tricking is a tough discipline. Like you said, there's just anything can happen. And, you know, any little slip, fall, bobble, you know, can make a big difference to your score. So today Joel proved he's human. Unfortunately, he didn't get a great score. He's going to have to kind of pick things up in the second round, Tony.
All right, certainly looking forward to seeing what Martin Labra can do by way of recovery.
So, yeah, he's put into a bit of a sticky situation too. So, Martin is our current under-17 world overall record holder, world overall champion. He also won the under-21 overall title back in Mexico in June. And he's only 17 years of age. So, this guy is young. He's an amazing trick skier. His slalom and his jump is developing. He's extremely good, you know, for his age in those events. But competing against the guys like Joel and Louis and that, he's a little bit behind. His jump's obviously the one that's developing the most. He's a great jumper. He won the under-17 world jump title as well, but you know, he's down at slower speeds and he's just starting to increase that, going up to 57k and kind of developing his jumping as well. So he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in overall in the future at open level. Now he's been dominating the juniors, but he's already kind of very, very competitive in the open tricking field.
And certainly, if he's looking to have aspirations towards actually breaking a record during the course of this weekend, it would either have to be the U21 record or the U17, because the parameters for the under-17 record are a little different in terms of ramp heights and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's right. He'll be just looking at an under-21. I don't know what the under-21 world overall record is. I think it's got to be pretty high. Maybe someone like Joel has it. I know he skied exceptionally well in the under-21 worlds back in 2019. He almost actually broke the open world record at that tournament. So it might be a little bit out of reach for Martin at this stage, but he's definitely got that in his sights in the years to come. So we see there the pin person in the boat. That is Tony Miranda from Chile. He controls the rope release in the boat. I don't know what happened. If we had the rope release sometimes can break, or the end of the rope gets frayed, and sometimes that can pop. Things happen. Unfortunately for Martin, he's had an early fall, and he's going to have, kind of like Joel, he's going to have his second pass to kind of redeem himself and hopefully get a decent score to sit himself in not a bad seating spot for tomorrow's final.
Yeah, we'll see how things shape up there for Martin Labra. As we look at the starting dock, we see Louis Duplan Freiburg, and no doubt he'll be a major force to be reckoned with the tournaments to come. Notwithstanding the fact that he's right here at the Malibu Open 2023, looking to try and get an edge on the competition given the opportunity.
Okay, and the boat coming back into the course. Tommy Harrington behind the wheel as we show our driver cam there on your screen. And the hand pass coming up on your screen now. Starting again, most of these skiers with the back-to-back mobs, the full twisting back-to-back backflip, and then they switch into some front flips after that. Front flips obviously a little bit higher, scoring points upwards of around 800, 850 points. These backflips usually around 700, and the variations go up to 800 points. There's the two of them back to back. Now he's switching into his half jack, which is a half twisting front flip, a few half twisting back flips, and another just a regular. Oh, and he's gone down on his regular front flip.
Ooh.
That was his 6th flip. He was about to switch up into his ski line. So another skier that we've seen a little bit out of sorts. We had an equipment failure in the first pass, and that maybe threw off his rhythm a little bit and didn't quite get himself figured out for his hand pass. So early exit there for Martin as well, and he's going to be probably one of our earlier ones off the dock in tomorrow's final.
And we've just seen a score posted up for Joel Poland, probably not too much of a surprise there at 8,850 points. A little bit behind the 8 ball there. Currently in the lead is Jake Abelson with a provisional score of 12,120 points. And we're going to get the score for Martin Labra. We project that Martin Labra's score is probably going to be below that even of Joel Poland at this stage of the competition. We got one last competitor to come. Now, Carl, you wanted to know what the world overall record is on the U21 men. Well, it consists of one at 10.25 meters in slalom, 11,030 in tricks, and a 65.7 meter jump. And any guesses as to who holds that record?
I'm going with Joel Poland from the Under-21 Worlds in 2019.
Yes, you're right.
Yep. That guy absolutely stepped up. He sort of made his mark at that tournament and showed what a threat he was going to be because he was so close to the Open World overall record at that stage, which was held, I think, by Adam Settlemeyer. And obviously in years to come, in the last 3-4 years, he's furthered that mark time and time again. And just recently, 2 weeks ago, he added another 4 points to it. So he's he didn't really fire in all of his 3 events. He was behind what he's capable of. So some more room to set that record even further. And then what I did just read, Tony, is Dorian Llewellyn is back on the water. Obviously, another one of our top overall skiers. He's been injured, but he's back on the water and in the Canadian team for the Worlds, Tony.
All right, then. So we look forward to seeing him in about in a few weeks' time, I would imagine. So here we go. This is Louis Duplan-Fribourg coming in on pass number 1. Going with hand tricks first of all.
Yeah, a bit of a change in the format here. He's going with hands. Most of those guys will start with toes just because it's a little bit easier to sort of, it's hard to slow down after all these hand tricks and kind of be a little more cautious on your toes. But ski line 5 fronts here at the end. A big front flip, another ski line O to finish off, and it bounces straight into a Waco. I like that.
Nice.
I like the way he does that at the end of his run. He sort of bounces from trick to trick and gets in a few little extra ones. And he's been using that sort of format. He's managed to get just a little bit ahead of some of the other guys that are just breaking the 12,000 point mark.
Right, you are, and looking through this sequence of flips there, going from one trick to the next.
And there's your front flip from the back position. Now we're going to a back flip with a half twist. Comes front, and there's the reverse. He sort of changes things up here from some of the other guys. He doesn't put his 6 flips in a row, does a ski line back-to-back across the wakes. Throws a couple ski line tricks here. Very difficult to get that ski line 5 back in the middle of his flips. And then ski line 5 front, and then he throws the front flip. So it just works out better format for him to kind of split his flips up a little bit. Does that Waco, bounces straight into a ski line O, bounces straight into a Waco. And that's a big first pass for Louis. Louis has been known as a tricker. He's from France. They've produced some of the best trickers in the world for as long as I can remember. But he's making a name for himself as a jumper and a slalomer and a sensational overall skier of late. So,
all right, let's check in once again with Wade.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with Martin Labra. And Martin, explain what happened out there.
Yeah, just in toes and equipment problem, but then in hands it felt pretty good. And then just like a small mistake on the front flip, but overall just like learn from it. And then I still have another round, so it starts from 0, so I'm happy about that.
Great attitude. I love this young man. We're going to see him rip in the final. Back to you guys.
Okay, 6,060 points. 6,060 points to score provisionally for Martin Labra. All right, then, continuing right along, a few of our pro skiers have arrived on site, getting ready for their respective events. There we see Ali Nicholson there with Nate Smith, just trying to keep their pad under control. Not doing too bad of a job, I guess. as we get ready for Louis Duplan Freiburg coming into the course on pass number 2. This will be toe tricks, I would imagine.
That's right, Tony, and he is our 5th and final competitor in this preliminary trick round at the Malibu Open. We'll be switching gears here very shortly into the women's slalom prelims. But one more 20-second run to go, and this guy is he's starting with a toe 7. I don't think we've seen any skiers start with toe 7. That's 2 full revolutions from front to front. Now he goes into the toe 5 back, and he is extremely quick. Stays close to the wake, bangs out some surface turns. Toe O, now into his step turns. Toe line O, toe line back, followed by 2 toe line back-to-backs. He does these pretty quick. And if he's going extremely fast, he'll get his toe line 5 back in. Sometimes he throws a toe line front, but just elects to stop. I think he knew he was kind of running out of time, but a big second pass combined with his first pass, I think he's going to be pretty happy with that score. Whether it's going to surpass Jake Abelson, I'm not sure, but it'll be somewhere in the 11,000 points, I presume.
All right there, so Louis Duplan Freiburg there completing his effort out there in the men's trickers event. This is the 2023 Malibu Open, and we will be back with continuing coverage right after this.
Morning, Brian. Hey, morning. You have a good weekend? Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, then we're returning with continuing coverage of the Malibu Open for 2023. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. All right, so working our way through the tricking event. All right, so we got Tommy Harrington. I believe that that Louis Duplon-Freiberg has been awarded a re-ride on pass number 2. Some difficulties with getting the boat camera view initially, but we've looked at the system and performed a little bit of a reset, and we are back in business, and hopefully things will be okay from there on in. And whilst we got a little bit of time, let me tell you about Waterski Broadcasting's apparel line. You can go to waterskibroadcasting.com/shop, waterskibroadcasting.com/shop to check out the latest styles, including the Chow for Now range. Here we go. We have coming into the course Louis Duplon-Freiberg coming to us out of the island view from the west end of the lake. This lake runs east to west.
So Louis having to go back out and do this pass again. He showed us a stand-up pass in his first opportunity, but he's going to go do it again. Not a whole lot of pressure on Louis. He was probably disappointed he didn't get that first pass recorded, but he's doing it again for us, and a little bit extra practice, familiarization. Like you said, he's got 2 rounds. He's already kind of made it through to the final. So going through the motions again, and I think he's improved this a little bit. A little bit quicker.
Look at that. Toe wake line 5 back towards the end there, just to underscore that point there. Great skiing from Louis Duplon-Freiberg, who comes to us originally from the south of France, from a little place called Juan-Lapin. And if those of you, the statisticians out there in the world of water skiing, find some familiarity with that place, it's where they held the first World Championships way back in 1949.
Okay, well, it shows how in touch Louis is, because he's been asked to go out and do that toe run again. He goes out absolutely flawless, does it 2 times running, and that's hard too. You know, a lot of energy going into these trick passes. So for him to be able to do it twice in a row, and he actually cleaned it up a little bit on the second time. So toe line back-to-backs here at the end as you watch the replay. Stays away from the boat, keeps the rope tight as he lands so he can move straight into the front. Throws a little slide in there before this big toe line 5 back. A little bit away from the boat there, but he knows that's his last trick at this stage. Toe wake front, doesn't matter if that one's out of time. So a big second pass, and I think that's going to slot him right into second place. We were waiting for a review on Jake Abelson's, but talking to him and kind of knowing where he was, well, watching his pass, I think he got a lot of stuff in time. So I think that 12-120 is going to be extremely close. Louis maybe slots right in there in second. Martin Coleman, we're thinking around third, 11,000. And then the other 2 guys, Joel Poland falling short in his toe run, and Martin Labra having an equipment difficulty. But that's sort of our top 5 trickers, and they'll be showing you again on tomorrow. The trick final and their attempt again for a big overall score.
Yes, indeed. You do mention the big overall score. We're We'll be looking forward in that vein to seeing what Louis Duplon-Freiburg can do in the slalom event, which will be the next event to come for our male competitors. And then they've got the first round of jump a little bit later on this afternoon. Now, the rule so far as the men's world overall record, or any world overall record, is it's got to be performed in the same round. So whatever score comes through for Louis Duplon-Freiburg, he's got to try and match up with a better than average score in the slalom event, and then it could all come down to the jump event to see if he can conjure up some magic there and may get close to surpassing Joel Poland. If not, it could well come through with a pending world men's overall record, but it's early doors yet.
No, for sure. I mean, that overall record is extremely difficult because you got to get all three events firing at the same time and in the same round now. So they've made that even harder. Like even at the World Championships, you take your best of the two rounds to determine the winner. But an overall record has to be in either the round 1 or round 2 or round 3 of a competition. So extremely difficult to get it all happening, slalom tricks and jump and in the same round. But Louis proving how informed he is. We've seen Joel firing the last 2 tournaments. He's been unstoppable. So we're looking forward to some great overall action later on as the day transpires. But right now we're switching up to slalom with our open women's slalom preliminaries. Just a few little course changes, and we'll be back on the water here very shortly.
All right, then. This is the 2023 Malibu Open coming to you from the Druid City of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And we'll be back right after this.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never
right, we are back on, Kyle, and looks like we've had some updates to some scores, and a provisional one is currently being retimed right now. But Louis Duplon Freiburg provisionally with 11,830.
Yeah, big score there for Louis. Had to do his toe pass twice. He did it in style, 11.830. Martin Coleman not far behind, 11.280. Joel Poland, 88.50 with an early fall in toes. He won't make that same mistake twice. Martin Labra, he had equipment failure, 6,060. So a couple surprises there at the end of that. But we're just waiting right now for Jake Abelson. We had a provisional score of 12.120. I think it's going to be close. They're retiming just to make sure his last trick, and I believe it's like a toe line back-to-back. High-scoring points, maybe 500, 400, 450, 500 points right at the end of his pass. So if that's out of time, it might drop down to something like 11,006. But we're going to move into women's slalom, and there on your screen is our women's start list. Alice Bagnoli kicking it off. Karen Trulove, Ali Garcia, Ellie Nicholson, Jamie Bull, and Regina Jaquess. All doing it here for us today. The top 6 going through to the finals, and a bit of a challenge here for these the Waterski Pro Tour. Tony, looking at the points right now. I think Regina's right in there, and so's Whitney, but we're not seeing Whitney not on the running order today.
No, deciding not to ski in this event, and will no doubt be reliant upon the score that she would probably get next week at the Travers Grand Prix to round off the season. But yeah, Regina Jaquess trying to make up for a little bit of lost time wasn't able to follow the Waterski Pro Tour for the majority of the summer when it was in Europe. But a skier of Regina's capability is certainly not to be overlooked when it comes to making up for lost points from this summer.
Yeah, looking at the leaderboard here, there's not much between the top 3, even top 4. Ellie Nicholson not far behind too. So 242, Jamie Bull, she sits on top right now. She had some great events over in Europe. And Regina Jaquess, like you say, playing catch up a little bit, but she's 225, not far behind. And nothing separating her and Whitney with 220. And then Ellie Nicholson with some great performances over in Europe as well with 208. So it's still up for grabs here, the women's title on the Waterski Pro Tour. Currently, Jamie Bull is in your top spot, but things can change over the next couple weekends for sure.
All right, you are. So looking at the potential for the men's world overall record with Louis Duplon Freiburg with a provisional score of 11,830 points. He is currently 210 points above the actual trick score that is currently part of that world overall record, the one that still exists from 2021. I'm making reference to attributed to Joel Poland. So Louis Duplon Freiburg about 210 points ahead, but all right, there we got Rich Kruger at the back of that Malibu sponsor TXI with our national anthem playing out this morning, and glad to have you here. For those of you who are tuned in from the United States of America and beyond, this is the 2023 Malibu Open, brought to you by Malibu Boats, along with Masterline, Grunt, Andrew Sports Medicine, Good Carbon Technologies, Bade Spoke Care, Rambo Marine, Vulcan, and Red Bar. And how about I tell you a little bit about Andrew Sports Medicine? I'll give you a little bit of a lowdown on that. But we've got the points coming through. Looks like we've got a revised score for Jake Abelson, but he's still in the lead with 11.880. In second place currently so far, 11.830 with Louis Duplan Freiburg. Martin Coleman with 11,280. Joel Poland 8850, and Martin Labra at the bottom of that list with 6060. Let's check in with Wade.
Guys, I'm here with Miss Allie Nicholson, 2023 San Gervasio Pro Champ. So we're back on for a Malibu. I mean, could the conditions be any better?
Oh no, it looks perfect out. Yeah, it's excited to get some skiing done this morning.
So, any changes from last weekend? I know you made another final, had a day to sleep on it, and then a few days to practice. So, tell us what's up.
Yeah, no, just I played around with some skis this week, but back to kind of my baseline and looking hopefully to get a good score this weekend.
Maybe we see her into 41 as well. Back to you guys.
All right, so getting ready to go, being joined here by Zane Nicholson. We'll welcome him into the fold very, very soon. But just enough time for me to tell you about Andrew Sports Medicine. Their main world headquarters is based out of Birmingham in Alabama, and they're kind of like the go-to guys whenever a pro athlete gets injured on major sports events such as Monday Night Football or Sunday Night Football. You know, if they come down with a huge injury, you know, I mean, we could even reference the torn Achilles injury that was suffered by Aaron Rodgers on Monday Night Football. The first call that their agents make is to Andrew Sports Medicine, and for good reason. And they've been rehabbing some of the best athletes in the world for close to 3 decades now. And you can find out more about Andrew Sports Medicine by going to andrewsportsmedicine.com. And we'll be back in just a moment after we see Wade one more time.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Allie Garcia, our reigning collegiate champion, and we got collegiate nationals coming up, right? Go Cajuns.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of alternating in between pro tournaments and collegiate tournaments right now. It's hard to say which one's more fun, honestly.
Well, and it's good prep, right? I mean, you get to come ski here with the world's best, and then you go to the collegiate where a lot of the field won't be there, and it's actually more pressure, but you sort of get used to that, right?
Yeah, I definitely say I'm more nervous for collegiate tournaments. Not sure why, but they're all awesome. So
They really are. If you ever get a chance to go to a collegiate water ski tournament, they are the best vibe out there. We'll see you guys at Collegiate Nationals next month. Back to you.
Well, and that's a nice little segue to our latest addition to the announcing booth, Zane Nicholson, the head coach of the Louisiana Monroe Warhawks.
Yeah, and so Allie's actually going to be at a tournament hosted on the Bayou in Monroe next weekend, so we're really excited about that. Big things going on at the University of Louisiana Monroe, but really excited to have the weekend off and be able to be here at the Malibu Open this weekend here in Tuscaloosa.
All right, then. So the collegiate vibes continue on with our first skier about to take to water, Alicia Bagnoli, a former Raging Cajun, and coming to us originally from Milano in Italia, and doing pretty well out there on the Waterski Pro Tour right now, but looking to try and get a little bit more consistent through 11.25 meters off 38 off going forward there, Kyle.
Yeah, for sure. She said she had a bit of a slump somewhere in the, just returning back here to the States. She was skiing well in Europe and then kind of just dropped off the pace a little bit. She balances her time between 3 events. She does tricks and jump as well in Europe. So, she's got a lot of time on the water, but struggling in slalom, but just starting to find form again. She said she had a great practice round, so hopefully she can regroup and get a big performance out there. She's capable of down midway through 39. She has the Italian record, I think, or tied it.
Yeah, she tied it.
3 at 39. So very, very capable skier.
All right, so we got Chris Eller at the helm of that TXI Response by Malibu Boats. And for the 15th year of asking, the Malibu Open is on. With the women's slalom opening round, we got a few of our folks getting things prepared in our VIP tent, and And you could win a ski of your choice. Do you know that, Zane?
Yeah, I know. I a lot of skiers on my ski team are always trying to win that ski, putting in their picks and trying to win that ski. I don't think anybody has ever made it, but everybody's always trying.
Saying you're going to make predictions for this weekend?
Man, I hate calling the field because I always get it wrong. Because again, my students come to me, like, who do you think is going to win? I'm like, don't ask me.
Well, you guys are eligible to actually enter. So I mean, grab your cell phones out, grab your smartphone.
Someone last weekend who got it right, Hannah Strotsova, one of our competitors, figured out the men's field, wasn't it?
Absolutely. She won herself a D3 Ion slalom ski, and asked her about that. She said she got it ordered within a day of actually finding out that she'd won, and I'm sure that by the time she returns to Zachary, Louisiana, there'll be a brand new Ion 2 waiting for her.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to seeing her ski on.
Or actually Neo 2, as a matter of fact. Yeah. So, looking down at the starting dock, we see Karen Truelove, who comes to us from Central Florida, actually originally from North Carolina.
Tony, while we got a second just waiting for our first competitor to leave, we were talking a little bit about collegiate skiing, and we heard from Ali talking about, she's maybe a little bit more nervous in the collegiate tournaments. She said, I don't know why. I have a guess. It's because the team's kind of riding on you. It's really it's a team performance really in the collegiate tournaments, right?
Yeah. So a lot of ski, like in the ski world, we as skiers don't have that team aspect. You go to Worlds and you compete as a team, but like really, it's where you place is how you get scored points in the tournament. So you need, you want your skiers to win their rotation to get points for the team. So then the team ultimately will win that title.
Collegiate skiing, great camaraderie, but everyone's sort of behind you on the water, and so she probably feels that sort of pressure. She wants to perform for the rest of her teammates.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you kind of know what you've got to do, and you go out there and you get it done. It's not, you don't have to have the best score. You want to have the closest scores together at the highest part on the list.
And you probably notice a lot of these pros here that are competing today have all gone through the collegiate ranks, right?
Yeah, there's a ton of pro skiers that are here that are all college skiers, and it's great to see them, going through the college ranks and then making it into the pro event. But we'll put our eyes on the water right now. We got Alice Bagnoli. This is 14 meters, 28 off.
All right, here we go. 28 off. 14.25 meters. Good stout pull out for the gates on pass number 1. Just trying to massage her way as efficiently as she can on pass number 1, and to leave plenty in the tank for her remaining passes, starting with 13 meters, and a beautiful shot there towards the end of the lake.
I believe the first pass there was 14 meters there for Alice. The minimum start length for this event is 14 for the girls and 13 for the guys. So Alice cleaning up 28 off. She'll be brought back in at 13 in just a second.
All right, let's check in with Wade's World.
So, hey, guys, back in my day, I got to ski behind Malibu boats, the Malibu Open, but nothing like this. This thing is absolutely crazy cool. So check it out, MalibuBoats.com.
Thank you very much, Wade, and looking forward to some great things from the Malibu boats. And also let's not understate the involvement of having it matched with a good prop as well, and we certainly have that in the form of OJ props. I actually spoke to DK, that's Dennis Kennedy, yesterday about the prop and boat configuration, and they've been experimenting quite a bit and with different prop shapes and new materials, that kind of stuff to maintain more of that shape through the deeper line length shortenings, and it results in actually a really strong pull from the slalom boat, which is exactly what these athletes need, Zane.
Yeah, and you see Alice right there going through that 32 off pass and making it look pretty easy, behind that Malibu Response boat, and we'll take a look here at the replay in just a minute, but right now we'll take it off to Wade's World for just a second.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Regina Jaquess. defending champ, and basically you're just a Malibu girl, aren't you?
I am. Yeah, we're excited to be here, Malibu Open with the Malibu boat, and I'm really excited to be able to have 2 rounds today behind the Malibu TXI. I'm really looking forward to it. We've been setting the boat up. It feels so amazing. We've got the OJ prop on it this time, and it's just all working out really well. I think we're going to see really big scores, and I'm just excited to see how this day goes.
We're going to see the Malibu girl rip it soon. Back to you, Tony.
And the question came up, how many times has she won the Malibu Open? Well, I wouldn't say that she's won all of them, but I would say by my estimation, she's probably won most of them. All right there, so here we go. This here is Alicia Bagnoli coming into the course on 12 meters. Would ordinarily in Italy ski over at the Italian national training site over in Richeto, but stateside she trains over at the Swiss Waterski Resort. Looking to go around number 3 and number 4, and she makes relatively light work of 12 meters there, Kyle.
Yeah, obviously the intensity got turned up a little bit there at 35 off. 28, 32, pretty cruisy. She turns pretty strong on her onside, the 135 side. She sort of sits down, kind of gets that ski around, but the intensity comes up a little bit, 35, but still relatively easy pass. Let's watch the replay from a slightly different angle. I like that view from the boat, though. That camera sitting right up above the bimini top, looks down on the ski. You can kind of see their path through the course. Really good shots that TWBC is providing, but this is from the side, and as you can see, she's super early at number 2. But this is her onside. This is her strong point. As long as she can control it and not kind of get sat down too much right out of the 135 side, that gains her some valuable course time for her offside, the 2-4. But very, very easy 12-meter line, Zane. What do you expect here at 11 coming back? 38. She hasn't run at the last few events, but we know she is capable.
Yeah, so you kind of see her at the end of that pass. She starts not getting her hips all the way turned to go behind the boat to create space going into the buoy. So I'd like to see Alice really work behind the boat to create a little more space with the ski. So on the front side of the buoy, she's got room to make that turn. As you pointed out, she does have that big turn, but if she's getting there a little late, it's going to start causing her to run down course. So we'd like to see her kind of fix that here for 38 and get herself a good start here, but we'll see as we bring her into the gates here.
0 offset on A1, a little bit of a different setting. Some of these skiers changing it in practice yesterday. And here she goes. This is 38, a big number 1 ball as she
Huge
hooks
number
up.
1. Round number 2, keeping it going. Round number 3, she's getting closer towards the end of the course. Here she goes, round number 4. And Alicia Bagnoli, round all 6 at 11.25 meters. And is she happy?
Yeah, and just kind of like we were just talking about there just a second, she started the pass early, created a lot of space at 1 and 2, giving herself some room as she moved down, and then, you see her get those big turns, and she was really working to get the hips turned a little bit more than she did at that 12-meter pass, and that just allowed her to get through there and have that extra space at the end as she started to get a little late. But, big congrats there to Alice Bagnoli. That's her first 38 off since the King of Darkness event, the first event of the season this year.
All right there. So just really staying calm and staying somewhat relaxed. She didn't hit the panic button, except maybe on that number 4. But by the time she got there, she had enough of a lead in. And you certainly don't want to hit it too hard, the panic button on number 5, as that could have precluded her from running that pass. But I tell you what. So here she comes, Alicia Bagnoli. Now it's record territory. At least so far as the Italian national women's slalom record is concerned. If she can get outside 3, she would tie it. If she can get a piece of 4, she will break it. Let's see what she's got. Here comes Alicia Bagnoli, 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. Let's see what she's got. Entrance gate number 1.
Our first skier on the water, already into the 39 off pass, and a little bit of a fall into number 1. Didn't quite get the hook up, so scampers over to 2, maybe inside number 2, but a brilliant score for our first skier. These girls today have a little bit of the luxury, of having a little bit of a practice round here and kind of seeding going through for the second round and then into the finals. So she may be a little bit more relaxed than we've seen her ski over the last couple of events where she was really fighting for that overall, or sort of that final spot. Let's watch that 1 ball. Drops the shoulder a little bit, didn't quite hook up, and as Zane was saying, lost the hips there. Very hard to kind of get power and just inside number 2 there, Zane.
Yeah, you saw her on the gate. She turned in a little harder than she did at the 38 off pass. So then behind the boat, she kind of had like a trip up behind the wake, so causing her to kind of run and have to drop that shoulder into 1. If you'll see it right here, Kyle, she kind of goes a little hard right there with the shoulder. And then she kind of has that little hitch behind the boat, causing her to go a little long into 1. So that's an official score of 1 at 39 there for Alice Bagnoli, our first skier off the dock. That's a awesome, bar setter there for skier number 1.
That's great. Our first tricker this morning at 8 a.m. went out and set the pace, Jake Abelson, and now our first skier in this Open Women's round has set some serious pace, 1 at 10.75, and the skiers remaining know that conditions are great, boat's running well, and we're hoping for some big scores out of these remaining 5 skiers.
So, fantastic effort there from Alice Bagnoli, our very, very first skier out, and certainly a step in the right direction, one would say. I mean, it's been a while since she cleared 11.25 meters, 38 off, but now she's starting to turn things around and at the most opportune moment in the season. All right, so next competitor up, coming to us originally out of Fuquay Varina in North Carolina. This is Karen Truelove. Here we go, folks. Opening pass, 14.25 meters, pretty much run-of-the-mill.
Yeah, I'm sure these first couple 3 skiers will elect to start at the minimum start length, which is 14. Just give them a little bit of a warm-up. As we go through the order, though, I know the remaining the last 3 will probably choose the 13-meter pass. Karen Truelove been doing this event for a long time, and she's one of a massive, huge titles, former Masters champion. She's been on top of the Pro Tour rankings for a number of years. And a little bit of late, probably struggling a little bit to get, sometimes through the 38 off pass. She did it over in the California Pro, and hopefully we'll see it here from her again today.
All right, then. We'll check in with Wade.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Italian Alice Bagnoli, our leader in the clubhouse. Must feel really good to knock down that 11.
Definitely. As I said before, I wasn't practicing so well, but the practice set here was very nice. And thanks to your advice and take us in the boat yesterday, I guess it went well.
Well, it really did. So anytime you finish up at 10.7, you sort of irrelevant. You went down and back twice. It's sort of you're checking off some boxes.
I mean, I'm extremely happy to go at 39. 39 is still a hard pass for me, so I had to go full on. I almost fell in 1, but I was going for 2 and I barely missed it, but it was feeling good.
It is feeling good. We're going to see her again this afternoon, and then tomorrow in the final. Back to you guys.
All right, much like Nina Simone, feeling good, I would say.
Yeah, no, Alice was looking good out there. First skier, she's come back strong, and really excited to see her get through that 38 off pass. And I'm hoping that every other skier that we have today will get through it, and we'll have all scores in 39. But right now we've got Karen Truelove coming back in. This is 32 off or 13 meters.
Now, obviously, a few skiers that are relatively unfamiliar with the Malibu boat selecting rather unusual letter and number combination. She's running with Bravo 1. Now, most of the skiers coming into this event normally run with Alpha 2 on boats that they're more familiar behind, but that's something that worth pointing out as she pulls out for the next line length shortening of 12 meters. With that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Canadian Jamie Bull, and Jamie, no longer in the collegiate ranks, only pro events.
Yeah, I graduated last May, so I've been out of collegiate for a little while.
So you've also been skiing these high-level events now for quite a few years. It's sort of almost becoming routine, correct?
Yeah, I mean, especially now we're skiing some almost every weekend in the summer, so getting to ski a lot of events and kind of hoping to build on my experience a bit.
And then got a big one coming up there, like next month, huh?
Yeah, Worlds is coming up. It's coming up quick.
So is she. We're going to see her in the water soon. Back to you guys.
All right, that was Jamie Bull, who is among the leaders of the Waterski Pro Tour in the women's slalom event. trying to hold off a late surge from Regina Jaquess as we work our way towards our last event, which will be next weekend over in Groveland in Florida. But for the meantime, we are in the Druid city of Tuscaloosa for the 2023 Malibu Open, and slicing and dicing it out there on 12 meters is Karen Truelove. A little bit back on the ski around number 5, but has enough room to spare to make that pass happen there, Zane.
Yeah, and Karen looking a little unsettled right before she turned in for the gates, and I think you kind of saw that all the way through the pass. But Karen, a veteran to the sport and able to kind of calm down. She was kind of riding the tail of the ski, not really heading the line when she turned in. So you'll see it catch her here at 1, and it'll really kind of catch her angle here out of 2. She kind of had a little slow, loose line out of 2 ball on that onside turn, but Karen calming down here at 3 and then making her way through the pass. So, she'll make those adjustments down there at the end, and then we'll bring her back in for 38 off on this next pass.
She definitely kind of, started a little slow, but then found a rhythm towards the end of the pass. And she's just trying to, I think, maybe trying to find her timing on the gates. And what's been great about these last few events is all these skiers have turned up early, managed to get out here and practice a little bit. And you can see you've been playing with the 0-off settings, choosing slightly different numbers to kind of help them get a good feel on the boat. But all these events allowing the skiers to come in early, get some practice, get familiar behind the boats, behind the setup, because what we want is some great performances, and with that practice, these skiers are coming in primed.
Yeah, and the practice, really helps to come out and just get a feel, get, used to things, because everybody skis at a little different lakes. Lakes ski all a little different, look a little different, so good for Karen to come out and get some practice. But here we go. This is the money pass, 38 off. She's going to need to run this if she wants to challenge the lead. Looks a little bit better there as she turns in for the gate. We'll see if she can keep it through this whole pass as she goes around 1. Little deep off of 2, but big turn there at 3. Can she keep it up into 4 and balking out of there a little early?
Yeah, it was strange. I thought she had a better 1 ball in the start of that pass than her 35, but maybe still not quite holding the direction across the 2. Was hoping for a big onside, and she does have it. She's a very strong skier and can turn her onside exceptionally well, but she slipped under the rope a little bit, maybe lost a little ground going to 3, and you knew she was in a little trouble. I don't know what happened with her foot there. If it was starting to get loose, maybe she didn't get it lodged in her back kicker during the takeoff quite as well as she'd hoped. But let's watch this 2 ball. This is where she was hoping for to hook up extremely well, and little loose line, lost a little ground, too much pressure here at 3 to go for it. But like I said, they've got the luxury of having a couple little opening sort of warm-up rounds, I guess, to go through to the final. Zane, what did you see with their back kicker?
Yeah, I mean, you saw the kicker kind of come out at 3 ball. It started to get loose here. I think we saw the 2 ball turn. She had a little loose line here at the gate, and to me, I think that kind of gets you over there at 2 ball. So she had the loose line into the turn in at the gate. Then you kind of see the slow turn here, but as she finishes the turn here at 3, watch her back leg. You see it kind of move funny. So her foot moves there, and the foot comes out, and now she pulls it all the way out. So it does look like that foot, she kind of lost connection to the ski, and that's kind of why you saw her kind of end up there at 3 ball.
All right, then, moving from one former collegiate skier to a current champion of the collegiate ranks, the current NCWSA National Women's Collegiate Slalom champion. This is Ali Garcia.
All right, again, electing for 14.25, 28 off. Just nice, easy warm-up pass. Beautiful shot as the drone follows that Malibu response down the lake. And she's going to be running nice, wide, early lines. Really lets her ski flow. I like the way Ellie skis. Doesn't really look like she's working that hard. Just kind of, she's just very controlled and very smooth as she exits the gates, and will be shortened up to 32 off.
All right, let's check in with Wade's World.
With Miss Karen Truelove. And Karen, I can tell by the look on your face, you probably don't want to see me coming with the microphone, but you got a second round coming up later. What'll sort of be the changes you might think about?
Yeah, I'm having a lot of trouble with the gates setup. I thought I did a better job there at 38, but I was, I was a bit rushed with a loose line. And I had something weird happen. My foot came out, the ski kind of stopped, and my back foot came out, and I was going to the wake with my foot out of my binding, and so it was really hard to, keep skiing at that point. So, hopefully next round, kind of get it together.
Well, see that even the pros struggle. Come new site, new boat, yeah, getting your gates dialed in, that's where it's at, right?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, everything else is so dialed in, but it comes down to, your timing and rhythm in so many ways. So, yeah, a couple more passes, and hopefully I'll be dialed in.
We'll see her dialed in this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Okay. So kind of the common setup these days is hard shell front boot and a kicker on the back. Wouldn't you agree? That's probably maybe 80% of the setups we see. With a few still remain with the double binding, saying, but a common kind of setup, and that happens sometimes.
Yeah, that's kind of been the go-to thing. Is you got the hard shell front with the kicker on the back. You still have every now and then you've got a couple skiers. I know Allie Nicholson runs the double hard shell binding systems, and every now and then you get some skiers that have that T-factor front with a kicker.
Yeah.
So it's it's kind of a preference thing, but generally speaking, most skiers are running that hard shell front binding and some sort of like kicker on the back.
Yeah, when I grew up skiing, it was everyone was going with the double boots and gone back to this kicker. It's interesting how it kind of evolves.
All right, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Dr. Kohlberg and Dr. Dower from Andrews Sports Medicine, and you guys got some special stuff going on today, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so we actually have Dr. Dower. He's a chiropractor with Pro Health Chiropractors, and so he's here to help out all our athletes. If anyone needs to get stretched out or looked at, do adjustments, anything like that, feel free to drop by. Likewise, I'm going to be here all day today and tomorrow, and so if anyone gets injured, hopefully not, but I'll be here to help them out.
Well, awesome, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I know fairly soon we're going to start seeing athletes on the table, and we'll come over and show you what these guys do. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, Zane, do you mind taking over for a little while? I mean, I feel like an adjustment right now.
Are announcers allowed to go get on the table too, or not?
I don't know. I luckily for me that I am an athlete, so I get the best of both worlds. But right now, eyes on the water. We got Ali Garcia. This is 35 off. She was looking good at that 32 off pass she just ran. Let's see what she's got as we bring her in the course here. Looking good around buoy number 1. This should still be a pretty much a warm-up pass for these ladies, just getting the feel of it. That 38 off is where we really start getting everything sped up, and we start seeing the bobbles and everything really happen. But Ali Garcia there looking pretty good there for 35 off.
All right, not looking bad at all on that particular pass, and seems to have found a nice little rhythm out there, and hopefully she can continue on with it. Ali Garcia, who won the Skier of the Day award over at San Gervasio, that award is sponsored by 2 new nutritional snacks, and with the performance that she produced there in San Gervasio, where she ended up on the podium via the head-to-head competition, it's not hard to see why.
Is that when she got to 39 to get that, or was that? I can't remember. But that was, to me, that was a big step for her this year. Is to she's been stuck around the 2 or so at 39. She's sort of negotiated 2, made 3, and once you sort of get into 3, a left foot forward skier, the pass is in sight.
Yeah, as a lefty, if you start getting a look at 3 ball, then you start going, okay, I can turn it, because, I mean, I know as a lefty, if we get there late, we still get the turn. It catches us at the next side. So, she'll start getting more confidence. The more confidence you get, the more, the better the look will be at 3 ball, and then she'll actually get to where she can turn it. So I agree with you too, Kyle. I think getting past that 2 ball, that's where a lot of skiers get stuck. Once you get to that 3, you start seeing, okay, hey, I can start getting down it. But she's going to have to run this pass here. This is 38 off if she wants to take a look at 39.
Here she comes. Good start on number 1 for our current Raging Cajun slalomer, the national champion in the collegiate ranks from last season. And she's good to go with a 6 buoy. Oh, whoa!
Almost too
almost biffed it through the exit gate, but managing to get round all 6.
Yeah, and I was kind of surprised that it ended up this way. Just like the start that Ali had here, the gate was awesome. She had a really good onside turn here, but you'll really see the product of the gate here as she turns 2, as that offside turn is a lefty, gets a big, awesome turn there at 2, and then we start seeing her. I think here at 4, she doesn't quite keep her outbound momentum, and she edge changes a little early, runs with the buoy, and you start seeing her go down course, and that's why we saw 4, 5, and 6 get a little bit dicey. But Allie managing it there and getting out the gates and holding onto that rope, and she's going to get to challenge the leader now.
For sure. She saw our first competitor go out and complete that 38 off pass, and she's just duplicated it. I agree, Zane. She absolutely killed the start of the pass. 1 and 2 was sensational. 3 wasn't too bad either. I think probably 4, 5 was that, hey, I've got this in the bag. Don't do too much to mess it up. She knew she's skiing with confidence right now. She's had a good season. She probably just kind of went a little bit defensive mode and maybe got herself in a little bit of trouble, but managed to make no errors and get through that pass, and has a shot here at 39 off. Let's see what she can do.
Coming to you live from Sweet Home, Alabama, this is Ali Garcia. 10.75 meters gets the 1. Does she make it outside buoy number 2? Yes, she does. Does she get a piece of 3? Well, she's certainly selling us on the 3.
I have a feeling she just squeaked inside it, but hey, that's a brilliant performance. She knew the lead was 1. She had a decent 1, scampered across and got around number 2 and made a play for number 3. So right up there with her best skiing ever there from Ali Garcia, and setting a great rhythm going into the second round later on today, and hopefully the finals tomorrow.
Just look at this round. I think she got 2 at least. Let's see if she can get round number 3. Not from my perspective.
Yeah, that'll be a no. We saw the buoy on the outside of the ski there. Skiers, the judges might go back and review that a couple of times, but definitely two full buoys, but extremely close to 3. So obviously she is in touch. Maybe looked like she didn't get a ton of angle. She keeps her upper body down the lake a little bit, and that works great out at the end of the turns. Kind of keeps the ski moving around her, but sometimes she lets herself get a little open and struggles to hold that power and direction across the lake. And maybe just lacked a little angle direction on the start of that pass lane.
Yeah, when she turned in a little bit there, Kyle, it looked like her line wasn't quite as tight as it had been on all the other gates, so she really didn't have quite as much to turn on, so I don't think she quite got the angle that she was getting earlier, but, again, she still got the hips rotated as she pulled, so it allowed her to get out of 1 ball and get over to 2 and actually make a play kind of looking at 3, what we were talking about right when she started skiing, so it's awesome to see her getting over to that 3 ball, and I expect her next round to make a couple adjustments and take a crack at it.
All right there. So that Malibu Response TXI, so far 3 skiers have been and gone. 2/3 of those competitors have gone into 10.75 minutes or 39.5 off, and the other skier getting at least halfway down, 38 off, 11.25 minutes. So I'd say that whatever adjustments they've made to that boat since this time last year are certainly working in the favor of our slalom skiers at this point. With that in mind, let's bring on our next competitor, originally out of Gallatin in Tennessee. This is Ali Nicholson.
All right, now I assume this is going to be our first skier in this women's prelim that goes out at 32 off, 13 meters. She does this all day long, every event. Doesn't really even matter what the conditions are. She chooses to start at 13. And she's had a season that she's been looking forward to for a long, long time. She's been working hard, hitting around deep 39, but finally this year she's surpassed that mark. She's run it a couple, 3 times. Zane, you know this lady on the water very, very well. What's she done different this year?
She's just, she's been working on her gait a little bit and working on her confidence and getting around skiing with, a bunch of other good skiers, and it's been really paying off for her this season. You're seeing it really, really work for her.
And let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Ali Garcia in the hot seat now as our new leader. So walk us through that 6 ball at 11 and the exit gate.
I have contacts, so when I get water in my eyes, I go really blind. And I went blind at 3 ball. So then I just really couldn't see anything, and I didn't see how much slack there was. And yeah, it just startled me. I thought I was definitely about to cartwheel, but luckily didn't. All is well. So yeah.
And 2 at 10.7 on the board, or we're going to have to go see the fellas at Andrews Sports Medicine after that? You all good?
No, I feel good. Luckily, did a good warm-up for once in my life, so I'm all right.
All right, good. Love the smile. 2 at 10.7 on the board. We'll see what she's got this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Well, probably more in need of an eye doctor rather than any kind of physical therapy. But there you go. That was Ali Garcia you just heard from. This is Ali Nicholson that we're seeing on the water at the moment. The San Gervasio women's slalom champion, and currently third, I believe, on the Waterski Pro Tour women's rankings thus far.
Yeah, well, we've been talking in the last couple of events kind of about Ali and kind of how she's been improving over the years and been so close to the 39. And to Zane about what's sort of changed. The other thing, she was sort of balancing a little bit of work and skiing the last couple of years. This year she's putting skiing first, I take it. She's traveled a lot to Europe and maybe making it more of a priority.
So last year was actually her first year to actually do that, where she was she's travel nursing, so she's working during the off season and then taking off during the summer to ski. So this is actually her second season of doing that. I think she's probably gotten a little bit more into the swing of things. I know in the off season, Ali really worked on her strength and cardio and stuff off of the water. So she's actually put on a little bit of weight and muscle mass, and you're starting to see that pick up and pick up into her skiing. But for sure that her working during the winter and then taking the summers off, having to where she can basically schedule her day around her skiing, has really helped her skiing in the last 2 years.
All right, already through 35 off, and as Chris Eller pilots the Malibu back around the turn island, she'll be coming back in. This is 38 off, 11.25. We've seen two skiers through this pass already. Will Ali be the third? Well, let's see in just a moment.
All right, then, here we go. Ali Nicholson, 11.25 meters.
She's a little down course out of one, but making her way into two, rocking back into it at three ball. So you kind of see maybe she had a little hiccup into the gate or something, but making an easy work of this 38 off pass here.
Yeah, maybe a little down course at the start of the pass, but riding confidence with her skiing so far, not panicking. She knows she just needs a couple of bigger turns or a couple of big, strong wake crossings. She gets a ton of speed across the wake, so I've always admired that about her skiing. She's light, she accelerates really well, so she can make up ground. So now she doesn't panic in some of her turns. So if she gets down course, it's not a problem, especially at 38 off.
And there we see our graphic explaining a little bit about the zero off, the letter and the number setting. The number setting is a pretty straightforward level of intensity, one lowest, three highest, and then the letter setting's a little bit more complex. But basically, the sooner the letter, the later the pole stays on you as you go across the wakes and set yourself up for your turn and subsequent attempt on the buoy.
And then this year, Ali, I know she does it for Syndicate. She's on the constructors team. As far as equipment changes, I know they come out with a new range for 2023-24. She on the same ski? Has she changed things up a little bit, Zane?
So I do know she had a little hiccup with her ski this week, so she's actually on a new ski. It's still just the Works 1. And she's been liking that ski. I've been riding the Works 2, so it's just kind of a personal preference thing. As you see her coming into 1, gets a pretty good 1. Works over 2. Can she get outside of 3? Gets the turn. Going to try to get to 4. And not quite able to get outside it, I don't think. But, you kind of see her. She didn't quite get the start she wanted there at 39, but you're seeing where her skiing's picking up, that she still is able to scrap out those couple of extra buoys and get herself the lead. But
yeah, pretty decent first round score. Similar sort of start to her 30 off pass. Just a little down course, and at 39, can't afford to be on the back foot from the start, can you?
Yeah, and she's been working on being a little bit faster at the gate turn-in, and to me it just looks like she's kind of losing that speed a little bit where she's been working on it, so it's kind of probably causing her not to get as much rotation because that speed's going to help the ski turn. So, she'll go take a look at that, and the great part about it is TWBC's got it where she can go get in the car and rewind it and take a look at it, and she'll take notes and she'll make adjustments for next round.
Indeed. So for those of you wanting to check out TWBC on the YouTube channel, why not to hit the subscribe button at the very top. That will allow you to participate in the live chat, and by hitting the bell icon at the same time, you'll be informed as the next time we go live. The TWBC YouTube channel available on most devices. All right, then, here we go. We've got coming into the course as we see the tail end of that instant replay for Ali Nicholson. This is the current world women's slalom champion coming to us out of North Bay in Canada. This is Jamie Bull.
All right, kicking it off at 13 meters, 32 off. Jamie coming out second to last at this event, even though she is the current tour leader. The way this event works is, I think it's the former 2022 champion is going to be the last off the dock, and that, of course, is Regina Jaquess. So she is our leader so far on the Pro Tour, but it's very open. It's got another couple of these events at the end of the year to decide things, and it's very close between Regina, Jamie, and Whitney.
All right, let's send it over to Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Miss Ali Nicholson, who is now in the hot seat as the leader. So walks through the 11, all good there?
Yeah, I mean, pretty good. I think I got on the tail a little bit into 2, so I told myself kind of coming into 4 to move up a little bit more. Overall, not a bad pass. Yesterday was kind of a day off. I think today was just kind of feeling it, getting the 9-hour car ride out of my system. But overall, pretty good. I think I just need to trust myself a little bit more there at 39, especially like coming into 3. I think I just waited a little long, went a little long, but overall, not too upset.
Now, that's some good coaching for you guys at home. Just sometimes you got to just trust it, right?
Definitely, yeah. Sometimes I just don't move out quite the same way, so got to trust myself a little bit more.
We'll see you do it this afternoon, hopefully into that 10-2 pass. Back to you guys.
Yes, indeed. Ali Nicholson there with some comments on her performance out there. That kind of reminds me of a Stone song, you can't always get what you want, but eventually you get what you need. Here we go. On the water, Jamie Bull. Running with Alpha 2, which seems to be her consistent setting no matter which boat she skis behind. Looking good. Looking strong. And, yeah, 6 buoys there. That is on 12 meters.
Yeah, looking strong. Jamie Bull always looks strong on the water is kind of my opinion of her skiing. She just locks in there, as with most of these skiers, but behind the boat, she is rock solid, keeps a pretty compact position, always connects out of each turn, never loses her hips, when the pull comes from that boat, and which is why she's such a consistent performer.
Yeah, and you were asking about the the HO skis with the constructors cup coming on, but Jamie is also one of the HO skiers, and she's riding that Works 02. So both skis are great. They have a little bit different characteristics. And, I think Ali really likes that the Works 1 turns really well under the buoy. And, Jamie likes how the Works 2 is working off of the second wake going into the buoy. So, that's just something to point out on those different ski shapes. And since we were just kind of talking about it, it is kind of cool to point out that you got 2 HO skiers and they're riding 2 different skis.
And what a team that you saw on your board, coupled with Will Asher. And I think, are they leading the construction champion this year? So.
Wow. They are, and by a long way as well. Yes, as you can see.
592 miles ahead. D3 coming in second, followed by Good. So we're at 38 off here, though. This is starting to get to the business end of her set. Intensity always turns up here as the rope doesn't reach it out around the buoy. She hasn't got the fastest 1. She won't panic at 2, and settling into a rhythm now 3 and 4. And as I said, back on time. Yeah, no problems here for Jamie Bull as she navigates around 5 and 6. But didn't have a great start, Zane.
Yeah, that was a little uncharacteristic of Jamie turning 1 ball. It kind of looked like she didn't let the ski get under. We'll have to take a look at the replay and see kind of what happened. But, again, Jamie's a strong skier, so she makes up ground going to 2. And then by the time she's back at 3 ball, she's, back in that pass, which is a hard thing to do at 38 off. But take a look here as she comes to the gate. She looks pretty good going through, and then you just kind of see she brings the handle to that inside hip. It doesn't go to the outside, so the ski never really goes under the line, and then she's having to work to get it under. So, but then as she makes it through the pass, she starts creating space with the hips and in front of the buoy, and now coming into 4, I think this is where you pointed out she's back on time and good to go.
And also looking at Jamie Bull now on her way back from Europe, her ski bag and the skis that were contained within it got completely destroyed. So basically the ski that she's on, she hasn't been riding very much in the last few weeks. And maybe she's not 100% dialed in with what that ski can do in particular situations.
Maybe not 100%, but maybe 95. Last weekend, she just improved each round and got won at 41 in the final to put some pressure on Regina. Let's see her here at 39, though. An easy 38 in the books. Does a similar sort of thing at number 1 ball, so she's going to be a little bit later here at 2. Big 2 ball. Hopefully she can figure out her rhythm. That's a better 3. She's on time here at 4. Well, she is on time at 5, and another 6 boys as she goes around.
Yes, sir. Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah,
I think she's familiar with that ski.
Yeah, no, that pass was nice. I bet you she's just like what you're seeing with our other skiers. She's having something a little off with the gates, and that's catching her at 1. But I mean, yeah, she looks like she's familiar with the ski. That 2 ball basically said it all. She turned 2 and said, "I'm going to run it," and it was just she was just cruising from there. A little slow turn out of 1. You see the handle come to the inside hip, so the ski doesn't go into the line. But then here she gets that good onside turn, and boom, she's back into that 39 off pass.
Yeah, being a right foot forward skier, obviously it's her offside at number 1, and you see a lot of righties do that. They have a strong gait, but on these hard passes, sometimes get a little bit of a stop or a pause at number 1, and then they let rip on number 2, and after that they're in the rhythm for the pass and they're away. But 6 boys, and our first skier having a shot at 41. Great to see. Let's see if she can her best 2 at 41.
Yes, it's 2 at 41, and that is a quarter of a buoy shy of the Canadian national women's slalom record, which is currently being held at this time by Whitney McClintock-Rini on 2 1/4. Let's see what she can get. If she can get a large enough chunk out of number 3, we could be on for a Canadian women's national slalom record. Here we go. This is Jamie Ball, round number 1, not getting the hook up, and 1 buoy at 10.25 meters is going to be it, but it's enough to take the lead. With 1 skier remaining, it is Jamie Ball.
Yeah, no room for error there at 41 off. Different kettle of fish. We saw a slight mistake at 39 at 1 ball, but she settled back into a rhythm. Here, I think, looking from the angle from the boat, definitely narrow on the gate, and then had to kind of pull along to number 1 just to squeak around it. Didn't have the rope there and settled in. But she's pretty happy, I think. She's found her timing. A lot of them come and said, hey, I got to figure out my gates, and she definitely got better and better. She's run 39, round number 1. She has a second round later on, I think after the men's, to sort of set up her seating for the final tomorrow. I think she'd be pretty happy with the way she's performing.
Yeah, and you're right, Kyle. She was narrow and then hopping off the line a little early coming into 1. So no room for error at that 41 off pass, but she for sure will be happy coming in with the with that lead and putting that score out there for our top skier, Regina.
And there's our leaderboard stacking up. It's Jamie Bull on top, 1 at 41, followed by Ali Nicholson, 3 at 39. Ali Garcia, 2 at 39. Alice Bagnoli, 1 at 39. And Karen Trulove, 3 at 38. And our final competitor leaving the dock here in just a moment. She'll be choosing 13 meters, 32 off. And she has won this event. We're figuring well more often than she hasn't. She's been doing it for Malibu, and she's been doing it for good skis for a number of years, and she's been on top of the podium of pretty much every major event the world has to offer. So Regina Jaquess leaving the dock. You heard her talking before with Wade. She's been instrumental in helping organize this event over the last 15 years and doing a great job on the water as well as off the water.
All right, so Regina Jaquess, without a doubt, the greatest of all time so far as women's slalom skiing is concerned. Multiple-time world record holder. She is the current world record holder. Multiple-time world champion. Will be looking to try and regain that title come October. A mercurial athlete. Here we go. Regina Jaquess, pass number 1. This is 13 meters.
Maybe some similarities with the way Jamie skis here. Zane, as we go through these earlier passes, we get a little time to just kind of sit back and admire the techniques and kind of what they do so well on the water. Your thoughts on Regina's strengths, her weaknesses, comparisons with the other skiers in the women's division?
Yeah, let's go chat with Wade, and then we can talk about that here in a minute, Kyle. But first, we'll go to Wade's World.
Hey guys, another change in the hot seat. Now we've got Miss Jamie Bull here. So, Jamie, walk us through that 10-7 first. That was a great-looking pass near the end.
Yeah, near the end for sure. The start was a little rough. I'm having a hard time on my gates here. I don't really know what's going on, so I'm going to regroup for second round. But yeah, kind of a tough gate one situation and then have to deal with it after that. So at 39, it was fine. I was able to make up time, and it felt like a really solid pass, which finally kind of starting to feel a little better, which is nice. But yeah, just hard at 41 when your gate's not great and coming into one with loose line. So yeah.
Well, we're going to see her make those changes this afternoon and put up some big scores at 10-2. Back to you, Tony.
Well, she does tend to have a little bit more to say after the event so far as performances go. Tries to stay a little bit conservative with her comments before she goes out. But that's Jamie Bull for you. Here we go. This is Regina Jaquess.
So yeah, 35 off, 12 meters. Just showing us how easy she can run this pass. But, you know, these athletes always, you know, it looks like easy warm-up passes, but it's not. They're actually really focused on their keys. They're trying to set a rhythm. They're trying to figure out the gates, figure out what the conditions are doing that day, and really sort of set a tone that they want to take through the harder passes, the 38 and 39.
Yeah, and then on top of that too, they're trying to get the driver into rhythm with their pull and their turn, because I mean every skier is not hitting the boat at the exact same time. So these first couple passes, we're going to go, hey, this is kind of where it's at, and we're going to pick up that intensity each pass, so the driver kind of knows, okay, hey, we're going to pick them up here, to keep the boat in the right spot. But you know, you were kind of asking about Jamie and Regina. The one thing that I think those two skiers do so well is that no matter what happens at the end of the turn, the next move is to put the line on the other side of the hip, get the ski under it, and create angle. And so with them being so strong, they're able to maneuver the ski into those positions where you see like a not so strong skier, like Allie Nicholson for say, she isn't quite strong enough to move the ski that well. She's going to have to depend on the ski doing it a little sooner, so she's got to do things into the buoy a little different.
All right, then, rocking and rolling. We've got Regina Jaquess coming into the course. Looks like our live chat is been populated with some decent messages coming through at this time.
Regina, 11.25. She's opting for B1, and by the sounds of it, saying you're talking fundamentals there. It looks like, you know, weight crossings to me is the building blocks of great slalom skiing, and they definitely have that every single time, locked in behind the boat to create the space. And then, you know, if there are mistakes to be made in the turns, they've got time, they've got room, they've got space, and they can make up ground on the next weight crossing.
Yeah, and that's been a lot of the things that I've been talking with the people that I coach is that your turns are all going to come from your weight crossing. So when you see somebody that gets a really big slam dunk turn, their hips and the ski is actually going, you know, basically perpendicular to the boat, which is then going to promote the ski to come back that way. You're not seeing a lot of skiers that are running down course getting a big slam dunk turn that's actually efficient into the next buoy. It's all coming from what they're doing behind the boat, and I think Regina is textbook at that move, you know, going into the turn, and that allows the ski to come up under her.
We were talking about a little bit of this last week, weren't we, Tony? That we don't see the slam dunks anymore. We're hoping to see some from somebody here and there, but no more slam dunks from any of our competitors.
Yeah, and that zero off, the way it works, when you do drop a shoulder and grab on, the boats are a different breed now. I mean, I grew up on perfect pass, and you sometimes when you're late, you put your elbow in the water, crank a turn, and you can hold on and get to the other side. Now the way zero off does is it basically pulls harder and harder. And it gets you into positions that you don't want to be in, and you sometimes see that, but these skiers are usually pretty good to stay out of it. But right now we've got Regina. She's going to need to run this passes 39 off if she's going to want to challenge our leader Jamie Bull with 1 at 41. As we take a look, she comes into the gates.
Here she comes, the current women's world slalom record holder with 4.5 at 10.25 meters. Actually set that record almost 4 years ago right here at Lyman Land. And let's see if she can make it through 39. Oh, yeah. No two ways about it.
So our second competitor through 39 off. And I know Regina has been stuck at 2 for a little while now. She's got a bunch of 2s on the board, 2 at 41. But she's been in practice, turning 1 and 2 good enough to get down the lake. And I know she wants to do that right here at Lyman Land behind her favorite boat. and try and get a performance somewhere close down the lake, maybe venturing closer to that 4 or 5 ball where her current world record stands.
Yeah, and she had an awesome start there. I mean, that was a good one. If she could get the same start here, we'll be looking to see her get that turn at 2. We'll see if she can keep the gates. She looks pretty dialed in. I assume Regina's been here and skied a little bit this week, so definitely had some practice and probably feeling good about her ski rides.
So Regina Jaquess getting ready for a 10.25 meters, and in the last 10 attempts on the women's world slalom record, she has her name attached to them 9 times.
So she's moved it really from 2, is it basically, right through to 4.5? Is that correct? Or
should I do that in more like a Ferris Bueller's voice, 9 times?
Yeah.
Okay, 41 off for Regina Jaquess. Let's get behind her here. Let's hope for a score in excess of 3 or down the lake a little ways at this very extremely short 41 off pass.
Here we go, folks. 10.25. The start is critical. Round number 1. She'll get a piece of 2 and will take the lead as a result, but she's a little bit back into number 3. She gets round number 3 to the wakes, and she has a season's best score and puts her in the lead. Great skiing from Regina Jaquess. 3 at 10.25 meters.
Yeah, and you could tell here when she turned into the gates that she was going to get the 1 ball that she wanted. She had the line tight. She turned under. It wasn't heavy. Ski moved under the line. She had really good approach into 1, and you could tell she was going to get a look at 2. Regina dialed in, hitting her gates right. We've seen all of our other skiers look like they're struggling, but, here you go. She's got it and actually gives herself a play on 3, and that's a big score against these ladies. She's the only competitor that has made it to 3 ball. That's big for Regina here.
No, that's an exceptional performance. I'm excited because last weekend we saw some great women's slalom skiing, but they all started a little slower. The first round they're kind of working things out. We've come off the dock here and some huge scores straight away. A 3 at 41. We've got Jamie Bull sitting not far behind with a 1 at 41, and some of those other skiers into 39. So big things to come in the women's slalom round 2 and onto the finals tomorrow. But that's Regina, and I don't think she's been to past 3 ball maybe since she had her knee injury a couple years ago.
Yeah, it's been a little while, so it's great to see Regina getting back. And as we take a look at our leaderboard, you've got Regina at the top with 3 at 41, Jamie Bull in second with 1 at 41, Allie Nicholson in third, 3 at 39, Allie Garcia 2 at 39, Liche Bagnoli 1 at 39, and then Karen Trulove rounding it out, 6th place with 3 at 38 off.
And let's not forget that if that 3 at 10.25 meters is not superseded between now and the end of the competition, then Regina Jaquess would automatically get 2 points for having the best score in the competition on the Waterski Pro Tour rankings. All right, there. With that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, guys, here with a new leader in the hot seat. And so, Miss Regina Jaquess, when's the last time you got to 3 at a pro event?
Oh, it's been a while. I actually have been stuck at 2 ball all season, so that kind of opens up a lot of doors, I think, for me mentally, because I've just been a ton of 2s. So feels great. The Malibu feels great. So thanks to everybody that put this event on, the officials, Lyman. Thanks for having us, and I look forward to the second round.
Well, so let's talk about sort of the feeling. I was a righty like you. The sort of exhilaration that you get when you know you're going to swing out of 2 and you're coming into 3.
I know. When you get hooked up out of 2, it's almost a little bit tough because you can overpower into 3, and I kind of did that a little bit, so I ended up too hot into it, but I was like, I need to get a 3 this year. So, no, as a righty, you come out of 2, you kind of, if you can hook up right, you're turning 3, right? So hopefully that will happen next round.
Well, it was super exciting. I mean, wow, what a event. 5 to 6 already right into 10-7.
No, it's so awesome to see the girls, pretty much all of them getting down 38. There was just one mishap, so I think everybody's going to run 38 next round, and we'll see mid 39s for sure. That this site, the boat, everything's feeling so amazing. The girls are all strong and fit and looking great, and I'm just excited to be part of with them.
Well, awesome. We can sort of tell in her voice how excited she is. So, yeah, we can't wait to see them on the water again this afternoon. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Wade, and also a big thanks to Zane Nicholson. He's taken his leave so that he can prepare for his slalom ride out there. And some great skiing And here at the 2023 Malibu Open, coming to you from the Druid city of Tuscaloosa. And when we return, we will have the men's slalom opening round next.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
I'm involved with the Flow Point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
Tuscaloosa is Alabama's ultimate sports destination and a place for outdoor enthusiasts to thrive. It's a community rooted in history and one that's on the cusp of a burgeoning art scene too. Tuscaloosa is vibrant, it's charming, and it's familiar. Its people welcome you with open arms and warm hellos into a community that's tied together. Tuscaloosa is our home.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. What I really love about this place is that we get a chance to ski in a big natural lake right behind me with a perfect course. Also, we have a chance to go 10 minutes away to a perfect man-made lake where conditions are always perfect. The boat, the drivers are always top level. The weather is always perfect.
All right there, welcome back to continuing live coverage here at the 2023 Malibu Open, coming to you from Tuscaloosa in Alabama. All right there, here we go. We've got the full leaderboard for the women's competition with 3 at 10.25 meters. We've got Regina Jaquess there. 2 buoys a little bit back is Jamie Ball, our only other competitor to run 10.75 meters. Ali Nicholson with 3 at 10.75. On that same line length, Ali Garcia, then Alicia Bagnoli on 1, and 3 at 11.25 meters concludes the names that we see on the leaderboard.
Tony, we started the event this morning, 8 a.m. with some awesome trick skiing. The guy that's on the dock right now, he kicked it off for us, close to 12,000 points. Then we moved into some women's slalom and some of the best scores we've seen all year, pretty much there, with Regina getting to 3 at 41. Now we're switching gears back to the men's slalom. And kicking off going to be a couple of overall skiers. You know, we've got this overall event going on at the same time. And our start list appearing on your screen right now. Jake Abelson, he's one of those guys. He's slalom tricking and jumping. A young guy that is absolutely a bit of a phenom in the tricks, but also gets the job done well in slalom and jump. Followed by Adam Corber. He's going to be out early. He's a slalom specialist. He's been out of action for a little while, but back into it now. Martin Labra, he's the overall skier. Hunter Duffy, Benjamin Lutz. We're seeing some skiers, you know, some collegiate skiers right here from the University of Alabama that'll be competing today. And then moving into Toby Georges. And then you see the tail end of it. That's where we get into our top guys. Robert Hazel, Cole McCormick, Robert Hazelwood, Thomas De Gasperi, Dane Meckler, Freddie Winter, Nate Smith, and Will Asher, our champion from last year. There's 20 skiers in this men's slalom prelim. And what an exciting event we have to come. Austin Rogers behind the wheel. Everyone knows the name of Jeff Rogers, Tony. That's his son doing the job today in the Malibu response.
And you know what's just as good, if not a little bit better, than having the Malibu boat and the TXI response it's having that boat looking in its pristine condition. And courtesy of Babe's Boat Care, we've got the full boat kit here that you can find out more about by going to babesboatcare.com. We've got the Babes boot butter. That's a binding lube right there. Looking at this pack once again. What do we have here? Marine vinyl conditioner. That keeps the upholstery. That keeps your upholstery there in the pristine condition. Another spray bottle, and it contains a water spot remover. Now that's quite a common thing, especially if you're skiing in hardish water with a lot of calcium in there. So the water spot remover will take care of that. Another spray bottle among the many. We've got some spray wax cleaner as well. That will keep your boat nice and shiny. What else have we got here? Marine vinyl and upholstery cleaner. That will do the job for the day-to-day conditioning of your boat. But we got the big boogachoo right here. We've got the Babes Boat Bright. It is a spray wax cleaner, and to round it all off, we've got the absorbent towel, that would the microfiber towel that will help you keep that boat in its pristine condition. All of these products are courtesy of Babes Boat Care as part of their big bucket here of boat care products. You can find out more by going to babesboatcare.com, and you can't help but be impressed with the range of products right here to help keep your boat in the best condition possible.
For sure, that kit there right there's got it all. And you guys at home all spend a lot of money on your boats. Look into babesboats.com and get the kit to keep them maintained and looking pristine.
All right, so about to take to the water, we've got Jake Abelson coming to us out of New Hampshire from the Granite State.
All right, this guy, he's 16 years of age, just been, like I said earlier, he's the future of trick skiing. He's over 12,000 points at such a young age, introducing a ton of new flips into his regimen, but also a very, very strong slalom skier. He's getting his feet wet in the slalom event and this overall competition. Still young. He's battling against some of the hardened professionals, like Joe Poland and Martin Coleman, that'll be out after him here in a little bit. So he's got his work cut out for him in the overall, especially since he jumps at a kind of a slower speed, lower ramp height. But he's got something to prove, and I think he's going to be competing at the Worlds, not just in tricks. He got a third place in 2021, but he's going to be competing in overall at the Worlds here in a few weeks. So very handy in all three events. Jake Abelson starting at 14, 28 off, and as you can see, knows how to ride a slalom ski too.
Looking in very, very good shape out there, and yeah, I mean, he certainly knows his way around the slalom ski. He certainly knows his way around the trick ski. And actually, when it comes to actually coaching up people riding the trick ski and transitioning into the remaining two events, that was the subject of a conversation that I had with Richard Abelson yesterday as we recorded an episode for the TWBC podcast. You can actually listen to that episode right now on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and Google Podcasts, or wherever you choose to listen to your podcasts. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Well, hey, Tony, it's always such a cool place to be down on the start dock. And we got a couple gentlemen coming up that we haven't seen. Mr. Adam Caldwell, we're welcoming him back, as I've heard quite a few people have said that. And then Martin Labra, 17-year-old, skiing his first pro men's. So, yeah, this is the place to be. Can't wait. Back to you.
All right, definitely looking forward to seeing what Adam Caldwell can do. He's been largely absent for the best part of this season, so we'll see what he can do out there. We've got to Jake Abelson, and this is 13 meters, 32 off, or 43 feet of line.
Yeah, Jake Abelson making this one look pretty easy too. So this guy really, and thanks to his parents who are both skiers, really has done things kind of theoretically the right way. He's really focused on his tricks when he's been younger. And a lot of you see that with a lot of skiers. When you're young, you can learn some of the basic toes and hand tricks, get that sort of your fundamentals down, and then kind of work on the slalom and jump as you get stronger and older. So he's done it right. His tricks are great, and he's improving in the slalom and the jump.
All right, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, our first chat with Thomas de Gasperi this weekend, a former world champion, Moomba champion, Masters champion, Italian, European, but that Malibu Open championship was pretty sweet as well, huh?
Yeah, I got to win 2 of them, and I've been spending my summer in Italy, and happy to be back. Conditions are great. The boat performs at the best. I got to ride it on Wednesday, so I think DK and Malibu did a pretty perfect job for this event, and I'm looking forward to go out there and try to be myself.
No, we're way looking forward to seeing it. We're happy to have you back. Back to you guys.
All right, and this competition brought to you by Malibu Boats, along with Masterline Ropes, Grunt, Andrew Sports Medicine, Good Carbon Technologies, Babes Boat Care, Rambo Marine, Vulcan, and Red Baron on the water at the moment. At this time is Jake Abelson, and this is his attempt on the 12-meter line.
Yeah, 35 off for Jake, and he's taken a bit of an early fall there. He's dumped it in around number 2. That's uncharacteristic for him. Like I said, his slalom has been improving steadily over the last few years, and he's been securing performances around 3 at 38 off, maybe even just getting a little bit deeper. But unfortunately, maybe it's the pressure of the event. It's one of the first sort of pro overall tournaments, I guess, or pro slalom tournaments he's done. And he knew he wanted a big score here in slalom to go well with his trick score and set him in good stead for the overall. Maybe trying a little bit too much there, Tony, at 2.
Yeah, and I mean, once you get early enough and get into a decent rhythm off the entrance gates and into number 1, you really just want to try and keep that going. But unfortunately, he didn't have enough resistance behind the boat off number 1, and he ended up drawing himself too early and on the inside of buoy number 2. And the only thing that he could do at that point is to try and go for a Hail Mary turn in an attempt to stay with the course.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Jake. I mean, the kid's got more balance than anything. Like so to see him go down in that turn, he obviously was a little bit narrow on his approach in and tried for a little bit too much. Had to try and make up a little bit ground. So our first skier, 1.5 at 35. He's got the lead. We're going to see a little bit of an intensity shift here as our next skier takes the water. Adam Caldwell, we're welcoming him back from a bit of a break from pro skiing. I believe he was a little ill for a while, actually quite seriously ill, and it is absolutely fabulous to see him back. And he's seated out early because he hasn't skied too many events, hasn't got the performances, but definitely not where he's going to end up after today.
All right, let's see what he's got. Adam Caldwell out of Charleston in the Palmetto State of South Carolina. And that hurts. That sound you heard in the background is actually our tow handle measuring device. Thomas de Gasperi checking his handle to see if it's within tolerance. We're enough to spare to ensure that if the line does stretch a little bit, it will still be in tolerance by the time he leaves the water. Here we go, Adam Caldwell on that Denali slalom ski. And just easing his way through the opening pass, the more dynamic version of Adam Caldwell will come into play once he gets beyond this. All right, and with that, let's check in with Wade.
So you guys already watched and know who this guy is, who helps us out here on the webcast. And obviously you're getting ready to get your game on out here, but you got something good going down, ULM recruiting weekend coming up.
Yeah, no, we got recruiting weekend coming up October 7th and 8th. So if you're interested in the school, we'd love to have you come out, check out the school. We're going to do some skiing, got a football game going that weekend. So got a lot of big things planned for coming up in the college season. So we look forward to having people come out and check out the school.
So ULM water ski coach and pro skier, we're going to see him out there ripping it soon. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you there. And yeah, we'll certainly look forward to seeing him at the Collegiate Nationals, which will take place between October the 26th and October the 28th in Zachary, Louisiana, the home of Bennett's Waterski and Wakeboard School. You can find out more by going to ncwsa.com and also to skibennett.com. All right there, folks. Skier on the water at this time is Adam Caldwell, riding that Denali.
Our current lead, Jake Abelson, went down round 2 ball, so 1.5 unofficially. Adam Caldwell right here surpasses that as he approaches across to 3. Another pretty easy warm-up pass. He's decided to go out at 13. I think most of the slalom skiers after him will do the same. Maybe a couple of the overall skiers will choose to go out at the slightly longer 14. But all these pro skiers usually starting off at 32 off. Some of them going out at 35. We're seeing that a lot of that in the professional events in the second round and in the finals. Minimum starts being lifted to 12 meters. But Adam making short work of that. And, you know, welcoming him back, and he's looking good.
Yeah, looking good, looking real good. Adam Caldwell, who helps design and construct the Denali slalom ski out of their shop in Trophy Lakes in Charleston, South Carolina.
Yeah, the spectators at home will, and yeah, watching the webcast probably notice, you know, there's quite a difference in the shape of the ski he's riding. You know, the Denali ski a lot flatter than you'll see some of these other ones out here. A very quick ski, gets across course extremely fast, aggressive ski, and Adam Caldwell riding it well. He's an aggressive skier. He's definitely can handle the extra little bit of speed and seems to be able to manage it extremely well. And I've seen some big scores from this guy. I'm not sure if he's been on too many podiums at pro events, maybe a couple here and there. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's been pretty high enough to actually make it onto a podium on 1 or 2 occasions. We'll double check on the stats right now. One thing I know that he has been fairly consistent through 11.25 meters for as long as I have seen him perform at this level. We'll see if he is that consistent here and now.
Well, that looks like he's managed a big number 5 ball, but like I said, this guy's strong and he can hold on to a lot out of the backside of the turns. And 5 ball, although he got in deep, you know, he just has got a gorilla grip on that handle and didn't let it go. And across to number 6, 6 buoys at 11.25. He's in the lead so far. Let's watch his gate setup. I want to say he ekes out pretty easily on that gate. He doesn't really do too much. It doesn't get super high on the boat, but then really turns in and applies a lot of pressure to get him out for number 1. It kind of have a different gate shot than some of our other skiers, but seems to work very, very well for Adam.
Well, he definitely needs to get a little higher on the boat, starting with this next pass. It's going to be 10.75 meters, and certainly the struggle is real whenever you get to this line length. You know, just managing the speed and managing the width and angle going cross course to keep you very, very much in the game is the name of the game. So, as we get ready for Adam Caldwell, just a big shout out to the good folks that are chatting right now. Tom Paul, I see there on the list there of comments. Kelvin Kelm, who's communicating to us out of Sacramento in California, where he is helping to webcast the IWWF Adaptive World Waterski Championships, and we look and wishing the best of luck with that.
Adam Caldwell coming back in. This is 39 off. He knows he's going to need to get through this to have any sort of chance of sort of getting through to our final. He's got a super number 1 ball. Here's the offside. He sucks it up well. He's on time at number 3. Big 3. He is killing this pass here. A bit slow at number 4, but I expect a big 5. He dumps in. Unfortunately, guys, it's 4.5 for Adam. He was killing his 1.35 side, losing a little bit at 2.4, but I thought he was going to make that pass. 4.5 at 39. Unofficially, he's got our lead. Let's see it there on the replay. Tony, what do you reckon? I thought his 1 ball was amazing.
He just absolutely crushed it, and he crushed it hard as well off buoy number 1. And I mean, he got good angle, he got good width, and everything looked to be pretty good off the first couple of buoys. But this is where his lack of tournament sets at this level in recent times came back to really bite him a little bit. And You know, he tried to safety check on number 5, but it was a split second too late, and in the water he goes on 4.5.
We might get one more replay. Yeah, here we go, from the boat. And like we said, the start was brilliant. Still a narrow gate, but didn't affect his one ball whatsoever, and 2 ball was pretty handy too for his offside. You'll watch here as we get closer to number 3. Let's watch his 2 ball. That was nice, tidy, sucks up the rope a little bit. 3 to 4, Tony. Here we go. 3 to 4. He hooks up well and gets a funny little bounce right at the wakes there. Loses the handle to the inside, and suddenly he's on a bit of a narrow path, loses the line, and that's when you get in trouble. He was still fighting. I thought he had it in him to hold on to that 5 ball, but unfortunately, 4.5. It was that wake crossing. You saw him bouncing around a little bit at 38 off, and it just got him there at 39.
And a good few of our competitors are in the tent right now. We're just trying to get settled in and relax before they head out into the water. We just saw Robert Hazelwood there along with a few of his compadres. But on the water right now, coming to us out of Chile and skiing out of the Lago Los Moros facility just outside Santiago, it is Martin Labra.
Yep, and he didn't go great in the trick event. Hopefully he can kind of make up a little ground in the slalom. We're going to talk a little bit more about Martin's prowess as an overall skier here pretty shortly. Let's hear from Wade first.
Hey guys, here with Fred Winter, and Fred, you've won a bunch of titles over your career, and happy to have a Malibu Open on the resume as well, huh?
Yeah, 2017, long time ago. It was a good month, I think. I won a bunch of tournaments that month, but yeah, want to come back and win it again. It's been a long time since I had a good. I came second last year, but before that, between 2017 and last year, it was an absolute disaster every time. So I'm on the up, hopefully.
Yeah, and I was fortunate enough to watch you practice yesterday. All went well?
Yeah, decent enough. I mean, yeah, just adapting and trying to figure some things out. It's going to be, I think it's going to be some good scores today. Great skiers here. The place is a great place to ski, and yeah, let's go see how it goes.
Yeah, we can't wait, man. We're going to see him up in a few hours. Back to you guys.
And there we go. Good to hear and see from Freddie Winter, who also talked with me for an episode of the TWBC podcast. You can check that out on Spotify and the Google and Apple Podcasts, or wherever else you choose to listen to your podcasts, as part of the On Tour with Freddie Winter strand. And check it out. On the water, we've got Martin Labra from Chile. All right, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with our leader, Mr. Adam Caldwell, and first of all, welcome back, Adam. And man, you had that 10-7 going. Me and nobody else on the dock was betting against you. What happened there?
I'm not sure. I changed boat settings a couple times out there because, you know, I didn't get a practice set yesterday, and just trying to get my feet wet, feel the water out. It carries a little bit more than Trophy where I ski at. Felt really, really good, almost too good. And I think it caught me off a 3. I just got way too much direction to 4 and kind of came out of it and lost my swing and just got out of rhythm. But be able to make a correction for the next round for sure.
No, good. Well, man, it was super fun to watch. I know you're a crowd favorite, and everybody loved that 1 and 3. You were already sort of back to Adam.
Yep. Yeah, it felt good. Like I said, it felt great. Kind of too good.
All right, good deal. We're going to see him rip at this tomorrow, second round. Back to you guys.
I'll actually be curious to find out what he started with so far as his 0 setting, what he changed it to two times during the course of that set. That's rather unusual.
Yeah, it can be. Like I said, he didn't get a practice set, so we'll talk a bit more about that after we watch Martin's 12-meter pass. He is out here really for the overall skiing. You know, he knows it's to make the top 8, to get into the final after 2 rounds. It's going to be a big, big ask. You know, he's going to have to, ski maybe a pass better than his personal best. I know he's run 38 off in a tournament. He's just run 35. He's a little hit and miss at 38 of late. It's definitely, he's capable. He's a sensational slalom skier when he's on. So hopefully he can find his form, get him through 38, and post a big slalom score for the overall. To make the final, I don't think he's too worried about that right now. He's just focusing on his overall score for this event and kind of the lead up for the World Champs.
All right then. So this was the 12-meter line, and now getting ready for 38 off, 11.25 meters. great technique, as you would imagine an overall skier would have.
Yeah, and he's trained by the guys down in Chile, the Miranda family, who have been instrumental in developing the Chilean junior and their national program. He's Tanguy Bennett, another top coach that works exclusively with these guys, and so he's had a lot of help in his short career so far, and that's why he's got such strong fundamentals in all three events, and we expect big things from him in the years to come. Great to hear all these skiers coming in. We heard the woman come in. Hey, things feel great on the water. You saw Adam come off the dock. He didn't get a practice, so he was playing with settings a little bit, but he said everything feels good. Tony, I'm expecting some big things in this slalom event coming up, especially from the guys who got a practice in yesterday and kind of found their footing. And this is Martin Labra. He's got a brilliant number 1 ball. He's early here for 2. He's a little bit slow out of 2 as he sits to his back foot and just skips inside. He's not happy with himself. I thought he had a great start, but as you can see, 38 off. Some of these slalom skiers make 38 off look pretty easy, but it's a hard time. It's short. And, one little error there for him at 2 ball, and it was all over for Martin Labra. So let's watch the replay. Look at his 1 ball. Got his gates, got his 1. That's tight. Connected to the rope. Beautiful approach across to 3, but just didn't commit there at the backside of 3. And, coming a little bit early there, coming a little narrow there at number 3. So not the best day so far for Martin. I know he's looking forward to jumping a little bit later on today, and he'll be back out there for us in tricks and slalom tomorrow. Jumping, he's put his speed up to 57. He's come out of the juniors. He's a junior world jump champion. He's a junior world overall champion. But he's got to, he needs those few years just to kind of earn his stripes, you would say, into the pro ranks.
Let's notwithstand the fact that Martin Labra has just made selection for the World Championships coming up very soon, and also the Pan American Games, which are hosted by the Chileans over in Santiago de Chile. No doubt we'll be trying to get the support of an entire nation behind him as they host the second largest multi-sports games that are in existence. All right, then, here we go, folks. This on the water is Hunter Duffy.
All right, 20 skiers in this men's slalom prelim. And in these early positions, a few skiers that I'm not as familiar with. I think this guy does a little skiing here. Is that right? He goes to school.
Yes, he does.
Around University of Alabama. So it's great to see some of these collegiate skiers taking a little look at pro events. This is probably their home site. They're familiar with this setup and the conditions here, so it's a good entry for them into the pro events, and we're going to see a lot of them out back in the jump event later on too.
Yes, making light work of 30 meters, and with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with Martin Labra, and Martin, you're 17 years old, skiing in your first pro men's slalom event. What's it like, sort of hanging around the dock when you see Fred Winter, Nate Smith, Thomas de Gasperi?
Yeah, I just admire them a lot. They're like my idols, so I'm very happy to be here, very excited to ski here with all the best skiers, and yeah, great experience.
It is. It's actually a learning experience as well, sort of getting used to the emotions and the fact that you're sort of starstruck right on the dock.
Yeah, I didn't ski my best, but yeah, happy to be here with the best skiers in the world, so yeah, just happy.
Yeah, we're happy to have him here as well. Got to see him trick as well. He'll be tricking again tomorrow and slaloming tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right. And good to hear from Martin there. He might be starstruck on the slalom dock, but definitely not on the trick dock. He is the star on the trick dock, and we're going to see him back out there tomorrow morning. 12,000 point tricker. And, he has run 38 off, so very handy slalom skier too.
And one of the very few people that actually has his own trick ski.
Oh, does he really? Jeez.
Yes, he does. The new 12K trick ski JB plus Tinjo KD model.
All right, Hunter Duffy on the water, coming back 35 off. He is looking on time here. A little bit of a mishap, maybe around 3. Put him down course a touch. Maybe skiing a little bit cautiously. I don't know how many pro events this guy has entered into in his career so far, but maybe looked a little bit kind of nervous there, a little cautious as he was running that pass. Looked easy for him. But some of these guys, just as they're entering into the pro level, they want to just make sure they're seeing consistency, so they don't kind of let rip until they get the line shortened up a little bit here at, like, say, 38 and 39.
All right, then, as we continue to roll right along, and just enough time for me to tell you about Grunt. Now, I don't know whether you've had any contractual work done to your house or anything like that, or that kind of thing. But probably one of the most frustrating things that comes up is whenever a guy like an electrician or a contractor comes to your home, has a look, and then spends the next 3 hours going into town to get like electrical and carpentry supplies and all that kind of stuff before he even begins to either drive a nail or connect any electrics in your house. Well, Grunt serves to actually be the solution for that, because that same tradesperson can actually order the parts online and have them delivered from big box stores such as Home Depot and Lowe's. And you can find out more by going to trygrunt.com. Trygrunt.com. We'll find out a little bit more from them as we continue right along. At the moment, we have Hunter Duffy. This is pass number 3. This is 11.25 meters. He's gone through 13 and 12 and now 11.
Oh, good job there for Hunter. He's got that pass under the belt as well. I was a little nervous for him out of one ball. He looked nervous as well. He was doubted himself a little bit at one, had a bit of a slow start. Never panicked though, which is good. Proves that he's obviously extremely developed slalom skier. He has some confidence. He didn't panic. He kind of kept working his way. Never made any abrupt moves to end up in the water. So and that's sort of a good steer to complete the pass. There's the one ball. Ski reared up a little bit and put himself a little bit down course here at 2. Nice tidy 2. Didn't sort of throw his arms around or his body around, so kept him in check. Lost ground a little bit again at 3, but again, never kind of panicked. And again, another 4 that's just consistent, nothing special, but enough to keep him going and put 6 more buoys under his belt and have a shot at 39, knowing that getting through 39 is going to be what it takes to have any sort of shot at making the top 8. As with a lot of our pro events this year, the scores at 2, 3, and 41 haven't been enough. It's gone down to backups of the second round, or of your backup round. So the level is high, and I'm not sure what his personal best. I'd like to kind of find out where he sort of stands. There's 2 at 10.7, so this guy's already right there and thereabouts of his personal best. So great effort from him. He's a little narrow. He checked his speed there a little bit on the gates. He's got a bit of rope at number 1, but not bad. I think he's going to get to 3 here. He squeaks around it, maybe, and this could be his personal best, and I think he's pretty happy with that.
Yeah, he's going to be a happy camper making his way back towards the dock. 3 at 10.75 meters, a buoy and a half behind our current leader at the moment, who is Adam Caldwell. But season's best score, Hunter Duffy. No two ways about that. It's a 3 buoy count. We'll take a look at the instant replay. A little off balance at the end of the turn off number 1 into number 2, Kyle, but managing to keep the ski moving, and sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah, for sure. I think you saw him on his gates there. He looked like he set up a little bit early. We've had reports, that just finding your gate timing has been a little bit difficult. If you can do that, everything feels sensational on the water. He looked like he was sitting out there a little bit too early. Maybe, because it's a big event for him and he's close to his best. He went out a little bit early. He had to sort of just sit there on the rope or touch. You see some skiers do that if they're running out of speed. They're going to kind of check it. So he turned it a little bit narrow, but still a brilliant number 1. His narrowness on the gates caught up with him at 2. But at that stage, he was just like, hey, listen, I've hooked up here. I'll just get around 3 and have a personal best or a season's best at least. And a pretty good showing at a pro event.
All right, good skiing from Hunter Duffy. We now work our way towards skier number 4. This is going to be Benjamin Lutz, another skier for from the University of Alabama. So, moving away further and further down the rankings, we're going to see better and better slalom skiers as we work our way towards the end of the list, including Ben Lutz, whose season's best in this competition is 3 at 10.75 meters. Oh. And the inside handle drag there on buoy number 6. The first time we've seen that today, but I doubt it will be the last.
Maybe just easing the tension out there. Again, another skier that hasn't been in that many pro events. So just kind of relaxing as you go around 6. And we're going to head to Wade and see who he's got dockside.
Hey guys, I'm here with Mr. Hunter Duffy. Your first pro event and a PB at the same time.
Yeah, I can't complain. That was fun.
No, that was super good. I walked up. You're getting a hug from your dad, and I heard Tony say PB. I mean, when you PB at a pro event, period, but at your first one, that's legit.
Yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun. It was nice. Family's able to come with. Been skiing with them a bunch, so it was nice to do that.
Well, good deal. We can't wait to see him again this tomorrow, because another new face on the Pro Tour. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So that turns out to be a PB. It was his season's best, and really good skiing there. And I'm sure he'll want to try and boost that up a little bit higher come round 2.
Well, another one of our competitors finding conditions out there on the water absolutely perfect. No, not a breeze around today, so the water's staying very, very still and not impacting which way these guys are electing to run their passes. Another skier from University of Alabama going out at 13 meters. He's right back in here at 12 with 35 off. And he looks confident. He has a PB or a season's best of 3 at 39. So a very proficient slalom skier. Probably one of the top rank, collegiate skiers. And trying to, find his footing in pro events. We actually see his name too on the jump draw later on, which will be great to see him in action there. A huge jump field of some 20 skiers in the open men's jump final or prelim later on today. So another 6 buoys. It's 12 meters in his back pocket. Shortening up now, 11.25, and he trains here all the time. These University of Alabama. This is their training ground. Lyman Hardy, Lyman Land has been working very, very instrumental with the progress of the University of Alabama team, and they've got a great training site here with Lyman Land.
And we've certainly got a fair few collegiate or former collegiate skiers, and just to correct on Hunter Duffy's alumnus status, he actually graduated from the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse instead of the University of Alabama, but certainly did pretty well out there, I would say. So good skiing there from Hunter Duffy. Now we're still looking in at Benjamin Lutz, who I know for a fact is from the University of Alabama, the Crimson Tide. Looking good.
Yeah, no, he's right on time here as he approaches number 3 ball. Using his knees really well through the wakes, kind of sucks up those wakes and edge changes smoothly. Keeps his position and his head right over his binding as he heads out to the each turn ball. And great 38 off pass. And the way he's skiing, I have a feeling he's gonna push that 3 at 38 season's best. Sorry, 3 at 39 season's best.
All right, they're still getting messages from a number of collegiate athletes in support of their guy from Minnesota, Hunter Duffy, who went to school at Wisconsin La Crosse, and now I won't say any more beyond that, I guess, But those collegiate athletes, they will jump all over you if you mistakenly attribute them to another school.
Yeah, apologies there, guys. It's great to see him at this event, and hopefully we see him at a few more, and now we know where he's from. We're definitely going to support him along his journey as a pro slalom skier.
Yep. And if you mistake someone from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette for being a Warhawk for the University of Louisiana at Monroe, boy, do they get on you quick. And vice versa as well. All right then, folks, here we go.
This is 39 off, 10.75 for Ben Lutz. And he has got a big release into number 1.
Ooh,
he
nice.
hooks up and sits on number 2.
He's
on
still
time
there.
here at number 3. That's his
still there.
personal best or season's best. He's got around
He's
4.
still there.
He's hooked up well. Can he
Look
run
at
this
this.
pass?
Oh, he'll get close, and he'll get 5 for that effort. There you go. That could be a new PB.
That is a massive score for Ben Lutz. His season best by 2 buoys. And taking our lead from Adam Colwell. Adam Colwell had a 4.5. And Ben said, hey, you know what? I've got this pass. And he was so close.
And so far, that Malibu has been working exceptionally well for the skiers that we've had so far. Not only in the women's competition, but also this far down into the men's event as well. And I heard reports from Dennis Kelly about the prop that's been provided by OJ Props and how well it's been running with the Response TXI, how much power it's given that boat, and also how much heat dissipation has come away from that prop. Because as the boat works its way down the course, depending on the construction of that prop, the blades do bend a little bit, But if they've worked out a way to work that prop and make it work really, really efficiently with the boat, then it only serves to benefit the skier in the short and long run.
No, for sure. And while you're explaining all about the props there, which is beyond my knowledge, but we're watching the replay of Ben, and he really got a hold of one ball, a tip grab, and he was shot off to number 2 and 3. So great skiing. On the water now, Toby Georges from Argentina, and a very handy overall skier. He's not competing overall today. He's just in the slalom and the jump event. But this guy is the under-21 world jump champion. He won that title in Mexico, and he was right up there in the overall event. I think Martin pipped him at the end, but the guy can trick close to 10,000 points, deep 39 off, and well into maybe, I think, around 215 or 216 in jumping. So no weak events for him, and he'll feature at the Worlds here coming up shortly. Today it's just slalom and making easy work of 13. Let's hear from Wade. Actually, hang on a second. We're going to wait just a moment. We'll keep the action on the water as Toby just settles in. He got a little practice out here over the last couple of days as well. Kind of found his footing in the slalom and the jump event. Tony, yesterday, these guys were slaloming great. There was some awesome skiing on the water, but they were just filling things out. What I really loved watching was the jump. There were some huge jumps in practice yesterday. All these guys kind of had 3-4 jumps just to kind of warm up and find their timing, but they weren't holding back. I saw some massive jumps, and it's going to bode well for this afternoon.
All right, so
there's Freddie getting his neck worked on there from Andrew Sports Medicine.
Oh my word! Or look at that knot disappearing.
Well, at least he doesn't need to unbutton his shirt too much for him to work on it.
All right then. So from the sublime to the ridiculous, here we go. We got Tobias Georges out on the water. Looking good, looking strong out there from start to finish on that particular run.
So, Tony, this is one of those guys that I've seen him ski a lot, and I've seen him get through mid to deep through 39, but he hasn't quite made that pass. And the way the things are skiing out there today, this could be his day. We'll join him back on the water at 38 off here in just a second. Let's hear from Wade first.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with Mr. Benjamin Lutz in the hot seat now. So it felt good, taking the lead, right?
Yeah, it felt great. Austin feels amazing. So, they have to run it to take the lead, but they're going to. So, looking to come back next round and run that.
And so I hear it just went down recently. So, doing it at the pro level is sort of the next step, correct?
Yeah, I ran it for the first time 3 weekends ago, and 2 weekends ago got 5. So, yeah, pretty consistent, and for sure proven. Lyman Land's amazing, but Malibu's amazing. So, yeah.
And this place a little bit special to you, right? Go Bama.
Yep, home field advantage. Roll Tide.
All right, back to you guys. We're having fun with that.
All right there. So here we go with we've got Tobias Georges, who ended up in 4th place in the overall competition at the U21 World Championships, which took place in Chapala in Mexico, and that was covered live from start to finish by TWBC, and you can actually watch that coverage again by going to the TWBC YouTube channel. But here we are in the immediacy, live on the water. This is 11.25 meters, and slamming a bit out there. And
exactly. I'm happy now. I'm happy. Yeah.
There you go.
So I was just going to say, Tobias does a little bit of extra work there with his upper body, and as he comes off the second weight, kind of pulls the handle in, then extends out. He does some great things on a slalom ski. but a little bit extra movement. And we see that a little bit. I've commented before from the overall skiers. They're able to do it. They're a little bit more supple on a slalom ski, maybe you'd say. So a little bit extra balance. They dance around a little bit, and you definitely, for Tobias, into both sides, but especially his onside here, kind of makes a big reach, then takes it in front, and then kind of drops the shoulder a little bit, especially when we see him come around this 5-ball here just very shortly. Leans in a little bit, buckles there a bit at number 4, so maybe lost a little ground, was a little narrower than he wanted, but no problem. Little spray coming off the shoulder as he rounds number 5, and 6 full buoys. I like the way this is stacking up, Tony. This slalom event is going to be very tight and very exciting as we go down through the field.
All right, then continuing right along, just enough time to tell you about Rambo Marine. They are the local supplier of Malibu towboats, are based right here in Alabama. And you can find out more about them by going to rambomarine.com. We thank them very much for supplying us with the Malibu Response TXI that you are seeing here at this 2023 Malibu Open. Here we go, 10.75 round number 1. Oh, look at that. Berry's number 2. Look at him go. He's number 3. He's on top of, he's still there, still upright on 4, but tries to stretch out to 5 and unfortunately unable to make an effective play on that. But you know, anxiety was just starting to eat away at him a little bit on that run. And, you know, he had the chance to run it, but didn't quite do it.
He was on time there, Tony, for sure. He had a brilliant start to the pass. Anxiety, 4-ball choke, maybe a little bit. You know, he had a great one. Look at that. Slams a little bit as well, but holds on to it, doesn't get pulled out. Drops the shoulder a little bit at 2, but it bites and just catapults him across to 3. He's on time at number 3. And I thought right here he was like, okay, I've got this pass. But maybe he thought the same thing too, and a little bit kind of cautious at number 4, got pulled out. And that was his opportunity. We said he hasn't run it in the past. He's got a lot of 4s under his belt, but that was definitely a chance for him. And hopefully, you know, we'll see him again in round 2 and add a couple buoys to that. He's definitely got the potential. Score under review here a little bit. I think the official is going to look back at and see, you know, exactly when he let the handle go. That's he's definitely got 4. Whether he took the handle out around 5 will yet to be seen. Look at that 3-ball. He's still on time there. And right here kind of drops the handle, comes a little bit to the inside. Shoulders break a little bit and not in a strong position there going to number 5. To even get the ski close around it was a good effort. I have a feeling he's going to come up with 4, but let's see what the judges say. Regardless, a great score for Toby Georges from Argentina. And he's slotted himself down there. I think he's in 3rd spot right now. Yeah, 4 confirmed for Toby. But a good play at number 5. And our leader still Ben Lutz with 5 at 39. Adam Colwell 4.5. And Toby rounding out the top 3 so far. Going to the water next, Zane at Nicholson. Thanks to Zane for joining us up here earlier. His season's best, I'm going to say around a 4 or 5, somewhere right around that ballpark at 39 so far this year. This guy is capable of running this pass. He gets the job done very, very well on a slalom ski, but maybe not getting it done this year so far, which is why he's seeded out a little bit earlier. Starting off at 13 meters. I saw him at Nationals. He skied exceptionally well at Nationals. Ran, I think, was 4 at 39 there against a strong field. But obviously another one of those skiers that definitely wants to put 6 buoys in his back pocket at 39 and hopefully take the lead of this event right here and now.
Taking a little bit of a break from his coaching duties at the University of Louisiana at Monroe. He is the head coach and will no doubt be trying to steer his team towards the National Collegiate team title when it gets contested at the latter part of October from Thursday the 26th all the way to Saturday the 28th, and we'll see what magic he can conjure up with that team. Let's see if he can present to us a little personal magic. So 13 meters is the opening pass. He ran that successfully and now getting ready for the 12-meter line.
And our driver cam there taking a picture of Austin Rogers coming in bring in Zane back for his pass number 2. Austin making his debut as a pro men's slalom driver and doing a fantastic job. Everyone skied behind him yesterday. Thought he felt unreal. His job made easy behind that Malibu response. But things set up well here for Zane, and another warm-up pass for Zane, 35 off. We saw his sister out there earlier getting the job done, 3 at 39. She's in the, I think, sitting in 3rd in the Open Women's. And looking strong here at the end of his 35 off pass.
Yes, and Zane Nicholson right in the Works 02 to great effect. And let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Argentinian Tobias Georges, and hey, you tied your PB, so big smile, right?
Yeah, I'm really happy with how we went. I wasn't expecting that. Like yesterday, I couldn't try 39, so it was the first time, but I'm really happy.
So, and speaking of being happy, I just asked your personal best in jump is 2:16, so you must be pretty pumped to have a jump this afternoon, huh?
Yeah, conditions are perfect, so I'll try to go big today.
Yeah, you guys pay attention. You got to see him jump. Back to you.
Good to have him on board, and congratulations there to Tobias Georges.
And right now, the way this is shaping up, this is every slalom skier's dream, really. You know, to sit there on the dock and watch your fellow competitors go out before you, PB after PB. Everyone's skiing exceptionally well. The confidence kind of builds on the dock. Everyone gets excited. The adrenaline starts flowing, and you know, the atmosphere gets created where, you know, big things happen in this event.
All right, rock and roll. We've got Zane Nicholson out on the water at this time. 11.25 meters, the current run. Can't help but be inspired by the skiers that he's seen take to the water ahead of him, and gets round all 6 buoys on 11 and getting ready and set for 10.75 meters coming to us from the west direction.
And as we watch this replay from the drone footage here, no questions on that pass for Zane. It was probably his best pass. He was a little bit stop-start, kind of a little bit separated a couple of times there. He does a lot of coaching, and he addresses these issues with a lot of his skiers. So he'll be sitting there with his coach's hat on at the end of the lake, kind of going, okay, what can I improve on? What do I got to do different? Fantastic footage here as the drone flies really close behind him. You can see the angles and kind of the small sort of window of margin of error he's got into each buoy, and you know, just how much room he's got. But 6 buoys there for him, but he's going to have to change things up a little bit here to successfully get through 39.
Do you think he will change up maybe the 0 off setting?
Well, we've seen some skiers do that. I think he's done enough skiing probably behind this boat and at this site that he kind of knows and he's familiar with things. I think he's going to focus more on himself. Sometimes we see that with the 38 off pass. So they know it's not a hard pass for them, so they kind of a little bit safety ski it. Let's hope he just kind of lets go here and relaxes and gets into a great rhythm right from the start, right from his gates here, and number 1.
Round 1, look at him go. He's in good shape there. Let's see what he's got off buoy number 2. He's still there on 3. Good compression, good knee bend into number 4. Ace! Oh! He had a chance. And just half a buoy shy of his season's best of 4 at 39.5 off. That is Zane Nicholson.
And he's got a smile on his face because I think he knew he had a chance at that. It probably wasn't his prettiest skiing that he's done. Let's watch the replay here. But he was scrapping it, and he was actually wasn't too far off time-wise. Big 1 ball, sits a little on the tail of the ski, gets a little bit out of position here at 2. Yeah, has to deal with a little loose line. There's a bit of a delay, but he gets back over to 3 and sits on 3. That's a huge turn. Again, drops the hips a little bit, but he was going for it 4. If that ski had held in there, he would have been rocket shipped across to number 5 and hopefully run the pass. So I think he knows after that round, like, hey, yeah, that's possible. And he hasn't run it this year. His season best is 4. That was really close. So he's going to go back to the drawing board, but I think he knows that that's doable here today.
Yes, he would have been slung, had he have held on to that 4, I think he would have been a slung shot right in towards the oak trees that that gives the this area of Tuscaloosa its nickname, the Druid City. And Just looking at it once again.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a Hail Mary turner for
yeah.
sure, but it wasn't far away. Like his ski skipped a little bit, but it was potential there to hold on to that. And who knows, with his onside the way it's turning, he can run that past next round. Next skier to take to the water, Martin Coleman. We saw him out tricking 11.380, great performance, and he can get done on a slalom ski. This is starting at 32 off, 13 meters. Being in form in trick and jump. Slalom, maybe not quite performing as well as he'd like to. He's definitely handy as far as getting midway down through 39, but he wants to run that here today.
Right, you are. All right, then, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, guys, I'm here with fellow Brit Will Asher and defending champion of the Malibu Open. You've won a bunch of these. It's been good to you over the years, right?
Yeah, Malibu's been great to me. It's, I won my first pro event in the U.S. That was at the Malibu Open in 2004, and the fact we're still here ripping at these Malibu Opens it's really cool. It's really neat.
No, it really hasn't. We were just having a word there with Dennis Kelly, who's sort of the man behind the scenes, getting the boat set up, and seemed to be pretty sweet so far.
Yeah, I mean, Dennis is the man. If a boat rolls off the line, you want to make sure that Dennis has a little touch of it and tweaks it up and makes it good. And every boat I've ever got from Dennis and the guys at Malibu have been awesome. So I'm sure today they're pretty dialed. I'm sure today the scores are going to be big.
Well, I kind of sense that, and I can't wait to watch this man rip pretty soon. Back to you guys.
And at this stage of the game, they're already pretty good. I mean, season's best or close to for every single one of our competitors thus far in this competition. And right here on the water, coming to us out of Czechia, it is going to be Martin Coleman, the world overall champion from 2019.
And Martin Coleman doing it for good water skis, and he's instrumental in a lot of the R&D. Travels to a lot of events and takes a ton of skis with him. He's great with setting up these skis, and has a lot to do with the new skis rolling off out of good there. So he knows what to do. He's got a balance, working and trying to ski 3 events. His focus has probably been more tricks and jump of late, especially going into this Worlds. We talked about him earlier. He's a former world overall champion back in 2019, and has the creds for sure. And hopefully today he's planning on a big score here to back up his trick score for the overall. But I think he secretly wants to run this 39. He's seen all these guys go out before, get season's best or close to their personal best, and that would mean he has the potential of hopefully getting through 39 if he can perform just as well as the rest of the field.
All right, just enough time to tell you about our one of our sponsors, Masterline, the official tow line of this 2023 Malibu Open. They offer 2 choices of line at the starting dock for our athletes. They either go with the black Pro line, the old reliable tow line, which has helped countless skiers achieve their personal bests over the years. And then there is the Optimized 2.0, which provides that same level of performance, but in a slightly more forgiving construction, a little bit more stretch. And you can find out more by going to masterlineusa.com. Oh, and going down towards the end there of that pass on 11.25 meters there for Martin Coleman. Got into a little bit of difficulty towards the end, and I was looking down at that moment, and then I looked up, and to my surprise, he's floundering in the water and swimming to the shore.
Yeah, well, I think maybe the water cam we were watching that footage as he kind of dumped in around that buoy. He got a little down course here, 1, 2, and 3. He's definitely fighting from here. Number 4, he kind of safety turns and had to pull a long way. Yeah, there he goes, a long way out to number 5, and that's where that water cam is, and we saw him just not being able to hold on to it. So a bit of a surprise result there for Martin Coleman. Everybody else has been performing right up with their best, and Martin leaving a little bit the door open, especially for the overall event. He successfully tricked close to his best, 11.380, but that slalom's down a little bit for him.
Taking a look at the instant replay. just down course there off that number 2, and that initiated the cascading effect of being further down course as it went further into the pass, and then things just really got sideways on him as he made his approach into 5. All right then, continuing right along, our next competitor to have a go at the course is Louis Duplan-Fribourg.
And Louis probably rubbing his hands together here a little bit in the overall competition. He's got a big trick score out there. He had the second top trick score. He saw a couple of our the fellow overall competitors kind of fall short. Jake Abelson had an early exit. Martin Labra, down a little bit too, and definitely there for Martin Coleman, 4.5 at 38. He's one of the top contenders. So Louis setting himself up here. If he can get a consistent performance, he's been running 38 pretty consistently, getting midway through 39. If he can do that with the way he's jumping, he's standing himself in a good spot for the overall. Joel Poland obviously had an early fall. Everyone's got another round, of tricks tomorrow, and can make up ground. But it's nice to be in that front seat going into tomorrow's rounds.
And certainly looking forward here on Louis Duplan-Fribourg. I mean, if he can get through 39.5 off, and it'll be the first person to do so in this slalom event thus far. If he can do that and get about a third of the way down that run, then the chase for the overall men's world record could well be on. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Mr. Handsome Rob Hazelwood, and you get some high dollar quality item there. What do you got?
We got a camera. We're out here filming like always, doing the vlogs. Yeah, we're keeping busy.
Yeah, you get tons of content you've been pumping out. So let's talk about what you're going to pump out when you get on the buoys.
We'll find out in about an hour, I guess, won't we? At these events now, it's kind of a 3 at 41 minimum standard, which hasn't been happening for me lately, which has been kind of annoying. So that's the goal today, as it always is. Hopefully a good 39 and a 3 at 41 would be happy, Rob.
I'm kind of seeing that happen, man, and we're going to watch him make it happen real soon. Back to you guys.
All right there. So it looks like we got a change in the schedule. We're on men's slalom round 1, and then we'll go into women's slalom round 2 before we go into men's jump and women's jump in the opening rounds. And that change was made in order to provide our female skiers enough time to recover and recuperate, especially those that are competing in both events. Here we go. This on the water is Louis Duplan-Fribourg, and he's getting through 13 and 12, and not looking too bad out there for the most part.
Nah, Louis doing very, very well on the slalom ski. He's known as a tricker, or he's always been known as a tricker. He's made his way, and he's earned his reputation as a jumper now too. On the podium last week, 225 feet the weekend before, with a new French national record. Slalom is probably his third event, you would say, but with scores deep 39, it's definitely not a weak event for him. We're talking about this overall record. He's set himself up pretty good with the 11.8. That's ahead of Joel's score that is the current world record. But I think you'll find that with his slalom being a little bit off of Joel's score of maybe 1 at 41, he would have wanted a bit more, maybe over 12,000, because he knows he has to pick up the pace a little bit in the slalom and try and match that huge jump that Joel did of, say, 228, I think it was, feet for that world overall record. So he's got some work to do for sure. It's early days, but 11.8 this morning in tricks was a great start to the day. Let's see if he can back it up with his slalom round.
Here we go.
Another skier probably, I think, Tony, that's probably, they'd love to make a slalom final, but that's not their goal today. Their goal today is to get a solid overall score, deep 39, maybe run it, who knows. But the overall competition is what he's focused on, and later in the jump.
Of course, it certainly wouldn't harm his cause if he did slalom well enough to make it through to the final, because then that would open up potentially a whole new round, a whole new series for his overall competition. So But look at him go at 38 off. He's certainly on a tear out there. I mean, he's been on the tear pretty much all season, and with the World Water Skiers overall tour, with the European Championships where he won the men's jump and the overall competition, and continuing to push his jumps out there now in order to lessen the reliance upon a big distance from him in the jump event. So far as the overall competition is concerned, he has got to try and slalom as deep as he can to make sure that he doesn't have to completely jump out of his skin, and with the possibility of getting the overall world record.
I mean, to break a world over record, you've got to jump out of your skin. There's no question. But anything around sort of 3 or 4, and he has a chance. He's with his extra couple 100 points in tricking. He'd be down a couple of buoys in slalom. It might sort of balance each other out. And he's been 225. Can he go 228, 230? Who knows? The conditions are great today, and it could be close. But he's going to have to get well down this pass for sure. Maybe even run it.
Here we go. Austin Rogers at the helm of that Malibu Response TXI, and Louis Duplon-Freiberg on 10.75 meters.
That's not a bad start. He's got not a bad 2. Buckles a little bit narrow at number 3, but he picks it up, the full buoy. He's also skipped around number 4. That's a huge score, and he is pumped. Ties his season best, maybe his personal best ever, and he's jumping up and down, guys. 4:39, 11:8. We're going to do some calculations. It still needs a hell of a jump, but it's doable this afternoon if conditions hold out.
All right, in the midst of making those calculations right now, it's 4 at 10.75 meters. Did you say there, Kyle?
Yeah, I think so. The official score was he had a late number 3, but cut all the way, and I saw him get his ski around number 4. Yep. So a full 4 buoys, and for him that is a huge score in slalom. And as you can tell, he's extremely happy with the way he's skiing right now.
Okay, so do you want to know the distance?
Have you done some quick math, or what's
Yeah, I did
going
some
on?
quick math, as one does, and a jump from him at 71.5 meters will enable him to break the world overall record.
Oh, only 71.5 meters. Oh, like
Yeah,
233 feet or 34 feet. Easy, right? Easy.
Yeah.
No, it's that slalom being down a few buoys. He can trick more too, so that's really where he needs to make up ground is trick over 12, 12.2, and even then he still needs to jump high 220s.
All right, then, here we go. Jaden Eade. Now, you've worked with him before, haven't you?
Yeah, I've seen him ski a few times. So, yep, 16-year-old Jaden is out here earning some valuable experience on his slalom ski, and also kind of working here with TWBC. So it's good to see him getting his feet wet at these pro events. And we'll hear from Wade real quick.
All right.
Hey guys, I'm here with Mr. Louis Duplon-Freiberg and another personal best. Wow.
Oh yeah, so happy about that. Didn't get my ribbon 39 for the past month, and just like the beginning was so great. It's like keep going, and there you go. Yeah, really happy of that.
So it certainly seems like there's maybe some more in the tank.
I would hope so. I'm gonna give my best, but yeah, I'm always happy when I perform on my best. So grateful.
Well, absolutely. And what's your PB and jump? And we're going to see out this afternoon as well.
225, 68.7. So yeah, let's see.
Wow, 225. So we're going to see some of that action this afternoon. Back to you guys.
And by my calculation, so far as the overall is concerned, he needs 10 more feet on top of that personal best to overhaul Joel Poland at this point.
Just a wee jump then, I guess, this afternoon. But on the water right now, Jaden Eade coming back. This is 35 off. He had the opportunity to do a little practice here, and one of those skiers that didn't make a few changes. He usually runs on an A2 setting. He went out with a little bit of advice from some of the guys that test the boats and changed it up to B1 and felt that was a smoother pull for him. And another complete pass here as he goes around number 6. And hopefully feeling relaxed. He's he skied at the Mastercraft Pro last weekend. That was his first pro event. I thought he did very well for his first event. He got 3 and 2.5 at 39. So definitely handled the pressure well, and hopefully he can do the same here. And the way that these guys are all adding buoys or skiing close to their PBs, I think he's probably feeling like he's got an opportunity there too.
Yeah, nicely done there from Jaden Need. Very nice free-flowing slalom technique out there, and you know, he's got plenty of resistance behind the boat. And once he establishes a good rhythm off the gate and round number 1 and number 2, and does fantastically well riding on that Conley DV8. No doubt in the off-season he'll probably want to try the latest incarnation from the Conley brand, the C1. And for those of you that want to win a C1 or a DV8 or even the Carbon V, if you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, you can enter for the audience prize. For those who accurately predict the women's podium and get the tiebreaker, you could win yourself a Conley slalom ski. Here we go. Jaden Eade. This is 11.25 meters. Oh, look at this. He is on fire out there.
Yeah, he's doing all right here. He gets towards the tail end of this pass, making hopefully no mistakes. A little rear up at number 5, but another 6 buoys. And again, running 38 for him in a pro event. I'm happy. Hopefully he's happy on the water. He can relax. He has run 39 once in a record tournament. He has the boys for U.S. national record, 1 at 41. He's scored 4 a bunch this year. He got a couple 3s last weekend. He has got a ton of 4s under his belt. But if he can get out of 1 and 2, you know, the way he's turning his onside, and even his offside right now has been working really well on that ski. There's a chance he can go all the way, and that would be great to see him challenge that lead. The lead still stands at 5 at 39 from Ben Lutz. But we've got a lot of top competitors, maybe another 11 competitors after Jaden, and that lead will definitely change here pretty soon.
I think it's probably fair to say, having run 38 off, that he's earned his extra taco for the day. Speaking of which, we do have our taco truck that's just arrived and getting ready and set up behind the skiers' tent. I actually fancy a taco myself.
Yeah, well, hopefully TWBC man in charge will give him a quick lunch break after he skis and before he puts him back to work. So this is 39.
Here we
His
go.
job to do is now on the water. Can he get a good start? Can he get down this pass? We've seen a few competitors before him get a long way down. He was having a little trouble with his gates. He looks like he's got not a bad approach. He loses a little bit of the pressure there at number 1. Can he hook up at 2? It's not a bad 2. Can he hook up at 3? He's got a great 3. He's looking on time, and his ski skips at 4. And
shame.
I got a little out of breath and a little bit lost for words there, whereas he was sort of looking a little bit shaky, but getting the job done and had a shot at turning 4. And he joins Zane Nicholson tied up there at 3.5. It's down a little bit from the lead. We got a 5, we got a 4.5, we got a couple 4s maybe, and then a couple 3.5s, I believe.
And the lead is currently by Benjamin Lutz on 5.
So definitely in contention. He didn't get the best of start, but it's put him in not a bad spot at number 1, but definitely kind of anxious after hooking up and kind of losing his position from 1 to 2. Hacks at number 3 and knew he had to go for it here at number 4. Almost holds in, kind of with the same thing we saw from Zane Nicholson. Went for a bit of a Hail Mary turn at 4, and it almost stuck. 3.5. Hey, that's not a bad score for Jaden, but I know he's feeling like, hey, what could have been in that round.
All right, then. So we've got 10 skiers remaining in this round 1. And there's still a second round of slalom skiing to come tomorrow. We got women's round 2 coming up next after the conclusion of this, and then we go into women's jump, men's jump. That is our current schedule for today. All right, there, and coming to us originally from Perth in Western Australia, the Thunder from Down Under. This is Nick Adams.
The Thunder from Down Under, isn't that a male review show or something like that? I don't know if he'd want to be referred to as Thunder from Down Under. But anyway, Nick Adams.
Rhymes.
It rhymes, yeah. But anyways, Nick Adams on the water, and he's starting at 32 off. Very, very smooth skier, very analytical skier, does a lot of coaching with a number of the top up-and-coming athletes coming out of Australia and making short work of 13 meters.
Yeah.
He often performs extremely well at these pro events, getting through 39 off a lot and in and out of the finals quite frequently. We see him a lot down at Moomba. He knows that river pretty well and often features strongly down at the Moomba Masters in his hometown. He's from Victoria, and he spends a lot of his summer over here in the States, down in West Palm Beach. I think it's Hobe Lake now. He sort of does a lot of work out of Hobe Lake.
All right, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Mr. Cole McCormick, and Cole, I think it's rather strange we haven't seen a 10.7 on the board yet. What are you thinking?
I mean, yeah, it's kind of perfect out there. Practice felt good yesterday, so I'm a little surprised too. I thought a couple guys were going to run it by now, but it's all right. We'll just get her done. Maybe I'll be the first one. We'll see.
So coming off a 4 at 41 last weekend, it was a good weekend for you, huh?
Yeah, it was good. I was really happy to throw down such a big score in the finals. First time I've ever gotten a 4 in the finals, so that was really cool.
Well, it was really cool being there, watching him do it, and we're going to watch him rip soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then, checking in with Nick Adams out of Australia. Entrance, buoy number 1. And a skier that makes slaloming look relatively straightforward. It doesn't look like he's putting too much pressure behind the boat to get from one side to the next, but he seems to arrive on time, and he seems to have enough to be able to make that turn and go cross course again.
Yeah, definitely. Control is what I would call Nick Adams. He's just got really great line control. Very, like I said, very analytical. Kind of knows where he is, knows where his equipment's set up. I'm sure he watched a ton of video and kind of really breaks down his performance. Doesn't just fly by the seat of his pants. Kind of just knows where he is at all times. So never really panics. Even if he gets a little down course, he knows what the job he's got to do, and that's made him one of the most consistent slalom skiers that we see in the Pro Tour.
All right, and a skier that's been pretty consistent, getting through 10.75 meters and into 41 off 10.25 meters, and just enough time for me to tell you about Andrews Sports Medicine. They are the go-to sports medicine people based out of Birmingham in Alabama. When you think of some of the top pro athletes in the world of sports and across a whole spectrum of sports, most of those athletes have an agent, and that agent has Andrews Sports Medicine on speed dial just in case the unthinkable happens. To find out more about Andrews Sports Medicine, go to andrewsportsmedicine.com to find out more about their services and check those guys out. Here we go. This is Nick Adams on this next pass and getting through 11.25 meters. No worries about that one at all.
Yeah, he's looking very similar to how he looked last weekend. He very, very capable in his first sort of 3 passes. Maybe a little shy on his gate speed and his gate angles. So drifting down course a little bit towards the tail end of the pass. I know he sort of changes gears a little bit for 39, as everybody does. They've got to make sure that they set up with a little bit more water speed, a little bit more width, and hopefully get the angles that you needed to run 39. He fell short a little bit last weekend. It wasn't his weekend. I think he ran a 5 or a 4 at 39 both rounds, and just let the tempo was a little bit behind the tempo. So hopefully you can change gears here. Like you see there, a little bit sort of down course, but nothing to worry about at number 6. And we're hoping for a little shift in intensity, a little bit more speed on the gate set up. He does that sort of hybrid one-handed gate. It's he's very chilled on it, kind of nothing abrupt, but hopefully you can get that ski through a little bit more and set off to a good start. There's a little bit of a tailwind picking up here on for the skier's second pass, the pass back to the dock. Nothing to sort of worry about. Still great conditions on the water, and maybe the skiers will start to use that headwind, tailwind to their advantage.
Okay, eyes up. Let's have a look and see what Nick Adams can do at 10.75 meters. 39.5 off. Gets the good start on buoy number 1. Round number 2, he's still upright on 2. Likewise on number 3, he's still there. He's round 4. He's tall and he can make it happen, but unfortunately in this instance he gets the 5, which is under review. But if it stands, it will be a tie for the lead with Benjamin Lutz.
So bittersweet there for Nick Adams here. He's put himself hopefully into tied position lead, but knowing with maybe 9 skiers remaining, that's and just falling short of completing the pass, that's not going to be enough for our final. It's a big reach at number 1 there. I actually thought he got a way better pull out. He got some speed on his gate pull out. He got into it, but maybe his timing was a little bit off. You saw him sort of maybe panic a little bit on the turn, and as a result, turned a little hard, opened up a little hard, and was narrow at number 1. He did a great job to kind of get through the middle of the pass, but still losing ground from 4 to 5. Big reach, and did he make it round 5, Tony? We're going to wait and see.
Yeah, we're just waiting on the score to come through for Nick Adams. We project it's going to be 5, but we'll see for absolute certain as we have a look at this.
He definitely made the right change. I'm going to stick with that. At the gates, he got up on the boat. He definitely had some speed, but then he sort of maybe overshot it a touch as far as his timing. Maybe that tailwind took him by surprise. So you saw him kind of reaching for the rope. He didn't really have the line that he wanted and the comfort level to turn in on the gates. And then that sort of put him on an inside path and a big reach at number 1. But still waiting for official scores. I didn't look closely enough to see if to make a call on the 5 ball. 4 is the official score. Yep, went inside number 5, and he's going to be right there in that in the middle of the field. Really, there's a couple other guys with 4s. There's a few 3.5s. There's a couple 5s. No one has made the pass yet. A skier about to leave the dock is Joel Poland. And on your screen, it says we have 10 skiers remaining. Well, I'm counting 9, but we'll look at this list again here pretty shortly. There's the leaderboard. Lutz still holding on to that lead, 5 at 39. What a great performance from that guy. Adam Caldwell with his comeback, 4.5 at 39. Georgios 4. We've lost the leaderboard, so I have to pull up on my screen. But there's a few guys there at 4s and a couple 3.5s. But no one through that difficult 39 off pass. Joel Poland, he's been running it all season, so I have a feeling that's about to change. He's gone out at 13 meters, yep. And things are shaping up well for him on this. He knows he's got the confidence to run a slight tailwind 39, and he's been taking shots at 3 ball. I think his season best, 2.5 at 41 so far this year. And he's been in a couple slalom finals, and he's ready to make a bit of a name for himself, not just as a tricker, not just as a jumper, but as a slalom skier too. Let's hear from Wade real quick.
Good, yeah. Hey guys, I'm here with Estrella and Nick Adams. And Nick, while we're waiting on your score to come in, tell us about the 10-7 start. I thought it was good from here.
Yeah, I've just been trying to work on something on those starts and been willing to just find out and really push these last couple of weeks to change my skiing for the better. And I did what I was trying to do on the start, but it almost put me in a better spot than I expected. The 39 was a lot better. The 10-7 was a lot better than the rest of the passes. So I just need to settle into what I'm starting to expect and go for it from there. I nearly got away with it.
Well, yeah, because we got the Worlds next month, so all of the world will be watching. You're going to be ready, huh?
Yeah, that's the priority, is moving forward towards that. So, I'm willing to do whatever it takes, even in events like this, just to improve my skiing.
I love it, man. We're going to see him rip out there again tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, getting ready for Joel Poland to make his way back into the course on 12 meters, and just enough time for me to tell you about Vulcan Materials Company, and they are the nation's largest producer of construction aggregates, primarily crushed stone, sand and gravel, and is also a major producer of road materials such as asphalt. You can find out more by going to vulcanmaterials.com. Here we go. This is Joel Poland, looking in very, very good shape as he rounds the rounds number 4. Oh, just look at that 5 and how much of an advance he gets into number 6 there, Kyle.
Yeah, no, he's all over that 35 off pass. And as we mentioned, there's a little tailwind picking up. Something to watch for as these skiers kind of look down the lake and see the conditions. There's our leaderboard again. Look how many 4s. There's 1, 2, 3, all tied at third spot. Caldwell and Lutz ahead of them. So things stacking up towards the tail end of 39 off, and the skier on the dock ready to sort of be the first guy completely through that pass, I think. He's going to have a headwind here, 38, and a slight tailwind. And I see some of the organisers of this event kind of discussing things on shore there. Some of the discussion is going to be, what's going to happen in this jump event later on. If the tailwind picks up a little bit more, there's the option here to spin the ramp and jump the opposite direction. All these jumpers that are going to be jumping for us later on prefer the headwind. We've got a few hours yet before we need to make that decision, but definitely something to consider. In the slalom event, it just kind of impacts what the skiers decide to go out at. They want to run hopefully their hardest pass back into the wind. Most of these guys will feel confident with the remaining 10 skiers anyway, could feel confident with their 39s downwind and provide them a good opportunity at 41. Let's see what Joel can make of 38. He didn't have a successful trick round this morning, which is very rare for this guy, so he's probably got something to prove. A little chip on his shoulder after this morning's skiing to go out there and crush this slalom round.
Looking good round 4 and 5 at 38 off, 11.25 meters in the bag. Looking like money out there. Good skiing for Joel Poland as he gets set for 10.75 meters. After Joel Poland, there will be 8 competitors remaining. Starting off with Stephen Neveu, then going on with Cole McCormick, Robert Hazelwood, Thomas de Gasperi, Dane Meckler, Freddie Winter, Nate Smith, and Will Asher. So the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. There we see our telemetry from our on-site weather station, indicating where the wind is coming from and how strong it is blowing at this time. All right, so this webcast, just to remind you folks, is available on your cell phones, on your tablets, on your TVs, on your laptop, both near and far. Here we go. This is Joel Poland.
Will we see our first skier through? 39.5 off, 10.75. This is where the rope gets extremely short. Doesn't reach anywhere near the buoys, but he's got a great 1 and 2 and a extremely strong onside there. He's early at number 4. Makes no mistakes, with a little bit of a buckle, but he is your first skier, guys, through 39.
Oh, look at that.
And not a problem for Joel Poland. And I have a feeling every other skier remaining in these next maybe 8-9 skiers will also get through 39 and be challenging to make it in the final with those 2s, those 3s at 41 that we see so frequently at pro events these days.
Just absolutely without a doubt from start to finish. I mean, he had the gate shot, he had everything going for him on this particular run, and he just has the mental aptitude to be able to do this, because having the strength and having the skill and the right amount of fitness to make these passes is one thing, but if you get into a situation where the ski gets behind you a little bit, you don't automatically hit the panic switch.
No, for sure. And we see it a little bit on his offside here and there. Last weekend he was doing the same. He was ducking and diving on 2-4, breaking at the waist a little bit, but has the confidence, the wherewithal to kind of get back into position, not panic, and still run 39 off. And he's having shots at 3-ball at 41. Let's see what he can do. It's got a little headwind. His season best, 2.5 at 41. Can he make it a full 3? Can he get to 4? Who knows? Joel Poland on the water. When this guy skis, anything is possible. And he's got a strong gate. Sits on number 1 ball.
There he goes.
Pulled up. And blows
the tail.
But he was going for it, wasn't he? Zane, welcome back. You've been on the water. How is it out there?
Yeah, no, it's skiing great out there. It feels great. The boat feels great. Driving feels great. So, I mean, I expected to see some big scores. And, you saw Joel get there, getting a good start there at 41 and just kind of popping the tail.
When you see that, I mean, his 1 was decent, but when you see that sort of level of commitment at 2, obviously he felt comfortable. He felt like it was doable to get into that pass.
Yeah, you know, I mean, he came out of 1, he hooked up really good and got over here at 2, and you see he just kind of stalled just a second and then kind of pushed on the tail of the ski and it blows out. And, you know, I mean, the water is starting to cool down and he's probably used to Florida, and so we're a little further north, so the ski's going to sit a little higher out of the water. You know, I mean, I had a problem. I blew the tail a little bit too. So I think that you know, you're moving into that colder water and you'll see the ski kind of do a couple different characteristics. But, you know, also with the water going colder, the ski moves a little better going into the buoy. So that's where you're going to see these skiers, you know, feeling like they can make a play on some of these buoys that they hadn't been at other tournaments.
What's the feeling right now on the start dock? Obviously, we saw a ton of the earlier seeds go out and equal their season's best, maybe even set PBs. You know, everyone's kind of getting amped up, knowing the conditions are good, knowing the boat's running well. The feeling on the start dock, Zane, what's your thoughts?
I mean, down there right before I started skiing, everybody seemed pretty happy. We saw, you know, we saw the first couple skiers go out. Adam went out and skied pretty well, and then you had Hunter Duffy go out and ski well, and it just kind of started snowballing from there. And so, I mean, when I left the dock, it seemed like everybody was in a good place, and I'm expecting some really big scores this afternoon out of our men.
We've just had our first guy through 39. Looking at the list to go, I expect all the rest of the field will be running that pass, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I would expect every one of them to be at least getting to 3 ball, but I mean, the boat feels so good, the lake feels so good. I'm expecting to see several of these guys, you know, get way down that 41. You might see several of them run it. You know, maybe have the most men we've ever seen in a men's pro event run 41.
All right then. So let's continue on, shall we? We've got about to take to water Stephen Nevy. A quick opportunity for me to tell you about Red Bar. They are located in Santa Rosa Beach, actually more specifically Grayton Beach in Florida, which isn't too far away. And they are open for lunch and dinner daily from 11 a.m. through to 10 p.m. And you can check them out by going to theredbar.com. Stephen Nevy out of Canada, originally out of the Canadian province of Alberta, but now making his living and his residence in Houston, Texas.
Okay, 13 metre was it for Stephen there his first pass? I'd say so. No reason to sort of change that up in this first round. He's just getting some little experience on the water. I don't know if he practiced yesterday. I didn't really see him around the practice list yesterday afternoon. A lot of these skiers did and kind of felt things out, but I don't think he did. I think he was kind of feeling confident with his experience up here in the past and kind of where he is with his skiing right now. He is one of the most consistent players in this pro field. He's got a ton of threes at 41 under his belt. He's going to need one of those pretty early on here in this round to. You know, we don't know yet what's going to make it in. Obviously, this is the first round. This best of 2 rounds. Not make the top 8. But as we've seen all season long, threes, kind of the magic number. Threes sort of gets you in. 2 threes is a kind of given, maybe, Zane. And it's not easy to get, but it seems like Stephen does it day in, day out.
Yeah, and I mean, it's almost a cheat code being as tall as Stephen is. It helps him get over to that 3 ball, and you know, I mean, he's really set for getting that 3, and that seems to be that mark that just about can get you in every time if you can get there. And he was looking good on his open pass, so we'll bring him back in for another warm-up pass here of 35 off.
All right, here we go. We've got Stephen Nevy on that Radar Vapor Pro build, looking in good shape out there, and one of those skiers that makes slalom look simple as well. Not too much of a movement out there on the ski. And with that, we'll send it over to Wade.
Well, hey guys, we finally broke the barrier. It took a little bit, but now we got Joel Poland as our leader in the clubhouse with 1.5 at 10.2, and with Stephen on the water, Cole McCormick, Handsome Rob Hazelwood next, and the rest of the list, I think we're going to finally get what we want, is some of those deep 41s and maybe even some 9.75. So, yeah, the action's heated up down here. Back to you guys.
All right, then. We've got Stephen Nevy on the water. And Zane, I want to ask you. You know, you're used to cleaning boats on a fairly frequent basis, aren't you?
Yeah, we keep our 2023 Mastercraft clean every day. So
okay,
we're used to wiping it out.
Do you have different? Do you have difficulties keeping those water spots away from the boat?
Well, I will be honest, at ULM, we are a fan of Babe's Boat Care, but I know that it tends to get the water spots off, and it keeps our boat looking spick and span.
Well, and that's part of the kit as well that comes with the complete boat care kit by Babe's Boat Care. They've got a water spot remover and a nice attractive bottle. It's got some purple liquid in there and does the job very, very well indeed. You can find out more by going to babesboatcare.com. Here we go. This is Stephen Neveu. This is 11.25 meters, and that's a clear run there, Kyle.
Yeah, of course it is for Stephen. Not a problem there for him. Navigating his way through 38 off and sitting down that tail end there, and the wind again dropped off again. Not much to sort of deal with. The significance of Stephen is he is our 8th to last skier. There is 7 skiers remaining. Right now, Joel Poland not safe. 1.5 at 41. He's left the door a little bit open. Based on this first round. Obviously, there's a second round tomorrow morning to sort of settle the ties, if you like. But Stephen, knowing anything past a full 2 and onwards, will put him in a pretty good spot. He may be using it as a backup score, but anything past 2 is going to be a handy first round addition, I guess.
All right, so Stephen Neveu, 8th skier from last out on the water. So he knows that at this point in the proceedings, if he can get past Joel Poland, it's definitely going to set himself up well going forwards as 8 make it through to the men's slalom final, which will take place later on tomorrow afternoon. So let's see what Stephen Neveu can do. Stephen Neveu looking strong. Round buoys 1 and number 2. Certainly no stranger to this kind of environment of pro skiing. Round number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and yes, 6. Two skiers in a row that have gotten through 10.75 meters, and I feel there's going to be a cascading effect from here there, Zane.
Yeah, I mean, Steven, you see him, he's also one of these skiers that does a one-handed gate, which most of the field is a two-handed gate crew, and comes in, gets that good start here at 1. You see him use his onside here at 2, and then he was kind of cruising. Gets a big turn there out of 2 on top of the pass, makes his way through it, and then as you see 4, 5, and 6, he's basically just kind of checking speed and making sure he stays over his feet. And that was just a textbook 39 there for Steven. I don't know what you saw there, Kyle, but it looked pretty good to me.
Yeah, he's in full confidence mode right now. He's run 39 pretty much every round he's skied in over the last maybe 3-4 tournaments. So to run it here again, conditions are perfect. Had no doubt he was going to do it, and as I have no doubt that the rest of the field will do the same. Sometimes it takes that one skier to get through it, and everyone goes, okay, yep, it's possible out there. But also, we're getting towards the tail end. All these guys are seated from here on, run this pass almost blindfolded. So Stephen Neveu, he is our second skier at 41. The lead is 1.5, and let's see what he can get up with here on his 10.25. A little bit of a slow number 1 here, and gets bounced off the wakes, and not real comfortable there on the start of that pass. He was maybe a little narrow, not really a great sort of position through the gates into number 1, and a little bit sort of doubtful with what was going to happen. He tried to rely on 2, but that didn't work either. And is that a 1.5 or is that a 2?
I think that's going to be 1.5 because I don't think that ski actually made it past the back of the boat.
Yeah,
the back of the boat wakes.
And you saw in his gait, he was a little narrow, so he left his hips behind him when he turned in, so it kind of caught him at 1, and then caused him to kind of be laid over into 2 and not being able to utilize his onside turnover there. And you can tell he's a little frustrated there because he knows he probably could have gotten to 3 ball here, but you see he leaves the hips there a little bit, and then it's going to cause him to come in and have a little bit of a hitch. He's got a little slack line at 1.
All right.
So that's why he unloaded weird into 2.
All right, so there are 7 skiers remaining, starting with Cole McCormick. So that 1 1/2 is a tie for the lead. So there could be a runoff situation brewing right now.
Oh, lots of skiing to go yet, Tony. Lots of skiing to go. Stephen, have you? I was saying how consistent he was, but we did see something really unexpected last weekend. He was in a runoff to make it through to the finals, and he had to get 1.5 at 39. Zane, I don't know if you saw that last weekend. We witnessed there was a runoff to go to the final. I'm talking about runoffs, possibly for this event. He went out with 4 guys going for 3 spots. He had to get more than 1.5. And he fell around 1 ball at 39. And I'm not sure if that's plaguing him there a little bit at his 1 ball. He didn't look that confident on the gates in 1.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I was definitely checking it in. I had a college tournament last weekend, but was between watching my skiers and the event. And yeah, I kind of thought I was definitely there. I think I agree with you that maybe that confidence is hitting him there at 1, and he's not really trusting it. But I mean, he looks super good up until that point. So I mean, I look for in the next round to see him, kind of try to make a few changes at the gate so he's a little more confident when he turns in and gets that 1 ball that he needs to get further down that 41 off pass.
The benefactor of that early fall at 39 was this guy on the water right now, Cole McCormick, who went out, thought he was going home, was basically packed up, and then squeaked into the final, and then went out and ran 4:41 in the final for a huge performance there. And I think he got on the podium or was 1 off.
Yeah, and that was a big weekend for Cole. I know he was super excited for it, and he's looking to kind of, take that momentum and roll it into this weekend. And he seems pretty confident. I talked to him a little earlier in the day, and he seems like he's, feeling pretty good, and, looked pretty good this morning getting ready to ski. So.
All right, and with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Canadian Mr. Stephen Neveau. And so Stephen looked like he cruised through the 10.7. So take us through what went down at 10.2.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch it again. I don't really know exactly what happened. Kind of just take it for a ride, and I don't know. Yeah, I'll look at it again, but felt really good out there.
Well, that's sort of the beauty of the TWBC. You can go back and have a look. Would a letter change ever be something that you would do on the fly in an event?
Probably not. Everything felt really good. Like it wasn't nothing else but me out there. So just gotta screw my head on straight and be ready to go for next round.
Well, I know you already at least got to look at 10.2, but we figure, it's going to take pretty deep to get where we need to be, right, to get through the cut.
Oh, for sure. It'll be 3:41 like it is every weekend. So, yeah.
All right, we'll see you back out tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, they're working along towards the end. We've got Cole McCormick, and actually had occasion to talk with him a little bit about the injury that he sustained at the early part of the season and what he hopes to achieve from here on out at the tail end of the season. You can check that out at the TWBC podcast on Spotify, on Google Podcasts, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever else you choose to listen to your podcast.
So Cole McCormick, 12 meters, 35 off, easy, as you like. And yeah, so talking about his season so far, he had a rough start. He had an ankle injury, and he could have probably skied, but he was playing it smart. I think he knew he had a long season. He sort of said, hey, I'm going to let it rest completely, not push things, because with ankles that can plague you for a long time. So he gave it a bit of a slow start. Skied some record events sort of through the middle of the summer, and now is just kind of playing catch up at the pro events. He got some big performances in the record tournaments, a 4 at 41 in Palm Bay, and then last weekend goes out and nails a 4 at 41. The first time he's got to that buoy in a pro event. So he's definitely, I guess, managed his season well and managed his injury, got past it, and is peaking at the right time.
Yeah, and I mean those, you tweak an ankle, and it's one of those things that just nags and nags and nags. So I think Cole, did the right decision and got it healthy, and then now you're seeing, a really healthy, confident Cole instead of maybe, having a little bit injured and being a little timid and not getting the scores that he wants. You want to be peaking right now with Worlds coming up and at the end of the season. So, it's really good to see, Cole peaking right now.
All right, so Cole McCormick, who spent a good portion of his summer just trying to rehabilitate from that bone bruise that he had on his ankle, was looking in pretty good shape right now for buoy number 1 and number 2. Into number 3, looking very, very strong. And 4, just getting into a good rhythm and just maintaining it all the way through and riding that new LP2 courtesy of LaPointe skis. And you know, sometimes the break that he had could actually turn out to be a bit of a blessing, because it's enabled him to actually try out some skis and some new shapes and what have you. And even though he was injured for a lot of that summer, he was busy. He was busy, not only busy testing the ski, but also testing the limits of his pain tolerance, you know, as he worked his way back towards tournaments.
Yeah, and I mean, I guarantee you Cole, didn't spend the entire time not skiing. He was working with Chris, and they were, dialing that ski in, and I mean, and you're seeing it. He's looking confident. He's out here skiing and looking at his best, and you're seeing that taking that summer off pay off for Cole in big ways.
Yes, definitely works closely with Chris LaPointe and the development of his skis, and he's, I think I see a lot of skiers on that LaPointe. It's been around for a few years. He's still developing, making different models, but Cole's kind of one of those guys that is a testament to the development or the research and the ideas, the innovation that's gone into behind it. And it's definitely, when I see him ride it, I'm like, yep, that ski is definitely working. I know it's a lot of Cole, but it's a lot of Chris behind there, tweaking things for him.
Here he comes. This is 10.75 meters. Looking to become the third skier in the row to make it through this pass. Oh, almost getting overloaded off number 4 into 5, but look at that. Looks like he just hasn't missed a beat, has he?
No, that was pretty simple stuff, apart from 4-ball, and took a little bit of a hit in that. He might be feeling it in his neck a little bit as his head sort of flew back there as he exited number 4, but regained composure at 5 and pretty easy in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, at the start of that pass, again, like we've been talking about how confident and strong Cole looks. Like as we take a look at the replay, 1 and 2 are just spectacular. I mean, he's looking like at his best, and then you see him kind of get a little loose. We had that that little gremlin at 4-ball that kept grabbing the guys early, and thought he might make a guest appearance and get Cole there, but able to hang on to that hit out of 4, kind of sit in the back, and then just make his way through the pass. But great looking start there at 39 from Cole.
All right, then it's crunch time here for Cole McCormick. He's gotten through 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. And now on the line leg shortening, where the Canadian national men's slalom record is contained. The Canadian national slalom record is 5 on this pass, currently held from 2016 by Jason McClintock. Let's see if he can get close to that. He got as close as 4 last week. Here he comes. Buoy number 1. Oh, nicely done round buoy number 1. He's round number 2, a little bit sliding down course, but he gets 2. And if that 2 is upheld as his score, he will end up in the lead by half a buoy.
Yeah, he's got the lead. Definitely gets a 2 out of that, I think. But as you can tell, he's a little disappointed. He knew he had an opportunity there. 1 was not too bad. Maybe a bit of a pause at number 2. Didn't really commit to it as fully as he could have. Maybe he was a tad narrow. Everyone's been struggling a little bit on gate timing, and maybe that's what plagued him at 41 here. That was a ripper of a 1-ball, but often the gate width shows up at 2-ball for lefties, and there he had to wait a little bit on it, and cutting all the way to 3 makes a valiant effort, but really 2 balls is all it's going to be. He's got the lead, but not what he wants today.
Yeah, and that's kind of what, like if we're watching the common theme from all the skiers, where they're all struggling a touch at the gate end down here from the dock end. So, and again, you're right. You're really going to see a gate problem on a lefty at 2-ball, and he kind of exited 1 the way he went through the gates, which was a little narrow. And that was causing him not to get any more than 2 there.
Stephen Neville talked about his gate down that end too, and I thought, and it maybe even got him more because of the one-handed option. A one-handed option, if your timing's off, you're in trouble. I think everyone that's experimented with one-handed gates loves them when they're on, when the timing's on, but when the timing's off, that's when you get in trouble, and it can happen a little bit quicker. The timing is more crucial than a 2-handed gate.
Yeah, and you could see like Cole there, he was a little narrow, and so he actually could move the ski and double pump to go out to keep his width, whereas, you got Steven, when he's out there with one hand off, he really doesn't have anything to create more space.
All right, let's take a look at the zero-off stats. A2 is favored by 45% of our skiers. Bravo 1, 20%, and there you see it flash up on your screen. And a big shout-out to Ricky and Susie McCormick, who are currently at a wedding somewhere, not too sure where, along with Cole's fiancée, Jessica. And that's the reason why they're not here. They typically are present here on site, whenever Cole skis. But I'm sure they're watching in the pews somewhere with the smartphone, checking up on Cole as he's taken the lead with 2 at 10.25 meters. All right, there, moving right along. We have got our next skier to take to the water, originally out of Lincoln in England. This is Robert Hazelwood.
Yeah, definitely the beauty of the webcast, isn't it? We're all sort of guilty of that. We're supposed to be working or doing something else, and on these Fridays, you'd see that I'm sure there's a lot of people in their office just kind of ignoring what's happening on the computer screen, but kind of secretly checking in with this TWBC footage. And a shout out to all you guys that are supporting and checking in on this coverage from the Malibu Open 2023. Rob Hazelwood's the guy on the water doing it for you next. This is 32 off.
All right, here we go. Robert Hazelwood, a skier that's skied most of the professional tournament stops this season, but has kind of run a little bit hot and cold during that time. He'll get 1 or 2 results that have put him into the final, and he will actually ski somewhat towards the podium. But then there are other times where he's come up short. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Well, Tony, I was searching for our other leader in the clubhouse, and he's at the food house. I chased him over. Joel, first one to run 39 today, must have felt good, right?
Yeah, it felt pretty good out there. Honestly, it feels really nice here. The only issue I was having was just, trying to figure out gate timing a little bit. There's a slight head tail. But yeah, feels good here. Pretty happy with how I skied. Honestly, after last weekend, getting 4 times in a row, I was kind of mad at myself after that, and I'm like, all right, no more rest turning. We need to start committing here to making a move at 2-ball. So, stuck on my plan, made a move, and honestly, I thought I was going to be out of it. Nev obviously messed up, so now it looks like we're all tied up again. So yeah, we'll see how it goes in round 2.
All right, well, we're going to let him finish his fajitas, and I can't wait to get some of them, Tony. Back to you guys.
I want to get me some. Where's my fajitas? Anyway, moving right along, we've got Rob Hazelwood. He's gotten through 13 meters, now getting ready for 12.
Yeah, so Tony, you talked a little bit about his season, and yeah, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you, but I think he's had one of the best seasons of his life. Really, he's ended up on a podium a couple times. He's had a lot of final appearances, and he's in the top 5 quite frequently. Yes, there has been a couple times he's gone down early at 41, running looking really, really good, and then just kind of blown it on number 1 ball, which is his offside. But I think he'd be, if you ask him, he's skiing with full confidence right now, and very happy with the way his ski's working and his season is going.
All right then, and as we continue right along, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with our new leader in the clubhouse, Mr. Cole McCormick. Man, Cole, looked like you swung out of 1 at 10-2 really good.
Yeah, I was a little heavy out of 1. I kind of didn't commit fully on the gate, and so I was a little narrow slow at 1, and then I just didn't fully go at 2-ball. I was a little scared I was going to be narrow after my narrow 1, and just got to learn to commit at that pass. A little tired of getting 2. Hardly ever run 2 in practice, so it's a little frustrating.
Well, and it is about commitment, right? I mean, fully at 41.
Yeah, I mean, there's no room to take it easy. You just got to be committed at that pass. If you want any shot of 3 or 4, you got to be fully committed.
All right, well, we'll see him back out there tomorrow. Back to you guys, Tony.
All right then, and let's have a look and see what Robert Hazelwood can do at 38 off, 11.25 meters.
Cole McCormick obviously a little disappointed, but he still has the lead, and that's not a bad spot to be in right now. There's, I think, 6 skiers remaining. So he's going to go into round 2, kind of in a spot where he knows what he's going to get, needs to get to make it into the final. Rob Hazelwood making short work of 38, and dropping in down the far end. Wind dropped off completely. Conditions absolutely perfect, really, for this slalom event. There's our current conditions. 2 kilometers, 1 mile an hour. So nothing, just a slight breeze, which we're happy for. It's pretty warm out here.
Yeah, and I mean, the lake is pretty protected on all sides. So, I mean, I know I couldn't feel any wind out there, and it hasn't really changed much since then. The sun's kind of coming out a little bit, which is nice. And, I think a couple of these skiers are a little bit, upset with themselves because conditions are great. I mean, I think things are skiing good. I think it's just like little mistakes, and that just shows how that 41 off pass is, and they're it's catching them, and they know that it was something that they did wrong. It wasn't anything that they don't have an excuse for it this time. Right, everything is perfect setup for great scores, and I think they know, okay, hey, we made this mistake, and they're going to try to correct it. So
yeah, so good scores, but the potential for more was there, and they didn't take advantage of it. So let's hope Rob Hazelwood, coming back 39 off, let's hope he can take advantage of it and get through this pass and have a shot at our lead at 2 at 41.
And it all starts with the gate. Let's see what he's got. Buoy number 1. That outside hand working its magic so far with Rob Hazelwood into buoy number 3. A little slide down course, but he's still there on number 4. He's still there on 5, and 10.75 meters or 39.5 off is in the bag for Rob Hazelwood.
And that makes 4 skiers in a row. We went through maybe 10 skiers. They were hitting close, 5s, 4.5s. And then Joel Poland broke that, and the last 4 skiers all through 39 off. Our currently 2 at 41 with Cole McCormick. And let's watch this. He got pretty deep here at number 2 ball. I think he was just wanted to set this pass off straight though, and go, okay, you know what, I'm going to get into it and not get behind. Sucked up the rope a little bit at number 3, but no dramas. He's got a strong onside, and was, I think, pretty happy with where he stood there at number 5 and 6.
All right, let's see what occurs. Robert Hazelwood in the water, getting ready for 41 off, 10.25 meters.
So we'll see if Rob takes has paid attention and maybe realizes that these skiers are coming out a little narrow on these gates, and maybe pulls out just a tad later and to try to have his speed at the turn in and get that good start at 41 and get over to 3 ball.
All right, here he is, folks. Robert Hazelwood, 10.25 meters. His season's best has been 4 on this line length. Looking to go around buoy number 1. Gets a good hard lock into buoy number 2. Good to go around number 3, and
all day long,
smart skiing.
He's happy all day long. He definitely adjusted, like you said, Zane. There, he figured out the gate down that end. The beauty of this sport is, a lot of these guys train together, and they come in off the dock and they'll kind of chat with each other and kind of give people some feedback of what's happening out there. And he was one of those skiers that set his gate up pretty good. He's still narrow at 1 because it's 41. You're not wide. But he definitely had more speed through his gate turn in, and all day long there you could see he was going to make 3.
Yeah, he set himself up to have a good look into 1, and to be honest, he was kind of checking speed to make sure that he got around to go get the turn at 2 ball to get him over to 3, is the way it looked to me. But, definitely set himself up to go get him a good dunk turn at 2 ball and give himself, the space to get outside of 3, and set himself up really good in this first round, and your new leader with 3 at 41.
All right, and definitely playing the averages out there. Robert Hazelwood back in towards the shore with 3 buoys, and probably thinking that if he can get a decent start in round number 2 and get something similar, then he'll probably make it through to the final, because it's probably going to take at least 2 or 3 other people to actually beat him, to deny him a spot through to the final round, which will take place tomorrow afternoon. So job is done there for Robert Hazelwood, and great effort there from him as we work our way through to quite possibly the most winningest European men's slalom champion. He won his 10th European men's slalom championship this past July in San Gervasio, and his name is Thomas de Gasperi.
All right, T-Gas, as he's better known around the ski circuits. He's been doing it for Malibu and good skis for a number of years now, and this is one of his favorite tournaments of the year. I believe he's won this title a couple of times. We saw, I think, Regina's won the women's in this event 80% of the time. I think the men's title, though, has been scattered around a little bit between Thomas de Gasperi, Freddie Winters maybe won one, Will Asher's won several, and, of course, Nate Smith's got quite a few in his back pocket as well.
All right, here we go. Thomas de Gasperi, a legendary figure in men's slalom skiing, riding that good slalom ski, that special edition, T-Gas edition, where it's narrower on one side up front and a little bit wider on the opposite side. And with T-Gas running their opening pass of 30 meters, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with our new leader in the clubhouse, Mr. Handsome Rob Hazelwood. Felt good, right?
Yeah, I said in our interview beforehand the goal was 3, and it feels so good out there. I mean, I don't know what the hell's been going on these last 2 events. It's been some beautiful 39s, but not been able to get anyone 41, and that's just the relief. It kind of sucks, you know, going to these events and not doing very well, but half of me wanted to pull out of here and figure it out, but I'm so glad I came, and just, yeah, it felt insane out there. I'm just nervous. I'm 41. I got to get a little bit of faith in me, and everything felt good. Ski felt dialed. Yeah, I'm a happy guy.
No, I love it. I heard one of the gals early this morning say, "Hey, you know, I got to trust it." And then sometimes it's just about us sort of taking a back seat and let our talent sort of take over, right?
Yeah, well, it's tough because we have to trust it, and I'm kind of one of those guys. It doesn't really matter what I do in practice. I just go out, do my thing at tournament, and 41s have never really been an issue. And again, these last 2 events have been a little bit of a mental challenge because I felt good. I just could not get out of one at 41, and it was killing me. And I have faith, I have trust, I have all that stuff in myself, but sometimes it's tough to find. So I'm glad that was a good step in the right direction.
We'll see him rip it up again tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, here we go. We got Thomas de Gasperi out on the water. He comes to us originally from Trento in the northern part of Italy. A city with a huge lake that forms his training site, large enough to fit 2 slalom courses back to back. And it's certainly one of the most beautiful places you would ever get the opportunity to ski at. So if you're ever in the northern part of Italy, hit up Thomas de Gasperi with his ski school, and he'll probably be driving you up there maybe next summer.
Yeah, and I know Allie swung in there when she was on her tail end of the European tour, and she said that was one of the coolest lakes she'd ever been to. You know, pretty sights. It was awesome ski lake, and definitely should check it out.
Yes, indeed, and Trento certainly historical in other fashions as well. Way back in the 16th century, the Roman Catholic Catechism was formulated there, and obviously what occurred afterwards was quite historical, so quite significant where he's from.
Tony, it never ceases to amaze me the amount of knowledge that you have in that brain of yours.
I try to give depth. All right, there. Here we go. Coming into the course on the 11.25 meter line. Shouldn't be too much of a worry here for Thomas de Gasperi. Just returned from Italy, as a matter of fact. Missed out on last week's pro tournament in favor of attending the Venice Film Festival, where he was a special guest there of the organizers, and taking a little bit of a breather and coming back fresh as a daisy.
Well, he's pretty famous back in his hometown and his home country. So probably had to sign some autographs, get some babies. So good on T-Gas. But yeah, we missed him last weekend. He's always one of those guys who get into the finals and taking shots at that podium. We talked about the podium for this event. It's the 15th edition of the Malibu Open. And I'm going to go through who I think has been on the top spot. Will Asher, Freddie Winter, Nate Smith, Thomas DeGasperi. Can you think of anybody else who might have been on the top spot at this event?
Not in my mind, no. I mean, it's been pretty much a lock for like a very, very select few skiers. I mean, Thomas DeGasperi, Will Asher there. Nate Smith has, I believe, won in the Malibu Open at least on a couple of occasions, you know. So
We saw some previous winners just come up on our screen there, but if we can bring that graphic back sometime here shortly. There it is. Will Asher, Nate Smith. Yeah, Will Asher, he's a couple times. Nate Smith. And Freddie Winter talked about 2017. He picked the title up.
Yeah.
And I know DeGasperi has done it somewhere along the lines too.
All right, then. Here we go. Thomas DeGasperi, 10.75 meters. With the last 4 skiers have all run this pass. And it's certainly a pass that you can't afford to be complacent with. And for Thomas DeGasperi, as experienced a skier as you will ever see in men's slalom competition. And there you go, our 5th skier in a row to go through 10.75 meters. That is Thomas DeGasperi.
Yeah, and the ski looking just a little unsettled at the free ball there, but, you know, Thomas composing himself and getting through it.
That's a full-blown one-handed gate shot right there.
Yeah, and Thomas is got, you know, textbook at it. You know, he keeps his speed. He's not losing any of his width and anything. So he's got that one-handed gate dialed in. But then as we look at the replay here, you'll kind of see the ski. It chatters right there, and he almost kind of loses it, but he keeps over his feet and gets through that 39 off pass.
And it's certainly the measure of a great slalom skier when a situation comes up like that on buoy number 3, that you don't hit the proverbial panic button and dig yourself into a bigger hole going forward.
Yeah, because if you push on the tail anymore, it's just going to start pushing back, and then you get, you know, load to line and you end up popping the handle. So, you know, veteran move there from Thomas and making his way through it. But you know, now he'll put that behind him, and he's going to come in. He's got 41 off. He's got a season's best of 4, so he's going to be looking to do that. Going to need to get 3 if he wants to tie the leader. So we'll see if he takes those notes at the gate. Looks pretty good as he turns in here. Let's see what he's got as he goes for 1.
A good athlete for the best part of a decade. Here he is. This is 10.25 meters and another score of 3.
Yeah, and Tony, that looked like it was a little close there at 3 ball. I'd like to take a look at the replay and see, because he looked a little narrow to get outside of 3. We'll have to take a look, but had a good gate and a pretty decent 1. Looked like he unloaded a little quick into 2 and caused him to run with the boat, and you know, maybe not able to get outside of 3. We'll take a look here. This will be our best angle. Yeah, I mean, to me, it looked like he got outside it now that I looked at it again. So we'll have to wait and see what the judges score. But good skiing there for Thomas.
Nicely done. Thomas DeGasperi. We'll get a look at the instant replay from this angle. We'll see if the official score pops up in the meantime. He gets around buoy number 2 as Thomas DeGasperi makes his way into the shore. Oh, that is close.
Yeah, that one angle you can't see the buoy, and then that angle you can't see the buoy either. So that'll be tough. I'm glad I'm not one of the judges of this tournament right now, but we'll have to wait and see what the officials scoring.
Don't bother asking Thomas what that score was, because he'll tell you 3.
Yeah, I mean, it was so close. It's just you kind of got to get down to the way the rules are written, and it looks like they have confirmed 2. So Thomas did not get outside of 3 ball, so not able to take the lead from Cole McCormick, but still good skiing for T-Gas there.
I don't want to tell him, but...
All right, then. So we're down to our final 4 competitors in this round. And, I mean, even at this stage of the competition, with the scores that we've gotten at 10.25 meters, I see a two-way tie for 4th right now between Joel Poland and Stephen Neveu on 1.5. So I mean, under the assumption that the remaining 4 skiers will all produce a score that would put them within the top 8 as it stands at this moment, there could be the potential of a runoff. Not today, mind you, not today, but maybe if push come to shove and there might be a perfect tie between a couple of skiers, then the specter of a multiple-way runoff could come into play. As we see a skier from Charlotte in North Carolina, this is Dane Meckler.
Yeah, and Kyle, you were asking earlier today about the binding setups on the ski. This is actually one of your skiers that has elected to go away from that hard shell front binding and is using, a more rubber style front binding,
supple
with a toe kicker. I think he's kind of running something like that T-factor binding, but not on your traditional hard shell bindings, and and a different setup. But Dane has been skiing great, and I expect a big score out of him here today.
Yes, absolutely.
You don't see that setup very much, but the 2 guys doing it are the guys that are 2 of the top guys in the world. So obviously Nate Smith is one renowned for using a regular rubber boot, if you like. I wouldn't say it's that supple. It's pretty stiff boot, but prefers that sort of feel, and it works well for him. And Dane, I think, has actually switched back to that. He's probably been through a few different options, but he's switched back to that now. So yeah, I guess it's different strokes for different folks, and it seems to work well for Dane. And I've said time and time again with Dane, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when for this guy. He's been poking there and thereabouts, running 41. He's been poking thereabouts for getting on the top of the podium. He's been very, very close, some seconds, some thirds, but never really achieved that top spot, primarily because of the 3 skiers after him. It's just a hard hill to climb, I guess, but Dane is definitely been very, very close.
All right, then, looking at Dane Meckler getting around all 6 buoys, getting through it on 12 meters, not looking too bad at all. Now, Zane, let me tell you a little bit about Grunt. Now, you've heard of these guys, haven't you?
I have.
Okay, so Grunt is for those moments when you finally got your electrician to show up, and now they need to drive 30, 40, an hour or 2 hours away to grab something at the big box store. Now, that might not matter so much, but if you've got an electrician and you're paying him an hourly rate, that hourly rate includes him being off site as well, grabbing all of those materials, and you'd rather have him on site getting the work done, right? So Grunt comes into play to basically solve a problem and getting those supplies delivered to that electrician, without having to leave the site. So your electrician stays on the site, the more efficient use of their time, and you are saving money by keeping the people on task and on site. And you can find out more by going to trygrunt.com. Trygrunt.com. Grunt, we get it.
Yeah, no, awesome concept there, Tony, and almost like the Uber Eats of construction
yes,
supplies.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so let's get back to the water. This is Dane Meckler. This is 38 off, and watch how he's like a surgeon on the water, isn't he? Just absolutely meticulous with his position, his form. He never sort of breaks, keeps everything tight and compact, and makes no mistakes as he rounds 5. The water cam showing him exit 5 with precision, and 6 buoys again for Dane Meckler, 39 up next.
Yeah, and Dane is like one of my favorite skiers to watch, and you talk about his precision, but we were talking about how Stephen Neview's almost like a cheat code being as tall as he is. Well, Dane's the opposite. He's a lot more compact and a lot smaller. So, he's going to have to be more precise on how he's moving the ski to get it to work out and get the ski to work for him to create space, because his body's not creating it for him. And Dane has mastered it, and he is on. He's rocking and rolling, and you can see it here on this replay of this 38 off pass.
All right, then. Working its way through that run, 11.25 meters. It shouldn't be any more of a problem as it typically is for Dane Meckler. 10.75 meters coming up, and just enough time to tell you about Good, a ski brand that's ridden by Dane Meckler as well. Fantastic products there. consistently among the top performing slalom skis on the market. You can find out more by going to good.com to check out their range of skis, which also includes trick skis as well, with the latest addition being the Avalon alongside the MK1. Here we go. This is Dane Meckler out on the water. This is 5. Coming right up now, that's number 5. This is number 6. And he just absolutely smoked it.
One of the best 39s for today, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he again, it almost looks like a warm-up pass for Dane. He is dialed and rocking and rolling. I know he was working in the truck this morning, and he's one of our working guys, but, now he's out here working on the slalom course, and you see it here on the replay of this 39 from this awesome drone shot, and Dane just making this 39 look like a walk in the park.
Just absolutely crushing it.
I don't know if you can see on the drone shot. I'm looking over my shoulder, though, at the back at the lake, and I'm looking at the flags, the Malibu flag, the good flag. Everything's flying the opposite direction now. The wind is actually spun around a little bit. Jumpers will be sitting there rubbing their hands together. But
You mean it's a headwind?
Yeah, it's a little headwind. We're not going to say that too loudly, because last weekend we were chasing headwinds all over the place and never really found one. So this weekend we're just going to hopefully keep the ramp still and jump the way it's facing right now, which would be fantastic. The difference, though, is it's got a little slight tailwind pushing him along here. Nothing to stress him too much. But he's chasing a lead of 3 at 41, and every once in a while you need that little headwind to kind of give you some calmness, give you some confidence as you get into this pass.
All right, then. Eyes over towards the course. We got Dane Meckler. Entrant, number 1. Gets it to go. Round buoy number 2. He's still there. Round number 3. Can he make it outside number 4? I believe he can. Oh, and he cannot make it to the wakes after number 4. So the actual score of getting the ski outside number 4 is under review. So it could be 3 or 3.5, but no more.
Sensational skiing there for Dane Meckler, though. He's jumped himself right into the front, or either tied or the lead outright. Big one ball, as we've come accustomed to from Dane Meckler. And I thought he got out of this 2-ball pretty handily too. There's a little loose line, but he powered his way across to 3, knowing he has a shot at number 4 and cut all the way there. We're going to wait and see what the judges say. It's a big decision. I think he's pretty close off of that angle. Obviously couldn't make it back to the wakes, but potentially a 3.5 for Dane, and we've got used to that from him. He's been getting 3s for a long time, and now he's figured out how to get to 4, and that sets him apart from a lot of these competitors.
Yeah, and I thought he was going to go, maybe even further than this with this one ball. I mean, he hooked up great and had a good exit going to 2. And, I thought he hooked up, like you said, Kyle, pretty good out of 2 to get over to 3. And, just getting a little hiccup here. And but, it looked like he might have gotten the ski outside. Let's take a look here. Hard to tell there. We'll have to see what the judges say.
So the judges will sit in there in the little TWBC trailer and slow-mo, rewind, replay, every single angle they can possibly look at to make sure the call is correct, which is a little different from some of the record tournaments we do. There's it's only literally the camera from the boat and the judges watching it live, and they don't get the same sort of look back at what transpired. But 3.5 is the official score. So Dane Meckler, he is in our driver's seat right now, leading this event. What a great score from him. 3 skiers remain. Freddie Winter next, leaving the dock.
All righty, folks. We are 3 skiers away from ending round number 1. And just to confirm that Dane Meckler scored 3.5 to assume the lead. There you see the leaderboard. And chasing down that lead is our skier on the water, coming to us out of the London borough of Wandsworth. This is Freddie Winter.
And I'm sure he is another skier that's selected to go out at 13 metres. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah,
really enjoyed him in the final last weekend, going out at 11 metres off the dock, 38 off, and put up a huge score. Ended up runner-up in that event. But Freddie Winter having a sensational season. He's got through 41 a couple times this year. And looking extremely confident there at 32 off 13 metres. The difference now, I guess, for Dane is the 3.5. The threes are pretty confident. Yeah, they're pretty happy. The 3.5, he's got to be going, hey, you know what? That's going to make me through to the final. I can kind of almost relax in this next round and just kind of figure things out for the final. What do you reckon, Zane?
Yeah, I mean that getting over to 4-ball is that's the real hard thing, and you get over there, you kind of can relax, and Dane's going to be trying to figure out how can I get my offside turn over there at 3-ball to work and get me over to 4 and get a good turn. So, I think he'll be relaxed. He's usually a pretty relaxed as is guy, but pressure is off next round, and I think maybe this weekend's the weekend that we see Dane take down another 41 off.
No, I'm hoping so for him and everybody at home watching. It's been coming, and there's our leaderboard right there. The 3.5, obviously, like we say, I think that's made it through. He doesn't probably even need a ski round 2, but the guys with 3 still a little dubious. Well, there are 3. Hazelwood has got 3.
Okay, so according to the rules, each one of our skiers has to ski round 2. It's mandatory. So with that in mind, let's have a look at Freddie Winter getting through the second run. Pass number 2. It's 12 meters, and it's just smoother than a well-buttered banister.
And that's probably a handy rule there, I guess, to have to make sure, our competitors do, partake in the second round, even though they may not need to. We've seen that a few times, though. They're already qualified. They'll go out and just do a couple of passes, if required to, just to kind of feel things out, warm up a little bit for the final round. Hopefully he goes out and competes and tries to get a huge score. But sometimes they'll conserve some energy for the final.
Well, what we're hoping is that maybe some of our earlier competitors will come out tomorrow and put out a big score and actually have some of these higher competitors, have to go out and tie their score or better their score to make it the final. I know that there are a lot of younger skiers here that are fully capable of busting out a 2 at 41 and things like that. So we'll be kind of hoping that maybe we see a couple of those tomorrow and have a good, second round of this Open Men's event.
So looking good out there, Freddie Winter. And coming in, 11.25 meters. This is where the rope comes up short of the buoy width for the first time.
As we see Austin Rogers bringing that boat back on course, he's been doing a stellar job out there. That's a lot of concentration, a lot of focus. Keep this boat on track down the lake for all these competitors. The tolerances are tiny. He's got to make sure, the 20 centimeters either side of midline, and he's doing a great job as Freddie Winter runs through 38 off. Again, very, very strong skier and turning hard and making sure he's setting up his rhythm, his power, his intensity for 39 and 41 to come.
Yeah, and I mean, he was in the boat earlier today, when he was pulling me, and he seemed very comfortable at the end, very relaxed, so not only is he dialed in the boat, but he seems very comfortable in the boat and was very happy to be, he seemed very ready to drive, and he felt great out there, and I think you're seeing it with the scores that we're getting today.
Looking good and skiing exceptionally well with that Masterline tow rope. Available in two different flavors for each of our pro slalom skiers that will be out there on the water. The old reliable pro main line, which is set records and personal bests for competitors for a number of seasons, but also on top of that the optimized 2.0, which also has all of those record-setting properties, but it allows for a little bit more stretch and forgiveness. You can find out more about those lines by going to masterlineusa.com. That is masterlineusa.com. Here we go, folks. This is Freddie Winter.
Must run pass here for Freddie, and he makes no mistakes at number 1 and a huge number 2. He's looking on time at 3. A little bit of a grab there, but nothing to worry about. And I said the skier before had a pretty nice 39, Dane Meckler, but that one, I think he was early. I think it was better.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Freddie looking dialed. I think he probably heard us over here talking about Dane having a pretty good one and said, well, watch this, boys. And, yeah, that was textbook 39 for Freddie Winter there.
Fantastic, and that is a smoother than freshly laid asphalt, and that's one of the materials that is supplied by Vulcan Materials across the nation, from California to Florida, from Texas all the way to New York. You can find the finest materials available, primarily crushed stone, sand, and gravel, and a number of other aggregate-based construction materials. You can find out more by going to vulcanmaterials.com. That's vulcanmaterials.com.
Did you practice that lead into that, Tony? That was brilliant, mate.
You know, if you've got it.
All right, I'm watching the replay as Freddie rounds number 6. Takes a little hit out the gate and says, "Thank you very much. I want my shot at 41, chasing 3.5. It's a big score, but Freddie's been doing it all season long. Scored 5 at 41 last weekend for second spot. He wants to take it down. He's run it a couple 3 times this season. Season best maybe 1 at 43. Let's see what he's got. Choosing B2 on the 0-off.
Here he is. Entrant, round buoy number 1. Getting broken over off that turn. He's round buoy number 2. Oh, and just absolutely collapses on buoy number 3. And that puts him, well, it may be a little bit too much to say whether he's eliminated himself or anything else of that kind going into tomorrow or looking further ahead into the men's slalom final. But 2.5 should be enough to do it, but it leaves the door wide open, I believe.
Yeah, I think he's pretty safe for this round. Obviously, he's got, I think we've got a 3.5, a 3. Maybe he's sitting in 3rd so far with 2 skiers remaining. Just pushing a little bit hard there. I think he, like everyone, has felt conditions looking good. They don't want to lay up and stand up and just score a full 3. He was turning it ready to try and run this pass.
Yeah, and I think Freddie just, you know, again, I think he's a little more frustrated that he got an actually pretty decent start here off of 1 and 2 and then just pushed a little hard at 3 and, you know, getting the tail to blow. And could be a combination of a couple things, you know, like we talked about a little earlier, the water is a little cooler here, so the ski's going to sit a little higher, which is going to, you know, in return kind of make it want to blow the tail a little more. And I've seen some skiers do that. And right there, Freddie, I think, blew the tail and is just a little frustrated that he had a really good start to go down the pass and unfortunately not getting the score that he wanted there.
Yeah, not frustrated with the score, but just frustrated with the opportunity missed.
Yeah.
All right, then. So working away towards the end. This is the 2023 Malibu Open, pulled by the Response TXI, and each of those boats are supplied to us by Rambo Marine. We thank those folks very much indeed for this, the 15th Malibu Open, coming to you live from Tuscaloosa in Alabama, the Druid City. Bringing it on for our next competitor, our penultimate competitor. This is the current world champion and world record holder, Nate Smith.
All right, Nate Smith leaving the dock. This is going to be 32 off. Don't believe he's decided to go out at 12. But 13 meters for Nate Smith. And he's been on top of quite a few number of podiums. Maybe only missed it once this year at the events he's been into. I think Freddie ousted him at one of the events in Europe. 32 off. And we saw the drone flying there before. And there's some drone footage for us there. This guy who's flying for us today is doing an excellent job. I've got a drone. I try and take some good footage, but it's nowhere near as precise as what he does, and it gets a brilliant view of the skiers, especially when we're following so close, you know, watching their path from behind.
Yeah, and I mean, I know watching at home, like more drone shots. Like I think they're awesome. Just as a water ski nerd, I think that's the coolest shot that we have, and you know, the drone guys are always doing a great job here with TWBC, and you know, keeping the viewers at home with awesome footage.
And I'm sure that it's something that Nate Smith appreciates as well, being a pilot himself, you know, operating out of Orlando Executive Airport. And, when he's not swerving and going from side to side on the slalom course here, he's doing the same in an aircraft teaching new fledgling pilots.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's been enjoying that and getting his hours, and has something else going on too other than skiing. And I don't know how much he's swerving in the plane. I would, if I was one of his, if I was being taught by that, and that would probably scare me. But yeah, definitely out there, teaching some flight and also cutting it up on a water ski. But we're gonna bring him back in. This is 35 off.
So here he comes, Nate Smith. Originally out of McCordsville in Indiana. I'm sure a good few folks there from Champion Lake and that part of the world are watching in and seeing Nate Smith just absolutely crush it out there on 12 meters.
Yeah, and I mean, Nate's got he's got his own technique and own kind of style the way he does it, and it's so neat and awesome to watch, just because he's not the strongest competitor out there, and he uses the zero off to his advantage, and it puts the ski where he wants to be, and he's very light on the line, and it makes it so that he can run these 41 off passes and do it consistently like he always does. So it's always fun to watch, and I look forward to seeing more of it, here in the next couple of passes as we work our way to that 41 off pass.
Yeah, it's almost mind-boggling, isn't it, how easy it looks for this guy on the water. It defies physics a little bit sometimes, the amount of speed and angle he can generate across the lake and keep adding buoys. Even when he gets a little in trouble at 41, he doesn't panic. He still gets across to the next one, and the amount of times he's actually run 41. Seen one of those statistics floating around on Instagram from return to baseline that he's run it more times than every other competitor combined, which is an incredible sort of stat. But he's got his own way of doing it. It's been working unreal for him for a number of years now. I still remember him arriving on the scene around 2008, 2009, and was running 39s pretty easily then. Now 41 more times than anybody else. So Nate Smith won pretty much every event there is to win, and this is textbook 38 off pass.
Yeah, and I mean, and I think Nate just like really understands zero off. He gets how the boat works, because if you watch, he always turns, but he never pulls until the rope's tight and the boat's there. So the boat's not ever going to give him more, and he's not going to get into a position that's going to put him into a situation at the next buoy. He just kind of turns and waits for the boat, and then boom, there he hits it as the boat's there, and he uses that zero off to his advantage.
All right then, and as we continue right along, just enough time to tell you about Red Bar, which is located in Grayton Beach in Florida, not too far away from Santa Rosa Beach. They're currently into their lunch menu right now, so for those of you that are watching from that area, try their seafood gumbo and their fish and chips, and you can find out more about them by going to theredbar.com, theredbar.com. Alrighty, folks, let's continue right along. It's 10.75 meters. The boat is on its way. A beautiful shot, completely overhead shot that is, as we swoop down and stay on here with Nate Smith coming in on the pass of 10.75 meters. Looking good.
Yeah, looking really easy here for Nate Smith. Sometimes I find myself, when you sit back and watch him, you can almost just get speechless. There's not much you can critique, because it just looks so simple for him. We saw some of our early competitors kind of battle through that pass or kind of come up short at the end, but no mistakes for Nate Smith, and just walk in the park there for him through 39. It's interesting to hear some statistics coming from our trailer that. Interesting, Nate talking about, loading the line and kind of understanding zero off. He does actually have power to weight is actually one of the highest. But the timing of it, I guess, Zane, is right, where it needs to be, which is right behind the boat, through the wakes, and waiting on it at the right time.
But
And
watch-
what a brilliant angle that is, isn't it, Zane?
Yeah, if you watch this drone shot, he turns here, but he doesn't pull until now when he's right behind the boat. So he's actually getting the most pull. So he's actually going to get, but the zero off is going to send him over to the other side. And that's what Nate does the best. But I mean, I'm going to tell you, as a water ski enthusiast, that shot right there is money.
That's cool, isn't it? Seeing the
Yeah.
angles at play there, and so he's definitely loading the line, but it's right in the right spot, and actually that makes the driver's job a lot easier too. It's not yanking it from side to side. The driver's not getting kind of anxious about what's about to happen, so makes everything kind of settle in nice and easy for him. But this is 41. This is extremely short. Can he get through it? Can he be our first competitor? He's chasing a 3.5. He's done
Here
it
he
time and
comes.
time again. Let's see what he's got.
Let's see what he's got. Round buoy number 1, looking in good shape. Round buoy number 2, a little on the back of the ski. And he gets round number 3, and he calls it a day at that point.
That's a surprising 2-ball for Nate. I thought he had a pretty nice 1-ball. Kind of.
Maybe he's just toying with them.
Oh, he did. Well, he had this last weekend. His first round wasn't his best. He ran a 2 at 41, which you don't see him do it very often. But that was a brilliant 1-ball. Came into 2, ready to just sit on it and sort of just waited a little bit. Threw himself around 3. Got he's solidified him a pretty good spot going into the second round. 3 at 41. He's setting himself into, what is that, second tied right now?
Yeah, I believe he's tied with
Robert Hazelwood.
With Robert Hazelwood, yes, exactly, yeah. So, again, I thought that 1-ball was pretty good. As you take a look here coming into 2, looks like he got off of the handle just a touch early, which caused him to lose the line a little bit and be a little slow out of 2-ball, which is a little untextbook out of Nate, but still able to get over and get that 3 and get him in a tie for second place.
All right, let's send it over to Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Mr. Fred Winter, and Freddie, I thought you had a decent go out of 1 at 10-2, but yeah, take us through what went through in your mind.
Yeah, I had a good one. I think I probably pulled a little too long too, and then weirdly I tripped over my feet into 3. Like I kind of actually dropped my shoulder too much off the second wake, and I could feel myself like, oh, I'm a little bit off balance. I think I threw the edge change there and got to 3, and I mean I was in still good shape to turn it and go. It's the frustrating thing about this sport is the scoring. It's like, I mean, in some ways it's messed up. Like you can squeak a 3 and that's 3. You can be nowhere near for it, and I'm trying to turn it and I get 2.5, so it puts me down. But it's the risk. It's the sport we know, so I can't complain too much, and it's probably helped me in the past at some point. But yeah, I'm annoyed. I think I've ended up 5th or 6th where I probably had one of the better starts and just didn't capitalize on a good start.
So would you ever make like letter changes sort of mid-flight, or do you make those midweek, or?
No, I mean, I've changed my letter during rounds of tournament. To be honest with you, it feels good out there. Like I actually felt good. I felt balanced. I just made a little bit of a strange move into 3 at 41 there. I need to go back and look at it. But I came out of 1 thinking, okay, that's where I want to be. Actually, the gates were hard. That's what I'm finding difficult here. The gates, you're always running on the boat a little bit. You get a different swing up on the boat. So actually that 41 was a good gate, and I was happy with it. And then around 1, I was good, 2 good, and then I think 2 was okay. But yeah, I just dropped that shoulder, which I tend to, if I'm fast, I tend to throw my feet, which is not good either. So that's something I'm working on, is trying to keep my weight moving with my ski. But I did it too much, I think, and was a little bit off balance. So I think that's probably where it went wrong. But yeah, I mean, just annoying. Like you're in the water and you're going, well, hang on a second, I should be finishing the pass right now.
Well, maybe we're going to see him finish it tomorrow, as he's done many times before. So back to you guys, Tony.
That's some pretty good feedback there from Freddie. And we're up here sort of analyzing everybody's skiing, and we make guesses at what happened and what they're feeling. But to hear it from the sources is pretty cool. Exactly what he was feeling out there.
Indeed.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of been the same thing that we've been seeing. That they're struggling at the gates, and then also conditions feel great. Everything feels great, and the guys are just making a little move here and there that they know is their own doing, and they're going to go back and take a look at it, and they'll fix it, for that second round. And I expect scores to go only up from here. I mean, things are skiing great here today. At the Malibu Open.
Indeed. And as we work our way into Will Asher, he's run his opening pass of 13. 12 meters shouldn't be too much of a worry for him, although, you got to get it done. Let's see what happens here. a skier that's quite familiar with the Malibu Response TXI and the Monsoon engine that is under that cover. Let's see what he's got. This is 12 meters.
Yeah, Will Asher doing it for Syndicate. HO skis, and he is our final competitor in this Open Men's Slalom preliminary round. We will be having a little short break after this and then moving into the Open Women's second round. There's the brand leaderboard. Syndicate on top. Asher, Bull, and Nicholson rounding out an incredible team, and they're dominating this Constructors' Championships this year. There it is, 592 points for Syndicate. D3 behind, 521, good in third. And since we're towards the tail end of the season, I don't see that changing too much. And all of those Syndicate skiers, we've seen Jamie and Ali out earlier performing very well on their skis, and we fully expect Will to do the same today. So I think the HO's sort of grabbed that championship for this year.
All right, then. So as we work our way along, just a quick reminder that you can win a ski of your choice, whether it's a Conley or a D3. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to find out more details and to maybe put you in the frame to win yourself a ski. Hannah Strotz-Server certainly did so, and she won herself a D3 last weekend.
Yeah, and I always tell the college students that are watching, hey, get in and try it, because I know there's some teams that are starting up or some skiers that need a ski, and it's a great way to get you a slalom ski and get you going. So be sure you get in and get your choice of the leaderboard. But
all right,
we've got Will Asher coming in. This is 38 off. He was looking pretty good in his opening two passes. Still a warm-up pass for Will as you see him working his way through 3 and 4. And a solid looking 38 off pass there at the Will Asher.
All right there. So Will Asher getting the job done as he typically does. Former 2-time world slalom champion. Won the title first off in 2005 and then came back and won it in 2009 over at the Lakes of Castingstone in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And you very rarely see him off the podium in any of the subsequent World Waterski Championships in the men's slalom. As a matter of fact, in 2003, he won he won, I believe, either the silver or the bronze medal in the same World Championships that Jeff Rogers won over in Claremont in Florida.
That's probably correct. Yeah, that's a good memory there, Tony. And he'll be battling for it. He was on the podium in 2021. He had to work extremely hard for that one. Extremely hard. It was a tough cut to make it into the final, and then it was all log jam for the third spot, and he had to go for a bit of a runoff to try and make it earn that third spot.
And as if by fate, we've got Jeff Rogers' son at the helm of this towboat. Let's see.
All right, and as we watch, this is William Asher coming around number 2, and like the other 2 skiers before him, running this pass pretty effortlessly. A big number 4 ball, but that doesn't phase him too much. He doesn't mind getting his hip a little bit in the water, a little spray coming off him at round number 4, his onside, round number 4. And he is looking good. He's won this event a few times. He loves skiing behind this Malibu boat. And he's got a shot at the lead here. Standing at 3.5. Dane Meckler in the hot seat right now.
Looking in tremendous shape here at 10.75 meters, you know. This is just efficiency of movement at its best. Look at him go. Just whips that ski round number 2, is ready to go off to the races almost as soon as he makes contact with that second hand. And I mean, it is just a joy to watch. Zane.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Will, I grew up looking up to Will, and you know, I get to ski with him quite a bit, and he's just, you know, he knows so much about the sport, and he's very good on the technique, and you just see it. It's amazing, you know, that he has been at the top of his game for as long as he has, and still is here, and is one of the top skiers. He won this event last year, and you know, now he's going to go and take a crack at the leaderboard, and And Will is still capable of running this 41 off pass. So he, if I remember correctly, he ran it in Greece and
in the Jaquess Pro Battle.
And so be looking to do it again here, Malibu Open.
All right, here he comes. Let's see if he can take the opportunity to strike for the lead. Here he is. He's round buoy number 2. He's in the best shape out of all of the skiers so far at this stage of the pass, and he gets 4 buoys for his effort, and 4 is enough for the lead. So Will Asher currently in the lead with provisionally with 4.
Pretty casual about that too, wasn't he? He sort of didn't have the best one, kind of folded, but he didn't lose any time. Big two ball, kind of looked pretty calm as he went round 3. Said, "I'll make it over to 4. Thank you very much. Top seed." And move on. No, he's pretty relaxed out there. That's experience showing.
Yeah, got himself a pretty big 1 ball there, and kind of set him up into the pass, and then got over, got his onside turn, and being able to get him his 4 ball, get him the lead. So we'll take a look at the leaderboard here in just a second, but
he's got something to prove. I think last weekend he was skiing exceptionally well in some of the earlier rounds, and then kind of had a early exit from the final. He missed. I think he had a bit of a tip cord or something crazy happened around 5 ball, and he was gone at 39 in the final of last weekend. So I think he's got a chip on his shoulder and really want to prove that he's in good form, and he's definitely done so in round number 1.
All right then, and look at the instant replay and see Will Asher G4 at to 10.25 meters. We'll take a look at the full leaderboard at this time to say that Will Asher has the lead with 4 at 10.25 meters. Dane Meckler with 3.5. A 2-way tie for third between Robert Hazelwood and Nate Smith exists on 3. A 2-way tie for fifth exists between Freddie Winter and Cole McCormick on, I believe, 2 on what is that, 2.5?
Yeah, Freddie's sitting there at 5th with 2.5. Cole McCormick, DeGasperi is tied up at 2 at 41, and then Joel Poland and Stephen Nouveau round out the top 8 with 1.5. We're going to hear from Wade here quickly. Hopefully he's talking with Will Asher down on the dock.
That'll be perfect for the viewers.
Last words.
Hey guys, I'm here with our leader in the clubhouse, Mr. Will Asher. So, Will, for the audience at home, share what you just shared with us when you're getting up on the dock here.
Well, pretty much my whole career, I've had 2 of my, my lifelong role models say you got to attack from your first pass. Yourself and Andy is like what they did better than anybody. And I was just laughing to myself. I was like, I was so cautious, 32, 35, 38, and then it's like eventually you just got to wake up and go. So it was nice to get out there. I didn't get to practice yesterday. It feels the same, if not better than last year. So the guys have obviously done a lot of work. The boats feel great. Lyman obviously puts a lot of time into this place. You can tell it's his passion of love. So really cool.
Well, it is super cool that you share your passion with us. So let's talk about it. Any changes that you might make before tomorrow? You sort of sleep on it and think about it in the morning?
I don't know if I've been changing so much recently. The last 3-4 events I've ridden a different ski. So we've been in like a process of just trying to learn, and I let myself fail, for the last month. So it's just trying to work towards something that's going to be better. But, I hope to not change. I'll probably stick with that for now and then roll the dice this weekend.
All right. I like to hear that. So we'll see this man back out on the water tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, then, and that concludes round 1 of the men's slalom competition here at the 2023 Malibu Open. In a few minutes, we will resume with live action. It'll be women's slalom round 2 coming to you live right here from Lyman Land, USA in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. This is the 2023 Malibu Open, and we'll return right after these. All right, then, returning to live action for live coverage of the 2023 Malibu Open. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company. Right, we've just gotten done with men's slalom round 1. We're going to go into women's slalom round 2 momentarily. And there is the slalom leaderboard. We've got Will Asher in the lead, followed by Meckler, Hazelwood, Smith, Winter, McCormick, De Gasperi, Poland, Neveu, Lutz, Adam Caldwell, and Tobias Georges. 1 through 12, the top 8 advance through to the next round of the competition, but we won't know that until tomorrow. All right, so the women's running order, which should be reseeded. That's why I'm seeing Karen Truelove at the starting dock. She will be the first out. Then the order continues on with the likes of Alicia Bagnoli. Then Ali Garcia, Ali Nicholson, Jamie Bull, and Regina Jaquess. All right there. So, and from what I understand, as we do have 6 competitors in the women's slalom total, all 6 will move through to tomorrow afternoon's final. So no fear of elimination, but it would be nice for 1 or 2 of the female slalom skiers on this list to try and conjure up a score that will move them up on the running order a little bit. So they start later off the dock and with the full knowledge of knowing what it takes to take the lead at that moment. Chris Eller at the helm of that towboat and getting ready for women's slalom. All right, then. So, live action resumes with the women's slalom competition round 2. 30-meter start for Karen Truelove. Joining me here in the announcing point is none other than Freddie Winter. How are you doing, sir?
Fine. not ecstatic, but I'm doing fine. Coming to distract myself and watch some better water skiing.
Okay, fair enough. All right, then. So here we go. Karen Truelove opening past 13 meters. Shouldn't make too much of a problem there for her.
Yeah, she looks good. She was the only lady not to run 38 in the first round there, so she'll be really, thinking she can do it. I think she had a bit of a equipment malfunction, right, in the first round. Am I wrong?
That's correct.
Her foot came out of the binding.
Yep, absolutely right on that one. And
sounds good. I'd love one.
That was my mind. All right, then continuing right along. Malibu Open Women's Slalom Round 2. Hope you are all enjoying the coverage right here, coming to us out of the Druid city of Tuscaloosa.
What makes it a Druid city, Tony?
Well, basically, and I said this a little bit before, but one of the original nicknames for Tuscaloosa is the City of Oaks. Now, because the Druids are revered for their love of oak trees, someone pointed that out and therefore gave it the nickname of the Druid City.
Well, fair enough. Don't know much about Druids. I guess you have that knowledge. As Karen runs 6 at 32 off, I believe.
All right, so looking
35.
good.
So she went out at 32.
Yes,
so
she went out at 30 meters, and this is 12 meters coming back.
I don't think that's a necessity or a requirement in this round, is it, Tony? Or is that just a tactical thing from her?
Yes, I think she just decided to go in on 30 meters. Just wanted to get up to speed, one pass quicker.
It's funny that. I mean, I wonder why that is. Maybe she prefers the gate from this end. I would say probably the gate from this end is a little bit easier. That other end is you got a little bit more push on the gate. I always felt a little bit later, so I was kind of going through the gate more in the middle as opposed to hitting that right-hand gate buoy. So maybe that's the reason she's decided to take her 38 from this end. It really is. I mean, of course, there's no eliminations in this round, so she's in the final tomorrow anyway. Strangely, a small female field, actually. You know, the tournaments we've been having this year, there's sort of been 15, 16, 17, 18 women competing for those 8 spots in the final. And then, oddly, who are the names we're missing here, Tony? We're missing Whitney McClintock.
Yeah, Whitney McClintock, Elizabeth Montavon, 2 that come immediately to mind.
Vanessa Veek, Chelsea Mills. So, yeah, a bunch sort of missing. It's odd, especially as the men's field is basically completely full. All right, 11 meters. Karen has to run this to get her seeding up. She will make the final tomorrow, whatever happens, due to it being a 6-woman final.
All right, there's 11.25 meters.
She's out the back a little bit. She's pulled along to 3. She's going to get the 3, and it's such a good 3. 4, she needs to finish the turn, and she will. And I think this should be fine. She can do the same as... Come on, Karen, let's do it.
There you go. Get after it, girl. There you go. Fantastic. And I'm sure Freddie Krueger will be more than happy seeing that happen.
Freddie Krueger, who calls himself the real Freddie. When we're on our Zoom calls with Mastercraft and D3, that's his name.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, the real Freddie.
Does he have that as a hashtag as well?
I don't know, but I mean, to be honest with you, with his years of experience and far more titles than I have, I think that's probably fair. Can't complain too much. All right, anyway, Karen, more importantly, rocked back a bit out of 2, I think we're going to see here. Pulled long, a little bit on the tail there. Pulled long to 3, but stayed over her feet really well, and then this 3 was kind of perfect, exactly what she needed. She didn't want to be, pushing too much on the front or on the back. She got that ski very level, finished in the middle of it. 4 was a bit of a safety turn, she didn't want to take too much out of it, and then 5, sort of the same, but around 6, and she's now in the running. So every woman that has skied today, is it 6 or 7 we have, Tony?
We got 6.
6, yeah, because we had a
late emission from Brooke Boscus.
Right there, so it is, yeah. So 6. It was going to be 6 into the final, so it is 6. 100% of the competitors that started in the women's field will make the final tomorrow. So Karen's just skiing for position here. From memory, Alice ran 1, Ali Garcia ran 2, Ali Nicholson ran 3, Jamie Ball ran 1 at 10.25, and Regina ran 3 at 10.25, which was her best score ever since Nita Jiraiya. Sorry, 10.75 around 2 over to 3, and that's a great score for Karen.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
In fact, sorry, I was not paying attention. That was poor on my part. That's actually, I would say that's probably Karen. I think that's
probably it is her season's best. So there we go. So Karen Truelove with 3 at 10.75 meters, and looking to try and at least leapfrog 1 or 2 seedings higher than what she did in the previous round, and 3 at 10.75 meters is certainly going to be a big shot in the arm there for that cause there, Freddie.
Yeah, it's put her, well, at the moment it's put her in 3rd place above Ali Nicholson, but of course to get that 3rd place back, Ali Nicholson must run 4 at 11 in this coming round, so provisionally I'm going to say that Karen is in 4th, but I mean, let's celebrate her. It's probably her best score in quite a few years, I would say. I don't think I've seen her run 3 at 10.75 in at least a couple of years. So it was a pretty good pretty good attempt. It finished a lot on the tail at 1, but still managed to keep her speed somehow. Dropped that shoulder, got that really good buoy 2 that she didn't get at 11. Pulled over to 3 and then the S turn, and that's a good old effort from Karen.
Fantastic effort, as a matter of fact, and certainly clawing back the deficit that she produced in round number 1. So kudos there to Karen Truelove. Let's have a look at our next competitor from Italia. It is going to be Alice Bagnoli, scoring 1 at 10.25 meters in the opening round. Let's see if she can at 10.75 meters in round 1, and
she's starting here at 13.
To
So her and Karen both done the same thing. I wonder if they had a conversation on the dock, which forced both of them to do it.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think that's probably they probably prefer that entry from this end. There's no wind to speak of. There was a bit earlier. There was a bit of a tailwind for a handful of skiers there in men's slalom. I think it died by the time I went out. But yeah, it's tactical changes here.
All right then, and with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with our new leader. Are you the leader? I'm the leader of this round. Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad. I was already thinking forward. But yes, but a significant improvement. 6 buoys. Are we going to see 6 more buoys for the final?
I tell you, it didn't feel good today when Regina beat me by 2 passes. So I was like, I got to get it together, a little bit more. I don't know. I mean, I still didn't feel quite as settled as I'd love to feel, but it was better. I mean, I started at 32 that round. I think, even though 28 should be like an easy pass, just having that extra, not having that extra pass, just kind of I got into it. I've heard several of the skiers saying they're being a little cautious and just kind of just going for it. I think is what we all need to do. It feels great out there. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's my best score all year, and so I'm excited. Yeah.
Well, we're excited. It was fun to watch, and we'll see her tomorrow in the final. Back to you guys.
Interesting to hear a response, a first response saying that she wasn't best pleased, that she was about 2 passes behind Regina Jaquess. So there is that kind of personal rivalry going on, I would say, between Karen and Regina Jaquess that we need to keep an eye on.
Well, I hate to disagree with you, Tony. I just think that, I mean, any athlete, when you train something and you put your mind, body, and soul into something, you don't want to ever to feel that you're miles away from the competition. I wouldn't say something against Regina or a personal situation. I would just say that she felt that she skied below herself. Obviously, Regina had her best score in water skiing in a couple of years, and so you judge yourself off the top skier of the day. And me, just for example, I ran 2.5 there, and I mean, I was not incredibly happy about it. But I mean, if everyone had run, 2 at 43, I'd have been a lot more annoyed about it. You judge yourself off, your sort of benchmark is the best skier of the day.
All right then, and looking at Alice Bagnoli, she's in the water, having gone through 13 and now 12 meters. And as you kind of mentioned right off the bat, we don't ordinarily see Alice Bagnoli come into the course right off the dock on 30 meters. I'm sure that she's trained on 1 or 2 occasions to do that if push comes to shove. But whether she's compelled to do it or not, she at least knows what the first pass is like with either 14 or 13 meters right off the dock.
Must run if she wants to keep her seeding.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a good one. Alice's going to be patient here at 2 on her offside, and she's actually got a really good
buoy
look
too.
At that. Good for her. Stay patient there, Alice. Slow and easy at 3, and she'll get over to 5, and she'll have a chance. Needs to not overturn it, and she gets around it. Come on, Alice. And that's... Come on, hold it.
And
no!
Oh!
I think that's a 6 at 11. That's... I think they... I think she'll probably get 6 there. I mean, she had the handle until she was in the middle of the wakes, and of course that's not something that you can do and get the full buoy on any other buoy apart from 6. But I would say, I'm not a qualified judge, but I think that is going to be a 6. And
I think so as well.
I think she was kind of in it. I mean, she got an okay-ish 4, and then onside turn buoy 5, and she just had a lot of slack. And I think, was it Rob Hazelwood was saying it earlier about how it's tough for the lefties to finish buoy 6. When you have a lot of speed, it's really tricky to kind of, stick the tail of that ski in and take up all the slack, and she just wasn't able to do it. Of course, lefties, there's other benefits in other areas, but that's definitely not a benefit. That's a negative versus being a righty, where you can kind of just come around on your onside turn, kick the tail into the water, and slow down a lot quicker. One was not very good at all. Just looking at this, a lot of ski out of the water, but she kept moving, kind of like what Karen did at 10.75. And I think Alice, as much as she won't be very happy, that's a great 2, by the way. That's a fantastic 2.
Oh yeah, that kept her back in the pass.
Yeah, and I think that Alice will probably be fairly happy that she's got to the very deepest end of 11 twice in a row, a 6 and a 6 no continuation, unofficially of course, on that second one. But that's I think about as good or better than she's been doing in practice. See, she's inside of the gate line, so I think that's a 6.
All right, so we're just waiting on confirmation from our officials to determine whether that is whether that is 6. It is 6 confirmed with no continuation for Alicia Bagnoli, as we now work our way to our next competitor. This is going to be Ali Garcia, who comes to us originally from Horizon West. Her temporary residence these days is Lafayette, Louisiana, and electing to go in on 30 meters.
Tony, you shouldn't embarrass her like that. You don't need to bring that up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We're not going to have this, are we?
Made the wrong choice in university, Ali, I'm afraid. Should be a Warhawk. Anyway, Ali had maybe her second best ever tournament round earlier, I would say. She's only got around 3 once, as far as I understand, and she basically hit it earlier. So, there are a lot of different 2s at a line that you can do, but the one where you do the S turn, and the other one where you at the other extreme end of it, where you turn around and basically hit the next buoy, that was a good 2. So she'll feel good, and we're going to go to Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Allie Nicholson, and I promised her I would not do this at the World Titles next month. But yeah, little loose vibe here, second round. What's your plan?
No, just go out and ski. Hopefully put up a bigger score than last round, but kind of no pressure this time. So just go have some fun.
It was kind of fun to see Karen set the pace the way she did, right?
I know it's always good. I mean, I think we've all said it, like to go out and see the people before you go and ski well. It just kind of tells you that everything's feeling right, the driver's feeling on, little boost of confidence. So yeah, it's great to go out and see the first skier go out and ski well. Karen skied amazing, so hopefully we can keep building on that.
We're going to see her ski amazing too. Next, back to you.
Why, thank you, Wade, and thanks a lot, Ali Nicholson, as Chris Eller now makes his way round the western island here at Lymanland, USA, just outside Tuscaloosa, the Druid City. Let's have a look and see. This is Ali Garcia. Entrance number 1. Nice, good free-flowing style. Good knee bend, really cranking that ski round hard off number 4 into 5, and should have no problems getting round the 6th buoy and through the exit gate.
We've talked about it before, Tony, but Ali is she's a skier that has a fantastic offside turn. Her 2.4 is excellent. Maybe even surpasses her 1.35. You'll see that she just gets really nice and over the ski, gets an early look over towards the other side at 2 and 4. A little bit of tip rise, that's kind of typical. But then over to, watch this, she's got a lot of ski in the water, she's looking early, she never drops the shoulder, which is kind of the problem that a lot of people have, including myself, on the offside. That's why her offside is so good, and that she runs a lot of passes as a result of that of that really good and really solid offside turn.
All right, as solid as it gets here for Ali Garcia, who's trying to divide her time between being a pro skier and a college student and a collegiate athlete, the current NCWSA National Collegiate Women's Slalom Champion, helping the Raging Cajuns take the team title last year in San Marcos and looking to defend that title for the for the 4th consecutive year in a row. This year will be held in Zachary, Louisiana. Here we go. Ali Garcia.
She's going to feel good about running it, having had that big score earlier, and that's a good one. I think we're going to see that nice 2. It's a little on the tail. It's a bit unusual for her. I think she grabbed the handle early, but she's in good form here. It's a good 4, and she'll turn 5, and yeah, that was honestly pretty easy. I mean, I wouldn't say there was a perfect turn there, but like my old coach John Battleday used to say, you're better off having 6, 7.5 out of 10 turns than 3 10s and a 2 or a 4. You know what I mean? Like it's really about spinning those plates, keeping everything good, as opposed to a few things perfect and a couple bad. So I mean, a little bit of tip rise 1 and 2, but just absolutely enough to come through to the next buoy and keep moving. And that's a sign of her improvement. It used to be, not probably 2 years ago, that she needed everything to be perfect around this pass. Well, there wasn't a perfect turn here, and she ran it with ease, no sweat. Earlier this year, she went to Europe and had some really, really good tournaments looking at San Gervasio. She ran 38, a few times, but not every time. And so if I heard her run it twice in 2 rounds and both times pretty easy, that's really good improvement towards the end of the season.
Yeah. And I mean, and she won the Skier of the Day award over at San Gervasio this season, brought to you by 2U Nutritional Snacks.
She did, and I mean that was because Jamie Bull had an extraordinarily uncharacteristic misfire in the semi-finals, and Ali still needs to run 4 or 4.5 at 38 and got it. Anyway, 10.75. Best is 3. Hit 3 earlier on the inside. She'll be wanting to get around that 3 to tie Karen, who has the lead in this round. It's a decent one. Let's see this 2. She's pulled quite long. I think she's going to get it. I think she's definitely going to get it. And that's 3 and an S turn. And
there you go.
Will she get out the exit gates? Yeah, that's 3.
Nicely done. 3 buoys at 10.75 meters there for Ali Garcia.
And that completes her best ever day of competitive tournament water skiing, I would say.
Yeah, I think she'll...
A 3 and a 2 comes in not looking that happy.
No, I have to say.
Maybe she's saying I had a good start, I should have turned 3. But no, that's really, really good. I mean, one was that typical tip rise, but she got moving really well, got that weight on the opposite side of her ski to the boat to get that accelerating edge moving, and then 2 was really, really good, and she's over to 3. And I think Zane said it earlier, when you start as a lefty, start getting over to buoy 3, you're going to really feel that you can start turning it. I think if she'd probably run 3 a handful more times, she probably would have tried to turn it, and gone for that 4, and that would be huge.
Yes, and Ali Garcia stepping up onto the shoreline. Looks like she lost a tenner and found a fiver.
It's funny in everyone's reaction. Everyone's different. Everyone's so different when they finish. We're all going out there kind of chasing the same thing, to run as many buoys as possible, and then you expect when people are get their big score, they'll be ecstatic, but she just looks almost relieved, which is fine, and she's probably thinking, well, I've had a good first day, as good of a first day she probably could have expected, and that sets her well up for tomorrow.
All right, from one Ali to the other. This is Ali Nicholson, originally out of Gallatin in Tennessee, has a home in Central Florida these days, and when she's not doing this, she is a traveling nurse, taking a little bit of time away from that to concentrate on what she's doing out there on the water right now. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Ali Garcia, and put up a 3 at 10.7, tied Karen for the lead of this round, and that tied your pro PB as well.
Yeah, that's my second time ever getting outside 3-ball, third time ever turning 2, so I'm really happy with it.
No, for those at home, you sort of see the progression that these skiers make. They're like getting to that next buoy sometimes. It's not just one buoy or one step. It's like this giant leap, right?
I think that there's been a lot of things that I've been working on in order to get me there. I've been at 2-ball for a very long time, but just being patient and the steps come eventually.
Well, if you need to see Andrew Sports Medicine for a little massage after a little chiro work, because that's where I'm headed when you guys are done. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Wade. Wade Cox, the Hall of Famer from 2012. That was a pretty good year, I would have to say. You know, the Olympics were around in London, and 3 of my favorite movies were released around about that time. You're probably going to ask me what they were.
What were your favorite movies, Tony?
Django Unchained, Argo, and The Wolf of Wall Street.
Django Unchained, extremely overrated. Argo, decent. Wolf of Wall Street, very good. A favourite, of course, of Vince Stadelbauer.
Of course.
Our benevolent overlord in TWBC.
Indeed. Oh, hell. All right there, sir. So that was Ali Nicholson getting through that run.
Let's see. In
12
terms of
meters?
seeding, no, yes, 12 meters. So in terms of seeding, she must run 2 to tie Ali Garcia. This is at 10.75, of course.
Yeah.
And that'll put her above Ali Garcia in the seeding for tomorrow's final. But of course, if they tie again in the final, then the position and I think the points will be split. So she really wants to get ahead of Ali just to make sure that she has that advantage for tomorrow.
And if there is a perfect tie, I mean, which one starts later? I mean, is it down on the Waterski Pro Tour?
It's off the opening round seeding. So
seeding.
If they tie, Ali will start after Ali Nicholson will start after Ali Garcia. Anyway, I mean, Ali is the most improved skier in the world this year, I'm going to say. In any discipline, she's just made huge strides from being someone that runs 3 to, a year ago if we saw her run 3, we'd be like, okay, Ali ran 3, that's a good day for her. And now it's like, 3 is not enough for her. So she's really, really improved. So I think she will be not trying to get 2, she'll be trying to run more. She's done a hell of a lot of work. Oh, a little out the back there.
But she's there.
But yeah, I mean, kind of in that same method I was saying about Ali Garcia before her. No perfect turns there, but enough and pretty easy. She's probably got the best deal in water skiing, I would say, in terms of making her work for her.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's able to take. She does travel nursing. She gets paid well for that, and is able to take off the summer months in order to go to Europe, in order to train. And I think she's also putting it to as good use as anyone possibly could have done. I mean, like I say, it improved so much. Improved really 3 buoys. I mean, there wasn't really any danger of her running 4 at 10.75 a year ago, or not. You wouldn't put money on it, and now you're kind of betting on it more or less every time. So that's a huge jump. Can't really underline how much of a huge jump that is, actually, frankly, because usually people kind of move up by a buoy or 2 at a time, a buoy at a time or half buoy at a time on their average, and she's kind of moved up by more than that.
Oh yeah,
significantly more than that. Through.
Yes.
What was really cool about it, Tony, was that we saw her do it through Europe. I mean, she got better and better through Europe, which is it's so hard to stay consistent as you change sites every week.
Change continents, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, but she moved to a continent she doesn't live at, and then she moved between at least 5 different sites throughout those weeks, doing the 5 tournaments. Anyway, 10.75. She needs to run 2 1/4 to move above Ali Garcia in the seeding, and she needs to run 3 1/4 to take the lead in this round. A little bit out the back at 1. 2's good. It's a really good 2. I think she's going to run this.
She has the start. Look at this.
Come on, Ali.
She's and wheelies on the back, and unfortunately in the water as a result.
Very similar to her brother Zane earlier, actually, kind of making it all the way down to 4, and then kind of just getting that sort of weird turn there at 4, a little bit of tail slide. So she'll be disappointed, but she has got the lead in the rounds, and that puts her in outright 3rd, behind Jamie and Regina. Decent 1 and 2, and I think maybe just a little aggressive on the handle at 3 here, maybe a little early. She probably could have just let that ski finish a little bit better and a little bit later to get the ski the angle across course. But you can see before she's even in the water, she's clenching her fist. She's frustrated because she knew that was the start. And we saw her first ever 10.75 in Greece was a much worse start than that, but she managed to make it all the way down. So. Yeah, frustrating for her, but also building up, and she looks good for it. She with this buoy 2, which is just for a lefty, it's a fantastic buoy 2 on 10.75. Those are hard to do. A little long into 3 maybe, and then I think just that handle came across her. So when the handle comes across you like that, you're actually moving your weight onto the top of the ski, okay? And when your weight's on the top of it, you. Oh wow! So we're just hearing a mandatory rewrite. So that's interesting. That's very, very interesting.
And she's swimming back into the middle of the course.
So we're hearing that the boat was just a little bit too close to buoy 2, according to the shore path. Of course, the shore path you can see in the middle, it's that little dome there behind the driver. That measures, for the uninitiated, that measures the position of the boat down to, I think, is it 1 centimeter? Is it a tenth of a centimeter? Anyway, it's extremely accurate. So yes, the pylon was too close to the skier, giving a bit too much of an advantage. So it's a mandatory ride. Now I think. So the rule is she can either just take one and go back. I don't think there's any chance of her doing that particularly, but she can also go again. Now, even if she runs the pass, I believe her maximum that she can possibly get is 3.5. She cannot improve on the score that she already had. So she needs to run, if she runs 4, 5, or 6, or 3.5, her score will be 3.5 because of the advantage she got at buoy 2 there. The so-called advantage. I mean, you could argue that if the extra space she had from the boat was at the wrong time, then that maybe isn't an advantage. That's kind of an interesting part of the rules. But anyway, she's going to ski again. She doesn't want to take. She's not going to take the one which she has. I believe it's protected, the buoy 1. But anyway, she's going to ski again, and she's going to try and run at least 3.5 to keep her score. If she runs anything less than that, that will be her new score.
You almost sounded like a game show host there for a moment. You can either take this or gamble everything and possibly win this.
That's what we did with our livelihoods, Tony, as a pro skiers. He said, like, you can do the normal thing and have a good, decent career, or you can be a pro water skier and risk it all and maybe have a good time and maybe be completely financially destitute.
And I saw that little bit of a giggle over there from Jamie Ball.
I think we all know what it's like. We're all in for the same experience as pro water skiers. But yeah, so anyway, very interesting from Ali. And actually unusual. I think that's probably the first sort of re-ride we've seen. We are talking about centimeters here. And for those that don't understand centimeters, a centimeter is 2.5.
It's what the rest of the world uses to measure.
That's
centimeters,
right.
what?
2.5
half an inch.
No, it's less. It's 2.5 inches to a 2.5
Exactly.
centimeters to an inch.
Yeah.
So it's really, really small. So, I mean, you're allowed, as far as I understand, you're allowed 25 centimeters on each buoy, which is actually, the best part of a foot. But cumulatively, which actually wasn't the situation here, cumulatively you're allowed 49 centimeters. So basically a foot and 2/3 deviation from the middle across the whole course, across 6 buoys. So on average, that's not very much to move. Anyway, all right, Ali Nicholson, I'll leave it to you, Kyle.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate that Ali won't be able to secure that 3.5, but she's got another opportunity here. We believe the 1 is protected, and hopefully she can go ahead and secure a few more here at 39. She's got a little bit of a hit out of number 1. It's going to be late into 2. Again, ski res up at 3. She's at 2. She's late at 3. Can she secure another 4? It's a big turn. 3.5.
Another 3.5 right there.
She's backed it right up. Well done.
I mean, good for her, because it's one of those things, isn't it? If she'd have run 4 or 5 or 6, she'd have been annoyed because she's like, oh, that was the score I deserve, because she did it. But if she'd have run less, she'd have been annoyed. So actually, almost the perfect score in that situation was 3.5. She'll be happy, and she's had another chance to have a look at 39 from that end.
And that just slots her ahead of those 3s that have sort of piled up there a little bit. So she's currently sitting in 3rd spot, going through to our final later on or tomorrow morning.
And that therefore means that the top 2 spots are confirmed between Regina Jaquess and Jamie Ball, I believe, because they're the only 2 people that have run into 41 off at 10.25 meters, and it's just now a case of which one actually starts off before the other.
Yeah, we're going to figure out the order of our top 2 contestants here in just a second. But it'd be a pretty big day if Jamie could surpass Regina's mark of 3 at 41. That would be a Canadian record. We've decided that it's 2.25, I think, currently at 41 is the Canadian record.
It is, yeah.
Held by Whitney McClintock. And Jamie's been hitting there and thereabouts. Quite a few 2s under her belt, but whether she can get to 3, as we've seen today, a lot of PBs, a lot of high performances, and this could be Jamie's day. She's our current world champion. She'll be defending that title later on in October.
And she's a member.
She's the top on the Waterski Pro Tour right now. and holding on as dearly as she can to that lead, and Regina is chasing her down for sure.
And I would say if she can, sorry Tony, if Jamie can win this weekend, she's confirmed, I think, as the champion. Because
really?
Because I would imagine so, because it means that she is the leader, and Regina doesn't get the extra points from going ahead of her. So I think that would probably do it. So a big weekend for her. She can almost, I mean, she won't be, but she can almost like breathe a sigh of relief, take that third Waterski Pro Tour title in a row. She's won every single one since formation, 2 in a row, and she's looking good for third.
And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with our top seed, Miss Regina Jaquess, who absolutely shredded, a little 3 at 10-2 this morning. So what do we have planned for this afternoon?
It feels so great out there. The lake skiing, amazing. It's a cooler temperature than what I think everybody's used to from down in Florida, but it's just set up nice. The Malibu skiing great, the lake's great. So just going to go out there and try and fix a few things from the last round that I went back and looked at, and I think if I can get that dialed in, maybe see what happens.
And I think she ordered up the bibs to sort of match her entire kit anyway. But, yeah, we're having fun down here. Back to you guys.
Yeah, huge score for Regina Jaquess in the first round. And chatting with her in between, she still had had things she wanted to improve on. I think she feels like she's got another boot or two in her, and hopefully we can see that from her later on. She's got that record 4.5, but that was set quite a few years ago and hasn't been close to it. Yeah, at this lake. So who knows?
Jamie, speaking of that Canadian record there, so that Canadian record of 2.5 at 41 was Whitney McClintock, Jamie's compatriot. That is the only time a woman not called Regina Jaquess has got a round boy 3. So as much as the world record is 4.5, Whitney's run a handful of 2s and a bunch of 2s like Jamie has, but she's the only one that's got a round boy 3. So, Regina's just in the first round done the best score that's anyone has ever done apart from her. Pretty impressive. But Jamie, at the same time, let's look back at 2 years ago at the Malibu Open, this tournament. The last year that it was at Trophy Lakes, Jamie came out of 2 and was really, really close to getting 3. I think she had another cut towards 3 at 10.25 this year at Jaquess. So those are probably her 2 best attempts ever at 10.25. And it won't be long before we see her do it. She's such a strong skier. She's got an incredible offside turn. That's probably the thing that I'm the most jealous of, actually. I was going to say impressed with, but I really would love to have an offside turn as good as hers. And she's ripping up. So I mean, it would be great to see. She looked really, really good. She ran that 10.75 at the Mastercraft Pro last week, and ran it. It was good, if not perfect. But the one earlier today was exceptional.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And I mean, Jamie Ball, her conditioning routine in the off season is would bring a tear to the eye of most. Goes backwards, snow skiing, and does rock climbing and all that kind of stuff. All the wintry types of sports that you would expect north of the border, I would suppose. Here we go. This is Jamie Ball. Looking in very, very good shape there. She's gone through 13 and 12. This is 11.25 meters.
That cross training she does in the winter, I mean, it stands in really good stead. She starts a little slow at the start of the year because she doesn't really, she doesn't have the months of training under her belt when it comes to the tournament starting in May. But then she always just gets really, really strong, as that season goes on. And funny enough, I was at Oxford, where I ski earlier this year, doing a little bit of coaching, and I had a family in the boat who were. They were French, and they said, "Oh, it was pretty cool. We went snow skiing in Canada earlier this year, and we ended up, just by coincidence, we had Jamie Bull as our guide." And I was like, "Well, how did that come up?" And they'd got talking over the course of the day. "Oh yeah, no, I like water skiing." "Oh really? Yeah, I do a bit of water skiing too." "Oh, are you any good?" "Oh, I'm world champion."
So you're okay then?
Yeah. Just drop that little nugget.
Yeah. So I mean, how cool is that? We had some water skiers living in the UK who kind of managed to get out there purely by coincidence and managed to get paired up with the women's world champion water skier, and I think it was quite a cool moment for them.
Yeah, I think you'll find that with a lot of skiers, they need that off season, they need that little bit of break, that recharge. there's a handful that kind of do it year round and, sort of chase the summers, drop down to New Zealand or Australia over the summer or over the winter months and pick up the summer down there. But a lot of these guys need a little bit of a break. It's a long season starting at Moomba. We haven't really seen Jamie down at Moomba. Maybe one year she'll decide to get down there and down to Australia. But it does make for a long season, and especially this time of the year when you want to be peaking. It makes it difficult. But Jamie has she's found out what works for her. It's working well for her, and here she is at 39. She ran it the first round, secured 1. Can she do it again?
Here she is, round buoy number 1.
Come on, Jamie.
Looking to go round number 2 and 3, keeping the flow going here.
And I'm just watching that offside that Freddie was talking about, and it was working exceptionally well there.
She's waiting at 6.
Yeah, that was
nice.
an easy 39. We were commenting about some of the guys who were running easy 39s, but that was one of the easiest 39s out of the girls for sure. Even compared to the guys, it was pretty simple.
Well, what do you think? I mean, I would say it was kind of like I was saying with Ali Nicholson earlier. Like there wasn't a sort of 10 out of 10 turn there, but it just looked like she was able to get through it. And that's what when I saw her on this Works 02 that she got on in the start of the summer. I saw her at the Botas ski tournament, and it just looked like she was able to just keep moving. Even if she had an iffy turn, a sort of 6 or 7 out of 10 turn, she's still running through 39. And that's incredibly impressive. This was an easy pass.
Yeah, it just locks into a beautiful tempo there, like very symmetrical on both sides. And yeah, not one massive turn and a couple weak ones, just very even on both sides. Your 7s, your 8s out of 10, and just falls for a great rhythm, and that's what slalom skiing is all about.
And you see at the end of that offside turn that the nose just comes up a tiny little bit, but it's not actually a bad thing because it means that she's got her weight slightly behind her feet, then she can approach the weights, building that speed on that accelerating edge. It's really, really, really good skiing. 1 in the first round, 2 is her best ever.
Let's get behind her here for hopefully a new Canadian record if she can get a piece of 3.
Let's see what she's got. 10.25 meters. Entrance gates number 1. Good at go, and same deal again.
I think was she slow on the gate? What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting reports that she was actually a little late on the gate there, going through the. We see if we can see it from this angle. So yeah, didn't really have the direction into 1 and come up a little bit short there, sort of reaching for it, and I think she knew that's 1 buoy was all she was going to secure at this stage. But still, great skiing. You can tell she's disappointed with the opportunity she was presented, but she's still going to be going into our final in 2nd spot. Our next skier off the dock, Regina Jaquess, and she's going to have a pretty relaxed effort out here in the 2nd round.
She's secured top spot, Regina, already due to her first round. Jamie, just to finalise with her, she's run 3 10.75s in a row.
And also at the same time, Regina Jaquess, with 1 round to go, which will be the finals tomorrow, is pretty much locked in the 2 points that one would get for having the best score in this competition.
Yeah, so those are points not locked in just yet because Jamie could, of course, go and get a bigger score.
Of course.
But remember, the best score, if it's tied, then no one gets the points. So they don't get split. If Jamie runs a 3, then Regina will not get those points. And honestly, that would be good because Jamie's got to try and keep that lead, and it could come down pretty close. But who's to say? Jamie's got that good offside. I don't know. It would be great to see. Wouldn't it be really cool to see? For the first time in history, 2 girls get to 3 in the same tournament.
Yeah,
that would be some insane skiing, I think. And we were talking about Jamie. If she could clinch this victory up here, it would clinch the title for 2023. But she is battling pretty much, arguably the best woman slalom ski ever, and pretty much on her home turf here. She's skied a lot of events here. She has her current world record here. She's behind her boat, so it's a battle uphill, that's for sure for Jamie, especially with the skier about to leave the dock.
Well, I think Regina won 9 years in a row of the Malibu Open through to 2021. Of course, that was when she was hurt. She then came 3rd in that tournament. That was the historic tournament when every girl in the final, in the top 4 final, ran 39. Whitney won that year. There was a runoff between Whitney and Jamie, the sort of Canadian super final. 2 at 10.25 they both ran. But yeah, I mean, Regina then won again last year. So, Jamie's fighting history here. There's a lot of form for Regina behind a boat that she knows better than anyone.
Indeed, and working well with the OJ prop that's underneath that boat, and doing a fine job on the opening pass, 13 meters. shouldn't be any problems there for Regina Jaquess. I mean, she could go in on 12 and it would still be the same.
Yeah, so while she's just running through her pretty standard 32 off 13-meter pass, we'll talk a little bit about her overall aspirations. She's going to be doing overall at the Worlds later on, so she's been training 3 events as well. She's recovered from her injury, and it's great to see her doing all 3 events. Let's hear from Wade real quick.
Hey, thanks, Kyle. I'm here with Miss Jamie Bull. And Jamie, another great 10-7 pass. Walk us through that 10-2.
Yeah, 39 felt good again. 41. Just tried to do a better job on my gates this set. And I thought I was in a better spot, actually, but just same thing, just coming into one, and then I've got nothing to rotate on. So, yeah.
So what maybe have we learned, and then what might we change for tomorrow?
I mean, I think my gate at 39 was better, so I'll take that away from this set, and happy to get through 39 again. And then hopefully just be able to do the same tomorrow and get another look at 41.
We'd love that. We love watching her ski. It's fun. Back to you, Tony.
All right, continuing to roll right along, and Regina Jaquess, who certainly had her battles during the course of her career. Remember back in 2021 when the early stage of that season, she sustained a knee injury which took her out for most of that season, and she got back just in time for the World Championships that season, and still posted a silver medal finish in that competition, and it was thanks due to the good folks at Andrew Sports Medicine for getting her back into skiing and competitive shape. And Andrew Sports Medicine is basically the go-to people when it comes to performing knee surgeries and what have you. You know, there's a reason why Andrew Sports Medicine is on the speed dial of pretty much every NFL agent. And to find out more about Andrew Sports Medicine, go to andrewsportsmedicine.com.
And we're just kind of going back through the replay because that was a very interesting gate there for Regina. She's got a little bit of thinking to do down here as she sits and the rope gets shortened to 38. I think she's actually testing things out. We've said it's a relaxed round for her. It's a bit of a freebie for her. She's got to go out there and ski as per the rules. She's already going to be top seed going to the final, so she can experiment a little bit. A lot of skiers have been talking about gates, finding the tempo, finding their timing. And I think she was playing with things there. When I talked to her afterwards, she was happy with her 3, but she missed a little something on the gate. So it was time to kind of and at 35 off is the opportunity to do it. Even for 38 for her, she can play around, try and find something that's going to work a little bit better. And, and she'll still run the pass. And even if she doesn't, hey, it's not a big deal. She's still top seed for our final tomorrow.
Here we go. Regina Jaquess. The boat speed is 55 kilometers an hour or 34 miles an hour. The line length is 11.25 meters. Good extension on buoy number 1, allowing the ski to come hard around. The ski that she's on is the latest addition to the good family of slalom skis. Doing a grand job out there on that Ogden, Utah produced product. And find out more by going to goodskis.com. That's goodskis.com. And I mean, Freddie, at this initial stage, 13, 12, and 11.25 meters, and it's business as usual.
Yeah, sorry, I've not been paying attention. I've just been looking at my phone, looking at these stats, and I can tell you, I think that if Jamie wins this tournament, Regina cannot catch her. Because the next tournament is a 2-star event, the Travis tournament, which means that there's 50 points on offer. Of course, it's top 5 scores. Regina's worst score at that point would be 34 points. There's 50 points on offer, so that means she can only go for a maximum of 16, if I'm making sense here. So it's having said that, what's really interesting is if Jamie comes second and Regina wins this tournament, Regina will go ahead at 261 points. Jamie will be on 260, plus the 2 points that Regina gets for best score, so it'll be 263 versus 260. Regina in the lead, and it will be a straight shootout next weekend, which will be very, very interesting.
Ooh, that'll be a
really, really close.
And you get all this information from WaterskiProTour.com.
Stats.waterskiprotour.com. Manon Costard develops. It's pretty cool, actually. You can go and have a look and see the eventualities of every tournament. So yeah, go have a look at that. It's a hell of a resource, honestly.
All right then. So let's see what Regina Jaquess does on 10.75 meters. Good walloping start on buoy number 1. Follows up with an absolutely scintillating 2. Likewise on buoy number 3.
Oh, deep 4.
Deep
a bit back.
4, but I tell you what, she can recover, and
Yeah.
she can run.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, brilliant skiing there from Regina Jaquess.
I'm
On
gonna-
fire.
I'm going to throw it out there to say she's still kind of messing with her gates a little bit. I think you saw just her 35 was a little bit iffy. Even that one looks like the line kind of went a little bit on her, and she didn't quite know where it was when she turned in. Just through this movement here, but that's what she's looking for. Yeah, just sort of sucked it to pulling her arms a little bit, sucked up the rope, didn't really know where it was, but still kept some great speed through the backside of one, and after that, she's just like slotted into a great rhythm. But I think she really needs to find that groove on the gates to have a shot at getting way down 41. She was close last round. We had a good one, but the gate often sets up the tempo, and she was just missing just a touch of direction, I think, at the beginning of the pass.
And you saw there, typically, you get an okay gate, then or a bit of an average gate, which she did. She got a great one, but it caught up with her at 2. People often think that your gate really only affects buoy 1, but actually buoy 2 is almost more. I mean, it can affect buoy 1, of course, too, but you can get the good buoy 1, but the sort of push or slowness that you have on the gate will kind of be replicated at buoy 2, and she ended up a little bit with taily out of 2, I thought, after how good her buoy 1 was.
All right, coming back 41. It's our last skier on the water in this Open Women's preliminary round 2. Let's see what she can do. 3 at 41 in the first round. Get on your feet if you're here on site. Support her along. Let's see if we can get another big score out of Regina Jaquess.
Here she comes. Not the one she wanted, but she
Wow,
got
wow,
a 10
wow,
and 2,
wow.
guys.
Number 2.
She's good to go round
Oh,
number
she's on time here. This is huge.
Coming
She's
round
turned
buoy
3.
number-
This could be a new world record if she gets outside number 5.
And round
That
5, and
is
it's a
huge.
new world record!
Wow. Just like that, guys.
Wow.
That wasn't the best one, but she roped 2 ball, and 3 was bang on. I can't believe what we've just
wait
seen.
for sure path.
I know, we've got to see some numbers, we've got to see some official...
Because of course, when you, as you know as a TC, Kyle, like when you have, when the shore path comes through good, that's pretty much confirms the world record, right? Because it used to be you had to send off the video, but now we're going to know in a second. Approved boat path, that should be, pending a measurement of the rope, that is a new world record.
Yes, indeed. They've got to confiscate the rope, and they've got to confiscate the handle, and then Jerry Jackson, who is our technical controller, has got to measure both of them at the same time to determine whether the line is within tolerance.
Well, hey, and what about doing it at a pro event? I mean, sorry, but world records doing it in nonsense small tournaments where no one sees it. That's lame. This is the best way to do it. And at a pro tournament behind her boat, it's incredible.
Let's take a look at this replay, because we said her one was a little bit stop-start. She lost a little direction. But watch this 2 ball. She absolutely sits on but she's just committed.
Unreal.
100%. And then from there, the 3 was money too. There was kept some great speed through the backside of 3, and I mean she's on time for this pass. I think she got pretty excited right here at number 4 and thought, hey, I could run this pass. So she, with a 4.5 as a world record, she got outside. She knew she could get the full buoy and take that record home. And holy, that is huge. The fist goes up. 5 at 41, guys.
She's been searching for that kind of start and that kind of performance for the last 4 years.
2019, she ran 4.5 at this very site. Now she's added another half a buoy, 5 at 41. And she is on form. This is huge. If you are on site right now and you're not on your feet, giving Regina Jaquess a round of applause. Come on, guys. This is the best skiing you've ever seen from a women's slalom skier.
All right, folks, let's give it up, please, as we look at the instant replay one last time from the towboat. Absolutely fantastic start, and she just stayed with it, just gritted her teeth and went for it from start to finish. Ladies and gentlemen, new pending world record of 5 buoys at 10.25 meters, Regina Jaquess.
That's insane.
Absolutely amazing. And not getting too controversial here. There was. Okay, well, we're going to go to Wade quickly.
Well, Wade's just catching up.
Well, hey guys, we're welcome to. Miss Regina, we've seen some great performances. We sort of saw you scratching the surface of that this morning, but holy moly, wow.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know what to say. I'm shaking. No, I think getting out of 2 this morning kind of unlocked a little bit of the mental pressure because it was kind of my best score, getting 3 since my ACL. So thank you, Andrews Sports, for getting me back together. But oh my God, this is unbelievable. And to do it at the Malibu Open, ride Malibu boats. Thank you everybody at Malibu, Jack Springer, DK, Joey Kelly, Lyman's. Oh my God, to have the record again here. I mean, this is awesome. Go Lyman Land.
The best score in the history of ladies water skiing right there.
And I got mental. I should have ran it, but when you get to there, you're like, I need it. And oh God, it felt so amazing. Thank you guys. Thanks, boat crew.
Well, awesome. You can tell, man, we all got the goosebumps down here, Tony. This has been fun. Back to you guys.
All right. Okay, what a way to end off round 2. And we still got more skiing to come.
Ton more skiing.
Yeah, tomorrow we could see possibly another record there if she can make a play on 6.
Yeah, look at that scoreboard. 5 at 41. That's not a mistake. That is what happened just now. 5 at 41. New pending world record. Jamie Bull skiing exceptionally well too. 1 at 41. Ellie Nicholson, 3.5 at 39. Ali Garcia, another 3 at 39. Karen Trulove getting a 3 at 39. Some big scores there from our women's slalom field. And selfishly, I was having a little bit of lunch at the start of this event, but I wanted to get back here because I had a feeling something huge was about to happen.
Well, it seems to be the Malibu Open is the place to go. If you're going to watch one tournament of the year for women's skiing, it's this one, right? I mean, it seems to always happen. It's incredible. And, I mean, 5 at 25, that is the best score of the day, by the way, not bettered by any man. You know, but 1.5 boys better than Dane Meckler's leading score in the men's. So something for us all to chase tomorrow. Incredible. Well done, Regina. Wonderful stuff.
All right, then, and that concludes round 2 of the women's slalom. You'll find the women's slalom final taking place tomorrow afternoon. We're less than half an hour away from the men's jump in round 1 as we continue on coverage of the 2023 Malibu Open, coming to you from Lyman Land, USA, here at the Druid City of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We will be back with more fantastic live coverage in just a few minutes. Do not go away.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Tuscaloosa is Alabama's ultimate sports destination and a place for outdoor enthusiasts to thrive. It's a community rooted in history and one that's on the cusp of a burgeoning art scene too. Tuscaloosa is vibrant, it's charming, and it's familiar. Its people welcome you with open arms and warm hellos into a community that's tied together. Tuscaloosa is our home. name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a 2-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. The condition of this villa, it's top level. I would say 5 stars plus. Everybody is very friendly. The hosts are amazing. The staff is always helpful. There's always food on the table. I couldn't ask for anything more. Conditions, clean, and we're only an hour away from Mexico City, so it's very close and convenient to travel. Every time I come here, I feel like I'm at home.
All right, then, returning back to live coverage of the 2023 Malibu Open, and we're about to go into the men's jumping event, but we can't go straight into that event, can we, without re-racking the instant replay and just absolutely reveling in what we see from Regina Jaquess' pending world record score. You see her on the top of the leaderboard with 5 at 10.25 meters. And then you've got Jamie Bowen second with 1 at 10.25. Ali Nicholson with 3.5, 10.75. Ali Garcia on 3. Karen Trulov also on 3, but with an inferior backup. And Alicia Bagnoli on 1. And here is the instant replay for Regina Jaquess on 10.25 meters. The previous world record was 4.5, set some 4 years ago right here at Lyman Land.
Yeah, it was June 2019, I think. Look, this Boy 2 is unbelievable. She has such strong position, but I think Boy 3 was the star of the show for the... I mean, look at that, just perfectly through. She's not off balance. She's finishing right in the middle of the ski, and I think she said herself that she got a little bit mental there and pulled the hand in too early at 4. Otherwise, she was really going. I don't know how many times she's been running that in practice, but I mean, that is seriously, seriously good skiing. I mean, to run 5, to do it at a pro event. And Tony, I was just thinking, we see great skiing quite a lot, but we don't often get to see true greatness. I mean, like to do it in front of the world's cameras, to do it when it really matters in front of TWC audience, it's incredible, absolutely incredible.
That's huge, like you say. To do it at a pro event, I love that. I mean, it's proven. It's not in a backyard tournament somewhere where we not witnessing it, to see it with all the cameras on it. Everything's checked out. It's amazing performance, and I think the atmosphere around here is just electric right now, isn't it? No one's calmed down yet from that round of slalom for Open Women.
Well, I wonder if Regina's gonna. I mean, she's probably gonna be getting hugs all day, probably through till the end of next week. But yeah, just absolutely phenomenal to see that. And almost I looked at the list this morning. For the women, I was a bit like, it's a bit of a shame. It's such a big tournament, Malibu Open. I wonder why people aren't showing up. And that's, but having said that, the 6 ladies that have turned up today have skied so well. And of course, Regina, really the star of the show for the day, for the week, for the month, really. This is unbelievable stuff. And I think to highlight, the best thing about it for me was it's the first time she's turned 2 and got over to 3 was this morning, which was already pretty cool. I went over to her and said that, well, you're back over towards 3. And she's like, oh, yeah, I hadn't really figured out that was the first time I'd done it. Well, I think that's sewn up, isn't it? You're heartless if you're not giving that to Regina after that. But, yeah, I mean, to go from 3, having not got to 3 all year, really in 2.5 years, to then run 5, the best score that's ever been done by a woman in a tournament. Unbelievable to see.
Well, I've had the opportunity to see her ski a little bit so far this year, and after her injury, she took a little bit of time. She's got a lot of 2s, got a little bit frustrated with it in practice. I've seen her starting to get some 3s and 4s, and she said herself, she after turning 2 and getting to 3 in the first round gave her some confidence, and then that round she just let loose and went for it, and hey, that was a new world record. Incredible.
And Carl, that Boy 3 was outrageous. I mean, to turn an offside like that, to be so balanced. I mean, she's got that good offside. She uses her low central gravity extremely well to get that ski between her and the boat. But I mean, to be able to come to 3, having had that bad one, and just absolutely turn it perfectly, because you need it. You can't just get a big turn. You need a balanced turn.
No, that's great. And we'd apologise to the Open Men's Jumpers. We're still talking about Open Women's Slalom, but the Open Men's Jumpers, we saw the list come up on your screen. This is kicking off right now, and we're moving into the next level of action, next level of excitement. On the water right now, Jake Abelson's going to kick it off for us. He's a young skier. You saw him out there in the tricking, dominating with an 11,880, and that was his personal best. He's doing it for us today in tricking and in overall. Of course, he's a younger skier that is going to start off jumping at 51, 5.5. So his distances may be down a little bit from some of the pros you'll see after him. But he's done exceptionally well for an under-17 skier, and I think he's ranked one of the top in the world in under-7 overall right now. So let's switch gears, shall we, Tony? Let's get into the jumping event.
Yes, indeed. But as we continue right along, have Regina Jaquess' name in mind when it comes to voting tomorrow for Skier of the Day.
I think that's a foregone conclusion, is it not?
Maybe, unless someone really comes from out of the woodwork and produces a score equivalent to that, or even better. Here we go. This is Jake Abelson. And he is getting ready for jump number 3. Originally a specialist tricker, but now looking to excel in all 3 events. And not looking too bad, and good solid landing. All right, and with that, let's join Zane Nicholson for a dockside.
All right, guys, I'm here with Joe Poland, getting ready to go up in this jump event. We saw you in the trick event earlier and the slalom event. Now we're about to see you on your jump skis. How's it feeling this afternoon?
Yeah, feeling good. Had not the best last jump set in a tournament, so I'm going to try and make up for that a little bit today. And, fill out. Conditions look pretty good. It might be a little flat, maybe a tailwind, so, we'll alter to that. But overall, pretty excited. Boat feels good, ramp feels good, drivers feel good, so it's a good opportunity here.
And I assume you had the tacos from the street truck before you skied?
I went with the fajitas, actually. Loaded me up with some fajitas. Feeling real good. That was a couple hours ago, so they've settled now. And, yeah.
All right, cool. Well, that was Joe Poland. We'll see him in the jump event here later, and back to you guys.
Why, thank you very much, Zane. We'll get the distance on jump number 1, 47.5, 156. 47.5 meters, which is the equivalent of 156 feet.
156 for Jake's opening jump, and that's a pretty handy leap for him. Somewhere right around his personal best. I know for a fact he's just put the ramp up from 5 foot to 5.5. He's just getting used to that, so maybe he was a little bit conservative on a jump number 1, but he'll probably let loose here on jump 2 and 3, and hopefully get in the 160s, which I'm sure he's capable of. This is jump number 2. He's got a pretty wide approach. A little bit kind of stretched out in the bottom, maybe a little early, and that's causing that bank as we see him come off the top of the ramp, losing a little distance there on jump 2. Maybe around 150 again, but still handy jumping for the young fella.
Do you think he's blocking a little bit when he hits the jump, and maybe that's precluding him from keeping that consistent direction off the second wake?
Well, yeah, let's watch this replay. I think he's setting up pretty early down there on the 6. He's 600-foot buoy. He just gives his skiers some guidance on when to make their approach or to set up their cut. I think he's hanging out here a little bit too long. And characteristics of Jake's skiing, he's a little bit stretched out here. His arms get away from his body a little bit. And he is handling it well at 5 foot. He can sort of keep his direction through the jump. But there he's sort of getting stretched out and losing his direction. The ski's kind of swinging out to the side. We call it banking in the air a little bit. And that definitely loses some distance. So he's just figuring out a few things at 5.5. What's amazing about Jake's jumping is, and we're saying it earlier, he's been a fabulous tricker. He's got he's got all of the young boys 1, boys 2 trick records, and he's been a sensational jumper tricker from a young age. And now he's slowly getting his other events. His slalom's come up a lot. His jumping is coming up a lot, and but he's a couple of years ago he was jumping 100 feet, and now he's 160s.
And you can find out about the process that it took to coach Jake up to this kind of level of performance with the TWBC podcast, the conversation that I had with Richard Abelson. Check that out on Spotify. Here he comes, jump number 3. Oh, that's better.
Yeah.
Lot better. The skis held their direction far greater, and no doubt that jump distance, I believe, is probably going to be touching a 160.
Yeah, I think that's his longest there on jump number 3 for Jake. Looked like he had a little bit more speed in his turn, was able to get his skis around and then hold better direction. Came off square off the ramp, and that's that. Speed's one ingredient, but that coming off straight, getting your lift is the second ingredient, and he definitely nailed his lift on jump number 3. That'll be his longest, I think. Hopefully in the 60s for this young guy. And we'll be moving on. Still pretty early for 51K. The boat speed is only 51K for this guy because under 17 division, that's their max speed. As we go into these other jumpers, they'll be jumping at 57K or 35 mile an hour. And usually, though, you'd see these skiers cut around maybe 580, 590. That's about 620. But a handy leap, that's his first 160, 48.9, and a pretty handy overall jump score for his overall event too.
Did I say 160?
I think you caught it right on the nose there.
Re-ride for last jump on the basis of a too fast second segment. That basically means that he had an unfair advantage, and I think there's a lower side distance that he could accept for that jump, but otherwise, when he retakes it, the upper level is 160.
It's going to be interesting to see what he does here, because although that's a fast time, he's not jumping it as, he's jumping an open right here, I believe. And that's not his the max speed. So he could option go 57. So he could choose to take that score, but it wouldn't count for his ranking in under 17 and his, sort of those sort of scores, or his overall in under 17. So I think he's maybe going to strap him back on again, have one more attempt for us. And although that was a good jump, I think he's got more in the tank.
Yeah, and also the fact that he's jumping at 1.65 meters high, which would preclude any performance there being entered in as a score as an under 17 skier, because the maximum ramp height for under 17, I believe, is 5 foot.
Maximum ramp height for under 17 is 5.5. So yeah.
It is 5.5.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And most of those skiers, most skiers in the under 17 division will make that transition when they surpass around about 135 feet. Jake, because he's improved so fast, kind of kept the ramp lower till he was going over 150 pretty easily, still at 5 foot, and that's a very exceptional jump. And so he's just put it up, and it takes a little time to get used to it. It's usually a better height I find for skiers of this level. It kind of throws you up in the air a little bit more, has some better feel on the ramp. But it's a little bit of a confidence thing to take a little bit more of a poke at when the ramp's a little bit higher. So Jake strapping him back on, getting the soap in the bindings, or getting the soap out of the bindings, and he's got one more jump remaining.
Right, rocking and rolling. Jake Abelson getting ready for jump number 3, re-ride. All right, then. So we have got Jake Abelson getting ready for jump number 3. Just enough time for me to tell you about Grunt. Grunt is an innovative on-demand app designed for convenient supply delivery for building projects. Grunt is perfect to meet the needs of any business, contractor, tradesman, or homeowner. And for those of you that are looking to employ a contractor, a tradesman, business thereof, you certainly know that those involved in that industry charge an hourly rate, and if they're off-site trying to get supplies, then that can be quite costly without much production being achieved. Grunt serves to alleviate that. And let's have a look and see what Jake Abelson can do on a re-ride on jump number 3. And I think that one might actually be a little better. It's certainly got a little bit smoother height on that one.
Yeah, it was another beautiful jump there for Jake Abelson. I think he was a little early to the ramp actually on that one. Sort of hit middle or maybe a little bit to the left-hand side. So maybe lacked a little bit of the pull, the speed off the top of the jump, but displaying very, very good technique. I know his dad works with him a lot. Jimmy Seamers coaches this little young guy in tricks and in jumping as well.
Oh, and
Jimmy Seamers obviously was one of the best jumpers in his time. 161, so that is his longest jump. He's actually improved on it, even though that was a fast time on the jump before. He's improved that distance, landing on that right ski nicely, and very, very smooth, very easy. Figured out how to keep his direction off the jump, and let's hear from Zane, and hopefully he's got Jake with him.
Hey guys, I'm here with Martin Coleman. I'm getting ready to see him in the jump event. Shout out to him. He's a ULM Warhawk alumni. How are you feeling today?
I feel great. Tricks was really good. Slalom, I kind of messed up a little, fell around 5-ball at 38, so just going to the jump event to do my thing and see how far it goes.
Yeah, so conditions are pretty good out here behind the Malibu boat. I think you've been here a couple of days, so expecting a big jump out of you?
Yeah, hopefully. It's been feeling really good, so we'll see. Only one way to do it.
All right, cool. Well, you'll see him out here soon. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much there, Zane. And hearing from Martin Coleman, we'll see him back out in action there pretty soon. On the water right now, another Martin Labra.
Yeah.
And this guy is he's an under 17 world champion. He's put his speed up to 57. We talked about Jake jumping 51, still in juniors. This guy's making the transition, and he's made it exceptionally well. Already an under 21 world overall champion. Yep.
In the same calendar year.
And he's already flown up over 190 feet at 57, or 54, sorry. But he's snuck that speed up a little bit more to 57, and I think he's going to be one of the next guys that breaks 200.
And he's a senior level skier for the Chilean water ski team. He's selected for the Chilean team for the World Championships coming up, and about 3 days later he competes for Team Chile in the Pan American Games in Santiago. So to say that this guy is accomplished is probably quite an understatement.
Definitely. Martin had a little upset with equipment failure in the tricking. Here he is on jump number 1. Split a bit on the ramp, sat back a touch. That's not going to be the jump he's looking for. He's you can see the speed there, 57k, setting of T. That indicates what sort of pull he wants right out of the turn when that switch engages. And I have a feeling that that's going to be the longest jump we've seen so far. It's going to be ahead of that 161 of Jake Abelson. But like I said, not what he wants. Just a little split, a little early, and not really committing fully through the jump on that first attempt.
All right, jump number 1. Yeah, as you correctly said, I mean, it's all about commitment at the end of the day, whether it's slalom, whether it's tricking, or whether it's indeed jumping. And the distance should be revealed to us any moment now. We publish these in metric and feet and inches, so that everyone gets a full and complete understanding of the distances that have been produced. And it's 50.7 meters, 50.7, 50.7, the equivalent of 166 feet.
So, although Martin has taken the lead with jump number 1, he's going to wave that one away. He doesn't, he won't care about that distance. He knows he's got another 20, 30 feet to add to that. And let's see what he can achieve on jump number 2. Again, he's when he was out in slalom, he was saying he's not really too worried about where he finishes up in the slalom event. He just wants a good overall score. He kind of missed it a little bit with his 2 at 38, and he fell short on the tricking this morning. So hopefully he can get a big jump here to make up, for his day so far and pick up the pieces tomorrow. Better, but still
the direction
not what
was
he's looking
better.
for. Yeah, you can see him kind of slap his knee there on the landing. These skiers, they've got a pretty good idea of where they're coming out, falling out of the sky, and they know when it's a big jump. They know when they've left a little distance on the ramp. I don't think he's quite getting the setups and kind of the swing into the jump that he's looking for. So although he's improved again, he's probably in the 70s, I'm going to guess, high 70s maybe. He's looking for 190 here for today at least.
And I mean, jumping over the last few seasons, I mean, there are certain techniques that are in play all at the same time to produce these distances. 178 on that jump, 178 or 54.4 meters. And let's see if we can go a little bit deeper into the weeds with this one, because I mean, from my perspective, and I tried to take a look at skiers in a rather scientific approach. I mean, naturally, if you want to try and get some speed into the jump, increase speed, it starts off by having speed to begin with, water speed on top of the water, so you don't turn, you don't sink, and like get slung right from the hole, as what happened during like the 1970s and 1980s when you saw the likes of Sammy Duvall and Carl Roberge and Mike Hazelwood and that kind of thing. So ski jumping has transitioned to a little bit something like that, as we see quite plainly here from Martin Labra coming in on jump number 3, up.
Tony, that's going to be as long as, isn't it? He
I think
definitely
so.
Came off the ramp clean on that one. I think he's left some distance out there that he probably wanted.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see our first jump in the 80s. Probably still not what he was looking for. He might have added another 5-10 feet at the most on the jump number 3 there. But yeah, the jumping's definitely evolved. Equipment, boats, everything has evolved, and the skiers these days trying to keep their water speed, stay up nice and wide on the boat, but not get into that hole and kind of come barreling out of it. There it is, 189. So that's actually a pretty handy jump. It took him a while to get there. It took him 3 approaches. Obviously, it's only the longest jump that counts, and he's made fine-tuned adjustments on each and every jump. And he's finished up with a 189, and that's not far shy of his personal best.
I think he actually started with a little bit more water speed. You know, I mean, if you can maintain a lot of that on your glide out and then turn and not lose a bit of it, then you can only increase upon it, and with more speed and combined with more height, you get more distance.
Yeah, the other thing too for Martin, he's coming out of under 17s, which max speed is 51k, and to go super far at 51k, yeah, you think the basics are pretty much the same, and they are, but you do see a lot of the kids, especially the big strong guys, are really pushing distances at 51. Get super wide. It's hard to keep that water speed up, but they know they can get their skis around from wide on the boat. They're strong enough at that speed to kind of hold it and take that whip. It doesn't work quite as well at 57, but at 51, you know, you can show some big distances, you know, in the high, you know, 180s, almost 190 at 51, 5.5. So he never really jumped like that. He was always on the conservative side, even though he won a world championships. But yeah, there's quite a few skiers that need to kind of reevaluate their style a little bit as they transition from 51 to 57.
All right, looks like we got a little bit of a delay as we moved the ramp height from 1.65 to 1.80 m. This is continuing live coverage of the 2023 Malibu Open, coming to you live from Lyman Land, USA, from the Druid City of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We will be back right after this.
I've been a fan of Marcus Brown since I was like 13 years old. He's, you know, been my childhood hero, and so for him to offer something like this, you know, which is it's great not just for me, but it's great for water skis to have something like this where people can really get a bespoke water ski experience. It's going to improve their skiing, their body, you know. And Jenny's she's amazing too. So just to have the access to both of those guys, I think it's huge, and it has been massive just to talk things through and to get a new understanding of stuff I haven't tried yet.
Tuscaloosa is Alabama's ultimate sports destination and a place for outdoor enthusiasts to thrive. It's a community rooted in history and one that's on the cusp of a burgeoning art scene too. Tuscaloosa is vibrant, it's charming, and it's familiar. Its people welcome you with open arms and warm hellos into a community that's tied together. Tuscaloosa is our home.
All right then, continuing on with live coverage of the 2023 Malibu Open. And before we continue on, let's check in with Zane.
All right, guys, I'm here with Benjamin Lutz. He's sitting down here just saying he smelt something cooking, and that was a headwind.
Yeah, Martin smelt the headwind coming, and now we're feeling it. So, yeah, it's a little swirly, but hopefully it stays like this.
So no stranger to this site. You went to college here and skied here a lot. So you're feeling pretty comfortable with today's setup?
Yeah, same thing with slalom. I mean, kind of a home field advantage. I don't do 35 here, but it's pretty much the same kind of setup. So looking to hit that ramp and go pretty far.
All right, cool. And the viewers at home all want to know, what was the last song that was playing in your headphones before you got ready for this jump set?
Can you hear the music?
Perfect. There you have it. Back to you guys.
What about you? Last piece of music you listened to there, Kyle?
Oh, I don't know. It was on the way here, maybe just trying to get my son kind of amped up a little bit. He's got his little playlist that he goes through, so probably a Taylor Swift song, I think.
Oh, sorry. You're gone. You're gone right now. No, I'm kidding.
I'm kidding. Yeah, look at that angle as we look down the jump ramp. It has been cranked up to 6 foot high. The water coming over the top, just beating down that surface, that fiberglass surface, waxed and very, very fast. We'll have our first 6 foot jumper out on the water shortly, and it's none other than Igor Morozov.
I'm not sure this would get me going.
Now, I'm looking around the site, and I'm trying to see if Jerry Jackson is around. He's probably hiding somewhere with the tow rope and the handle from Regina Jaquess, getting it measured just to make sure that every T is crossed and every I is dotted, so to make sure that everything is in place to submit the record into the IWWF World Tournament Council and kind of get it done.
Yeah, no, Regina's definitely created some paperwork for Jerry today. That's a big one. A world record it gets it gets analysed a ton. You got to send all the details in from the course survey to the rope lengths to the
homologation dossier.
Yeah, exactly.
And path and
it's a very complicated procedure, but to make sure everything is correct and that score gets approved. But I have a feeling everything is correct. Everything has been done. The I's dotted and the T's crossed, like you say. And I think that record will go through no problem. We've already checked the shore path data, and that's correct. I'm sure the line's been measured, and no problems there too. So, not sure why we're waiting a little bit longer. I think the ramp's just getting double checked, and we're really going to up the intensity here in a second with Igor coming off the dock. We've seen a 189, but we're about to see our first 200 pretty shortly from this guy.
All right, then, and we'll return to live action in just a few minutes. Do not go away. All right, as we continue to prepare the ramp for 1 meter 80 jumping, we will transition over to Zane. Zane, what you got?
Hey guys, I'm here with Igor. Had all your stuff on, then we had a problem with the jump grid. I know that's a little frustrating, but looking to see you get out there.
Yeah, well, waiting, all ready and pumped up, and then, okay, now have to do some breathing, and hopefully it's going to get fixed quick, and we can get on it. The conditions looking great.
Yeah, well, hopefully this little headwind might pick up a little bit for you, and we'll get you out there soon. Back to you guys.
Well, he's waited long enough to jump. What's another 10 minutes, I guess?
All right, and as we'll take a look at the field ahead of us, Igor Morozov will be the next on the water. We have got another, I think, 16 skiers, 16 competitors. This is a huge men's jump field. For a pro event, it's great to see some of the collegiate skiers or, ex-collegiate skiers just making transition from collegiate back into pro level, taking part, some of the overall skiers, sort of really filling out this field. Deep field, and we're going to see some big distances. The top 8 making through to tomorrow's finals is what I've been told. And we saw some huge distances in practice yesterday. A lot of these top guys came and did 3 jumps, got a little cider, got some feel, and I was pretty excited watching some of the distances coming from our top guys.
All right, then, as we continue to roll right along, I'm going to ask Kyle some questions. If you're looking for crushed stone, where do you go to get it?
Vulcan.
Where if you want sand?
Vulcan.
What about gravel?
I would say Vulcan.
What about asphalt?
Asphalt? Vulcan.
And what about ready-mix concrete?
Yeah, that's Vulcan too.
All right, and if you're looking for those kinds of needs, there's only one company that should be on your mind. That is Vulcan Materials, serving markets from California all the way to Florida and from Texas all the way to New York State. Find out more by going to vulcanmaterials.com. I think that went pretty well.
Yeah, thanks for putting me under the gun there, but yep, Vulcan definitely the place to go. And as we sort of view our cam on the dock, those jumpers all suited up, and it's tough to stand in your gear, for a long period of time. You can see Igor, going down to the dock. He's got his jumpsuit on, his speed suit on. That's some heavy, sort of hot gear. So you don't want to stay in that too long. So it's he's going to hopefully be up and going here pretty shortly before he has to remove his gear again. The guys looking pretty chilled there in the skiers tent.
Yeah, especially Joel Poland over there. I mean, he's so chill. He's frozen.
Yeah, he usually looks really stressed, I think.
Yeah. He hides it well.
He does hide it well.
Yeah.
Igor strapping the helmet on. All these guys wearing a lot of protective gear. Those jumpsuits padded, keep them, protection for the ribs. Also on the butt for the landings. But definitely around the midsection, just in case of any crashes, the helmet protecting the head. There's an arm sling there. You can see through his speed suit. Keeps that arm in on those strong cuts to the jump. And by the sounds of it, we're going to have the boat back here pretty shortly. He's soaping up his bindings and hopefully being on the water very, very shortly.
All right, as we continue right along, a quick shout out to Grunt, one of our sponsors. It's the perfect support for small business owners, property managers, handymen, and anyone working on a project that wants to stay focused on the task in hand. Go to trygrunt.com, trygrunt.com. Grunt, we get it. And also check out the equipment and accessory line courtesy of Masterline, the official tow rope of the 2023 Malibu Open and the official tow line of the upcoming IWWF World Waterski Championships to take place in Central Florida in Lake County. So find out more about the Masterline ropes, including the Pro Slalom line and the optimized 2.0 line by going to masterlineusa.com. All right, here we go. 1 meter 80 ramp height jumping starts with our next competitor coming to us from Eastern Europe. His name is Igor Morozov.
Well, Eastern Europe, but also he resides now in Auburndale, Florida. And I've been living there for a while and skis a lot with former champion Scott Ellis. And it's great to see him back in action. We saw him last weekend and the weekend before, posting some big jumps in the 2 teens. His personal best, 2:28. It's been a little while since he had that performance, and I think it's his country's national record.
Yes.
But he's out early because he doesn't have the scores in the books to kind of seed him later in the event. But things are going to get turned up a notch here. We've been waiting a little bit for this event to resume, but it's going to be well worth it when Igor hits the ramp. 6 foot, it's 57, and our longest jump, 189. I expect him to pass it on jump number 1, add 10, 20 feet through it pretty easily here.
All right, let's see what Igor Morozov can do. Looking to try and extend his season out with this round, the next round, and hopefully making it through to the finals, a third and last round. Here he comes. Jump number 1, Igor Morozov. Oh, and look at that!
That's what we've been waiting for, Tony. That's what we've been waiting for. And he comes in and absolutely uncorks a big one on jump number 1. Came off square, had some good speed. You saw him barreling into that ramp from that jump cam. And I reckon close to 70 mile an hour as he was accelerating into the bottom. And he always, well, pretty much always gets his lift. So that's going to be a handy first jump. Let's sit back and wait for the distance. We'll watch a replay in the meantime. Conditions, not a breath of wind really out there. The skiers would probably prefer a slight headwind. But 210, jump number 1, there it is, adding 20 feet to our lead from Mountain Labra. And he is not done yet. 2 more jumps remaining. And I think we're going to see some bigger distances out of Igor. That's just a bit of a sighter for jump 1.
Absolutely brilliant looking opening jump, and just feeling the power of that monsoon engine contained within that Malibu Response TXI. And we thank Malibu for their support 15 years in a row, and especially to the good folks over at Rambo Marine, Alabama's dealer of Malibu towboats, whether you're into surfing, whether you're into wakeboarding, or indeed to high echelon tournament water skiing. Malibu has a boat for you. Go to MalibuBoats.com and also RamboMarine.com. Here we go. Igor Morozov coming in, jump number... and taking a speedy approach there and deciding right at the last second that this jump wasn't going to end well.
No, for sure. He had a brilliant first jump, 210. That's a good opening jump. And definitely saw him bring things down a notch here at the 600. He was coming into his turn with a lot more speed. I had a feeling he was going to pass this one. The way he made his turn, just his body movements, you could see he was a little bit rushed. Right here, he's kind of in that holding pattern, waiting, kind of setting his turn up. But right at the end of it, he's like, okay, I got to go. And brought the handle up a little bit. And when that happens, you're not quite setting the wakes. And on a late cut, you don't want to push it. He would have been right on the corner on that one. Maybe he would have made it, maybe not. Who knows? But he's decided to pass. It doesn't count against him. It's only your best jump that counts. He's got 210 on the board, 1 more jump remaining. And hopefully he can just dial things back a touch. Stay calm in the turn, which is oh so hard when you're looking at the side curtain coming at you. And hopefully add a little distance. I heard him commenting yesterday. You can see the boat rounding the turn island down the bottom end of the lake. It's a little bit of a short setup here. As the boat comes around, you'll see him get ready and pull out pretty much straight away as he goes back over the wakes. So they are a little bit rushed at the 600 here. So it's a little bit of he pulls out right through the wakes there. But it's a little bit rushed on the start. But, that doesn't, once you've figured it out, that doesn't affect you at all.
All right, here we go. Igor Morozov coming to us from Eastern Europe and propelling himself for one last attempt in round 1.
No, I don't think that's going to be the jump.
That was too early.
Yeah, I don't think he got off the ramp as good as jump number 1. So 210, I could be wrong, but I think 210 is going to be his longest one. He looked a bit dead on the ramp where he sort of just, we call it dead, like a bit flat on the ramp. You're not getting the full acceleration through, so you don't get quite the same extension. He had a better turn. He wasn't as rushed, but maybe he dropped it back a little bit too much.
All right, just looking at this again, holding that ski up for as long as he can to maintain water speed that he generated right off that first cut from left to right. And it's 62.5 meters, 62.5 meters, or 205 feet. But he takes the lead with 64 meters, or 210 feet. So that is Igor Morozov. And now we go on to competitor number 3, a former student at the University of Alabama, and it is Benjamin Lutz.
Okay, a little problem with the rope there, a little knot before we start off. But really impressed with this guy in the slalom event earlier, 5 at 39. We were told his season's best was 3 at 39, but I heard him in an interview saying he's actually run it this year. But I thought he looked exceptionally good in the slalom round, and definitely a chance of running it hopefully in round number 2. Let's see what he's got for us in the jump event. His best this year, I saw earlier, 58.8, around 192 feet, I'm going to guess. So a very handy jumper too, and it's great to see him here having a shot in both events today.
All right, then. I noticed that in recent times, a good portion of these jumpers have gone pretty much with the same kind of rope. It's got a particular type of stretch to it. It's green, and most of the jumpers coming into this event are jumping with that. What do you know about that line?
It's all personal preference. I think a lot of these jumpers will actually choose the master line jump rope that was one of the sponsors here today. And some will incorporate a little bit of Spectra into the line just to kind of stiffen it up a touch. I'm not sure exactly what Ben is using today.
He's using the full length polypropylene.
Gotcha. All right, well, let's get back to the water. Ben on jump number 1 as the drone flies in behind him and sees him power in. Just
sneaking onto the jump there.
And I think he's pretty happy with the jump number 1.
All right, then. With that, let's talk to Zane.
Hey, guys. Here with Haynes. Man, I just want to say congratulations on getting engaged here recently.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and so, getting ready here for this Open Men's Jump event. We just had a big jump kicked out there. I know that you went to college here in Tuscaloosa, so I think everybody'd like to know what's the best restaurant in town.
Kind of depends what you're looking for. De Palma's, great Italian. Chuck's, great seafood. I'd say either one of those two is a good bet.
Who's Alabama got this weekend?
I honestly don't know. But after last weekend, they better win.
He's not a real fan, and back to you guys.
All right, then. So in this one round of a jump competition, the top 8 advance through to the final. And we should get the distance. I believe the distance may have popped up momentarily.
Yeah, we're just going to kind of finalize the format here for us. 202 feet for jump number 1 from this guy. That's his season's best we're seeing. That is a handy first jump, 202. And Chase tracking down Igor's lead. He's got a little ways to go. I don't know if he's capable of 210, but judging from that jump number 1, who knows?
All right, let's see what he's got. Just trying to hold that line as tight as possible so he can get immediate acceleration off the turn. Oh, and much like Igor Morozov, passing on jump number 2.
So a successful jump 1, 202, but he was right on the corner on that one. I don't know if he said, hey, what have I got? What else can I do? And decided to maybe just bring it down a notch further. But too late, or didn't feel comfortable on jump number 2. So he's going to recollect his thoughts, change his timing, and hopefully show up on jump number 3 and add a little more distance for us. It is confirmed. It's only one round, so the pressure's on these guys just right here. Only 3 jumps to qualify through to our 8-man final tomorrow afternoon. Actually, sorry, 10 men. 10 confirmed coming through to the final. Only 4 women. So it's going to be a big afternoon of jumping tomorrow. We've got a big afternoon of jumping today too. 18 top competitors going out, battling it out. 10 will go through. And we already have a 210 as our leading score. 202 sitting in second with Ben Lutz. 1 jump remaining.
All right, then. So continuing on in this single round of the jump elimination, 10 advance from this point. We are on skier number 3 of 17, which means in about 5 or so jumpers' time, we'll get our first indications of what it will take to make it through to the next round. Does Benjamin Lutz have the goods here? Better.
Well, Tony, a very good jump 3 as well. I have a feeling jump jump number 1 was going to be his longest. That's going to be close, but I think he banked a little bit, and you saw him sort of raise up his hands and gestures there that, hey, I left some distance off the ramp. But some good jumping from Ben, and he's had a good day on the skis, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, without a doubt, having a real good day, and we'll get the distance.
Yeah, we're going to watch a replay real quick of his third and final jump. And as we mentioned, he's skied here a fair bit. No, that's his longest, 2:05. So obviously took a ton more speed in there on that one because he didn't come off the ramp quite as clean as his first one. Maybe the first one he was just a little bit panicky on the corner. We saw from our drone footage that he was tight. Here he comes in, and good position right there. Still losing some distance, so 2:05 is a great jump because he definitely banked a little bit there. And the potential for huge jumps through because he's not even real super pumped about that one. He knew he had more left in him.
And we'll see if it is going to encourage Martin Coleman along, the former world overall champion from 2019. He won that title in Putrajaya. And we'll see what he has got with the 3 jumps at his disposal.
Still holding on to the lead, Igor Morozov, 2:10, and following close behind Ben Lutz, 2:05. Martin Coleman tricked exceptionally well this morning, had a bit of an average slalom day, but he's been happy with the way he's been jumping of late. This guy can go upwards of that 210-foot mark, and he's, to make the top 10 into the final, he's going to need all of that, I think, here today.
Right, you are, and we'll see what he can conjure up. We've got Quinn Haynes coming up in a few minutes. We just heard from him, recently engaged. Thank you, congratulations to him going forward. And then we've got Brandon Schipper, Jonathan Lutz, Tobias Georges, Rodrigo Miranda, and Luca Rakoval, the next few jumpers on the list.
I'm counting 13 or 14 skiers remaining. I'm a little dubious about the Miranda brothers, whether they are taking to the water today. I have a feeling Felipe has gone home and it won't be competing. And I think Rodrigo is going to sit out this one too. So maybe a few less skiers than we thought. The competition is still going to be extremely tight though. And here comes Martin Coleman for jump at number 1. Can he go over 200 on his first attempt? He's got some lift. That's a very nice jump.
Yeah, good opening salvo there, and just about. All right then, and with that, let's check in with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Louie, getting ready to go up in this jump event. We saw him tricking and slalom. You saw him pretty good earlier. You ready for today?
Yeah, just ready. Just like came out of my nap, so just now getting in the zone, warm up, and send it.
And so we grabbed you and you had your headphones on. Everybody wants to know, what were we listening to?
French rap here.
All right, you have it there. Back to you guys.
All right. Just good to hear from Louis Duplan-Freiberg, who's still in with shot, an outside shot of taking the world men's overall record. He'll need a 71.5 meter jump to do it.
Outside shot. That's going to be quite the effort there from Louis. French rap. I don't know if I believe I've ever heard any French rap. Maybe
neither have I. But
sample for us to get everyone pumped up a little bit for this event.
Yeah, he explained that to me yesterday on the TWBC podcast. I had the opportunity to interview him there, and I mean, Louis Duplan-Freiberg, I'll have more details of him when he gets out onto the water, some little tidbits from that interview. But here we go. This right now is Martin Coleman, jump number 2.
And as with the skiers before him, he's passing on jump number 2. He, I don't even know if we announced the distance, but 2:08 there for his first jump. So great opening jump. Not quite catching Igor's lead, but sitting himself in a pretty good spot. It's going to be there and thereabouts to make our top 10. I have a feeling we still got 13, maybe 12 skiers remaining. He's sitting himself in second spot. Let's have a look at what he did here on jump number 2. Sometimes it's difficult. If you nail a good jump on your first one, and you're like, okay, what do I do different? Do I bring it down a little bit? And made a few changes, but obviously not quite connecting here, and just elected to pass. So let's see. Really in a pretty good spot. Maybe he ended up a touch late. I don't know. From this angle, very, very difficult to tell. But I think he's going to be pretty happy with that 2:08. That's up close to his season's best. But how easily he did that, I have a feeling he's got a 2:10, 2:15s in him somewhere along the lines. And there's your leaderboard. Igor Morozov, 64 meters, 2:10. Coleman, 63.3, a couple feet back, 2:08, and Luke's in 2:05. On the dot, Quinn Haynes about to get in action here, and just one more jump. Martin Coleman has one more attempt, one more roll of the dice. See what he can make. There's those few changes. He's electing the letter X. Boat path, he runs wide. He runs a couple feet wide just to help him get in the course a little bit more. Aim for that. Leave it as late as possible right here. Can he take a little more speed, add a little more distance? He's got a powerful approach. He's kicked it. Hopefully a little more distance. That is a good set of jumping from Martin Coleman. And he's going to go to the dock. Fairly happy with his efforts in trick and jump, but left things a little bit shy in the slalom event today.
All right, that is Martin Coleman with a jump of 63.3 meters on the opener for 2:08. Pass on the second. And on his third and last, we've yet to get the distance. It should be there and thereabouts for him. Igor Morozov still in the lead at this time.
Just shy there, Tony. Just shy of his first one, 2:06. So I think a pretty happy Martin Coleman returning back at the dock with 2:08 pass and then 2:06. He has great ramp work. Look at that. Just kicked his every time he hit the ramp. Beautiful extension, but maybe lacking a little bit of the speed. Maybe needs to bring it down, get a little bit wider to get through the distances that our top jumpers to follow will get. One guy that likes to bring it late is the next skier leaving the dock, Quinn Haynes. Quinn Haynes, and he is he doesn't mind having a good late look at the jump. His claim to fame is, well, I think he's got the longest jump at 5 foot 51 Ks, collegiate style.
Yeah, that's right. He's the current NCWSA national men's jump record holder.
And is that 200? 199?
Yeah, just a shade under 200 feet. I'll get the specific distance in a moment.
Whichever it is, that is a huge jump at that boat speed, at that ramp height. And, you know, he does also compete at 57 and at 6 foot and has a PB somewhere in the 2 teens, I think. He's not scared to take a late cut. He's a big, strong guy, and he uses that to his advantage as he comes charging into the ramp. And hopefully today, I'm going to add some distance to our lead. 2:10. Igor Morozov sitting on the banks, waiting to see what the rest of this field can come up with.
All right, here we go. This is Quinn Haynes, jump number 1. Setting the boat speed at 57K.
All right, waiting now. I think he's set himself up a little bit early here. It was a long time just hanging out there. Now he says go, turns down and gets his kick. Loses the right ski back to the jump a little bit. It's not a bad opening jump, but yeah, he's definitely going to have to make some changes down at the 600 and with his timing to hopefully carry a bit more speed through that turn.
All right. Just waiting on the distance to be revealed. Keeping things on an even keel here with the good tight line as he makes his approach. Wonderful shot here from our aerial coverage. 61.4 or 201, 61.4 or 201 feet.
I'm going to say this as politely as I can. You know, that's a pretty good distance for the errors he made on that jump. His timing wasn't there. You see him. He was super wide on the boat from that drone shot, but hung out there and hung out there and hung out there. Lost his speed, couldn't get a lot of angle out of his turn. Still drove hard into the ramp, and even still didn't really get his lift. The right ski saw it sort of pull back to the boat. So it just kind of shows you there's distance to get out there. 2:01 with a couple of errors. Hopefully he can correct things here on jump 2 and 3 and track down Igor Morozov, who's in our driver's seat right now with 2:10. That Malibu boat, letter Z, it's accelerating the skier as much as possible as he comes into the ramp. This is a better setup, still maybe a fraction slow, but he's got better speed. Hopefully he can get his lift. He's got some of it.
Look at that. Oh.
That's a longer jump, I have a feeling, but I don't think it's 2:10.
Nope, certainly not. With that in mind, let's check in with Zane.
Hey guys, here with Jonathan Lutz. We got a jump of 2:10 out on the leaderboard, getting ready to push it out over that. I know this is probably kind of like your home lake where you ski normally, so feeling pretty good about it?
Yeah, conditions are pretty good out there, looking a little bit like no wind. Yeah, jumps are really far so far, so going to hopefully push it down the lake a little further.
Well, I will like to tell you, from me and some of the viewers back at home, that we dig the mustache and the part of the mustache gang, so good luck out there.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Okay, and Quinn Haynes has one more jump. We're waiting on distance. I didn't catch it. There it comes up, 2:04. He's added 3 feet. It was a better jump. His timing was a little better, but still ran out of a little bit of speed, I think, in his turn. Wasn't able to get his skis all the way around and take that whip into the bottom. So hopefully, again, making some changes down here at this all-important setup, the 600-foot buoy, and makes his turn. Here he goes, swinging out wide, way out in front of the boat right there as he glides, shutting his speed down a little bit, trying to carry as much as possible, turn up level with the driver, and now it's put the hammer down and go into the bottom, and jump number 3 is it his longest.
Oh, nice.
Moving around a little bit in the air. It's hard to call from this angle. I don't think that's the set he was really looking for, but still, I think 3 jumps well over 200 feet.
Yeah, but he certainly tried his hardest out there to get as much out of that ramp as possible. Quinn Haynes, the current National Collegiate Waterski Association's men's jump record holder. And the distance comes through as 63.9 or 2:10, 63.9. That is 10 centimeters shy of Igor Morozov's lead.
Well, Igor breathing a sigh of relief, still holding on to the lead, but only narrowly. And obviously a ton more speed, a truckload more speed on jump number 3 there. For Quinn, so 2:10. That's a handy jump for his 3rd and final attempt. A skier leaving the dock right now, Brandon Schipper, and he's been hitting around those distances quite frequently. Another big, solid guy that likes to bring his cut late. And let's see what he's got for us as he leaves the dock here. 57K, the boat speed. Oh, wait, I think he's going to be choosing a letter somewhere up around Z for us here today. Chris Eller behind the wheel. He's been doing a lot of work out there today. But he would rather be in nowhere else right now as he's slinging these jumpers and for some huge distances down the lake.
And you know, water ski jumping or any kind of high echelon activity, athletic activity, takes a toll on the body. And this is where the likes of Andrew Sports Medicine comes into play. They're originally based out of Birmingham. They are the go-to folks for some of the world's top professional athletes. And it's no wonder that most NFL agents have Andrew Sports Medicine in their speed dial. So whenever they're the pro athletes that they represent come under the unthinkable, they're on their way to Birmingham, Alabama that very, very same day, and they get immediate treatment. And find out why Andrew Sports Medicine are among the most sought after sports medicine companies in the entire world by going to andrewsportsmedicine.com.
And one skier that looks like a bit like an NFL player, this guy, Brandon Schipper. Look at the size of him as he comes into the course. He works out hard. He has got a lot of power, big legs, big arms, and he kicks that jump for jump 1, and that's a pretty good opening jump. Loses his tips a little bit towards the end, got a little bit flat towards the landing, but all these guys opening up with handy first jumps.
All right, then, let's send it over to Zane.
Hey guys, I'm here with Jake Abelson. We saw him jump a little earlier today and booted out a big jump. I think it was a PB. How far did you go?
I went 161.
So cool. So conditions are feeling good out there. Great. I mean, you looked good out there. So, things are looking good. Things are feeling great. It was great to see you out there. So we look to see more skiing out of you in the future.
Yep, I get the trick tomorrow and slalom.
Cool. We look forward to seeing you then, and back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, and congratulations to you, sir, Jake Abelson, for a new personal best of 161 feet or 49.2 meters. Brandon Shipper, his opening jump, 60.7 or 199 feet. So he's about 11 feet behind the 8 ball here. The current leader is Igor Morozov with a 64-meter jump or 210 feet. Let's see what he has up his sleeve. Brandon Shipper with jump number 2. He's out wide. He's trying to keep the majority of his water speed up. That means he can accelerate far more rapidly, far more efficient. Oh, look at that. Good-looking jump, and he got pulled almost dead flat into the base of the jump, literally 2 seconds before he got on there, 2 feet before he actually hit the jump. Almost succumbed to the hugely powerful monsoon engine contained within that Response TXI. And you'll see with the instant replay exactly what I mean. He got the water speed, he got his stance, he's gotten 59.2 meters for 194 feet on jump number 2. But significantly, take a look off the second wake. Started to roll over his skis, and by the sheer fact that he has such great strength around his core area and his lower back, he was able to land and ride that jump out safely. And maybe the good folks from Andrew Sports Medicine may have a look at Brandon Shipper and see if he needs a little bit of an adjustment in his lower back after that kind of jump. They're right here. They're also our first aid providers along the shoreline here at Lyman Land, USA, just outside the Druid City of Tuscaloosa, the home of the University of Alabama Crimson Tide. Here we go, Brandon Shipper, edging away, keeping the handle down nice and low off the turn, driving in. And I'm not too sure on the distance on that one, so he may have to make do with 60.7 meters or 199 feet. So Brandon Shipper has expended his 3 jumps. And we're down to about 10 more skiers before we round off this round of the men's jumping competition. We'll get the distance momentarily. Brandon Shipper eyeing up the jump. It's 58.7 or 193 feet. So 199, 194 or 193. So not improving by anything between jump number 1 and jump number 3, but we'll see how things transpire. Our next jumper to take to the water is Jonathan Lutz.
Yeah, we saw Brandon Shipper sort of bow his head down there. The body language said it all. It wasn't the set he was looking for. 60.7, 199 was his longest. Last weekend he looked so good. He went, I think, 209, 210, right around what it was going to, right around our lead right now, and did it pretty easily, but not quite getting things together here in this first round. And unfortunately, that's not going to be enough to see him through to tomorrow's final. We're moving on, and the little issue there is we left the dock. I think they got a knot in the rope. So yeah, these trouble. The Spectra rope is great. It does tangle up a little bit. I have a feeling that's what's happened. And we're going to just run a couple of commercials while we sort the rope out. We'll be back in a second.
Oh.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just going to make a quick phone call here.
course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it.
Thanks for calling Wakehouse. This is Will.
Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
All right, continuing coverage here with Jonathan Lutz.
And we saw his stats there before. His longest jump this year is pretty impressive. I think right around 215, 65 something meters. Our leaderboards right now stacks up like this. Igor Morozov 210, Quinn Haynes 210, but slightly shy 0.1 of a meter, 10 centimeters behind Igor. Martin Coleman with a handy 208, Ben Lutz 205, Brandon Shipper 199, and Martin Labra 189. In the open men's jump field, we've got I'd say about 8 skiers remaining. 9 skiers possibly.
Yeah, I believe that there are 9 competitors remaining after Jonathan Lutz. That's taken into consideration the Mirandas and the being unable to jump in this competition. Things could change, but let's have a look. Jump number 1 for Jonathan Lutz. Good aerial form, nicely done, and we'll see what goes on so far as the distance is concerned.
Yeah, no, taking no time at all there to kind of figure out his setup. We heard from him on the dock. He's jumped here a lot through his collegiate career. At one with the jump ramp, you can see he got a beautiful lift off the ramp. Probably wants to bring it down a little bit. Everyone just taking it slightly easy on jump 1, wanting to score on the board. But, they need all those 3 attempts to try and get a big one, so he didn't want to waste it too much. I have a feeling that's in over 200. Is it 210? He's going to maybe be close. Oh, 192, so obviously maybe a little early there for jump number 1.
Kind of got pulled into his landing a little bit, and, that's a lot of that could come down to the letter that he chooses before he goes out into the water.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing there, he still kicked the ramp nice, had a good air form, kind of floated that one down the lake. Through the wakes, he kind of landed on 2 skis, and sometimes that kind of signifies, you're a little bit early, you're a little bit unsettled, so you're not really taking the whip from the boat. And maybe just didn't have the pull that he needed to float one down over 200 on jump number 1.
All right, then. So from what we understand, Jonathan Lutz is actually jumping at 51 kilometers an hour, which that would explain a bunch.
Yeah, that's a strange setup there, running 51. I have a feeling it's... I'm not sure exactly why. I did hear somebody discussing this yesterday. 51 6-foot is a tricky combination, but he's taking a late cut there, and he's got good lift. That's going to be further. So considering that's 51, yeah, he's happy with that one.
Yeah, indeed. And while we get his distance, let's check in with Zane.
Guys, I'm here with Brandon Shipper. A little bit unfortunate round for you, but, we'll turn it around. Mountain bike season coming up. Let's go.
Yeah, mountain bike season coming up. I've definitely had a little rough go in practice recently, backed off a little, but I'll be ready for Worlds coming up.
Cool. So we look forward to seeing you in a couple weeks and seeing you boot out a big one.
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
No, it's at the home lake at Sunset Lake, so you got to be stoked.
Yeah, for sure stoked. It's at Sunset Lakes again. Jack Travers Ski School. Check it out.
All right, guys, there you got it. Back to you.
All right, then. So he's talking about mountain bike season. What does he do? Bend them in half?
I'm just waiting for the distance here for jump. What was that, jump 2? 204 feet. And if that's true, if he is jumping at 51, that is an amazing jump.
That's probably a world distance record for 51K. I mean, let's take into consideration he's jumping at 6 foot high naturally, but that's going to have some factor in on the distance. But that's incredible.
That's a pretty big jump for 51K. Again, I'd like to get a little interview with him on the dock after this from Zane and figure out exactly why he's doing this. Maybe he's got the Collegiate Nationals coming up. I don't know if he's still in school or not, but this guy is going far at 51K. Obviously, that Malibu boat is still accelerating like crazy, as he approaches the jump. Maybe the MT speeds, the speeds when they're hitting the jump are upwards of 36-something mile an hour, not down at 31 where he's starting. But still impressive stuff there for Jonathan Lutz. 2:04, and I think that's going to be his longest.
All right. Jonathan Lutz, we're getting the distance very, very soon. He jumped 62.2, 204 feet on that second one. 195 feet on that last jump, or 59.3. So that does nothing to change the lead at this point. Igor Morozov still at 64 meters, still your leader. And in second place right now with 63.9, also at 210 feet, is Quinn Haynes. And I think in third place, I'll have to go back to the backup distances, but you're probably looking at the likes of Martin Coleman with a 2:08 or 63.3.
Yeah,
So
we just had confirmation that Jonathan Lutz will be seeing the Collegiate Nationals in a couple, 3 weeks' time, and he's put his priority on that. He's jumping well at 51, so he changed the ramp height, but didn't want to change the speed because that'll obviously will change your setup, your cut, the way you turn on the boat. So he's changed the ramp height, which maybe gives him a little more distance than the 5 foot that the collegiate skiers use, but nothing really changing with the cut to the ramp. So he's using this event as a preparation for the Collegiate Nationals coming up, and obviously shows you the weight that these guys put on that event. A huge title to win a Collegiate National Champs, and he is obviously in fine form to do so.
all right, continuing right along, our skier on the water coming to us out of Argentina. His name is Tobias Georges. And we have our initial distance needed to advance 63.4 meters, 63.4. That would be consistent with the distance of Martin Coleman. Anything more than his jump distance will be enough to send that skier through.
Yeah, so Martin Coleman right now, he's the one chewing on his fingernails as he waits to see what these other guys are going to do. He's got a 2:08. It's a pretty big jump, and who knows? Tobias Georges, he's capable. He's been in the 2 teens. He's jumping very well of late. Saw him slalom exception well with 4:39. This is a pretty conservative opener, but he boots it off the top. And good jump number 1 for Toby.
All right, and with that, let's check in with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Will Roberts, engineer student here at Alabama, skiing on the home site. How you feeling?
Feeling good, man. Johnny just went out, unofficially second person ever to go 200 feet at 32 miles an hour. So the place is ready to roll, and I'm ready to fly.
All right, so there you have it. You got a little bit of a stoke meter already ready to go. Looking for you to send it. But the viewers at home really want to know, who does Alabama play this weekend?
USF.
There you have it. That might be your first fan of the day. Roll Tide, and back to you guys.
Yes, they're playing South Florida tomorrow away from home. Crimson Tide are looking to try and get in the positive column so far as wins versus losses this season thus far.
Tobias Georges, jump number 1, 197, 60.0, 60 meters flat, just shy of 200 feet. And he's got to find some more distance. He's got some work ahead of him. Another 13 feet to take the lead, and another, what is it? We need another maybe, we're thinking another 11 feet to make it into the final. He's got to surpass Martin Coleman's distance of 2:08, 63.3 meters. He was pretty early on jump number 1. It was just a bit of a warm-up jump. Can he turn up the heat here on jump number 2? It looks better.
And the U21 men's world jumping champion, Tobias Georges, lands on jump number 2. I don't think that's 3.4 meters further.
No, it doesn't seem so, does it? He makes it look pretty easy when he jumps, but he definitely sort of splits a little bit on the ramp and definitely in the air. He kind of lets his skis wide apart. And I have a feeling he loses a little bit of distance from that, but he could surprise us here. Sometimes the angles that we see are a little hard to tell exactly how far he's flown down the lake, but just the intensity doesn't look like it was there. 2:05, so he is 3 feet behind. Martin Coleman still has earned his spot into this final, but Toby has 1 jump remaining.
But just look at this, getting a good lift off the top, rocking back a little bit, but yeah, known for how wide he splits his skis off the top of the jump. Now, do you think, Kyle, that is going to be detrimental to his distance, or does he gain advantage from that?
I think he loses a little bit, to be honest. I think he loses a little bit of direction back to the boat. I think he loses a little bit of hang time. You know, you want your skis apart and your body kind of pressed between them, but you go too wide, and I think you kind of start to lose some of that air pressure that kind of keeps you up and floats you down the lake. But here we go. This is a jump at number 3. I think that setting on the screen is wrong. He is at 57, and another handy jump. But I think Martin Coleman unofficially is going to sneak in. I think he's kind of left a little bit wanting there for jump number 3 from Tobias.
I think it covers that gap, but not all the way. That 3.4 meter gap.
Extremely close. Let's watch a replay. He's one of those skiers that likes to pick up his ski pretty early there on his countercut. Slices through the wakes on that left ski. So he does that exceptionally well. From this drone footage, you can see him way out in front of the boat. The distance popping up on your board, 2:07. Oh, so close. Martin Coleman, you jump again, which is he'll be super happy with because he is in form right now. And Toby is going to be the guy kind of sweating it out here for a little bit now.
All right, we'll see what transpires. 63.0, his best jump, 2:07. He is immediately on the bubble. And with that, we will continue on to our next competitor, certainly an on-form competitor, coming to us out of Austria, the silver medalist in the men's jump competition at the recent European Waterski Championships in San Sebastiano, Italy. His name is Luca Rockenwald.
And that's an impressive performance to come second at the Europeans. But I witnessed him last weekend banging out high 2 teens, 2:18. I think he went a couple rounds at the Mastercraft Pro last weekend. It impressed me. He got through to the finals relatively easy and excelled in the finals as well. I think he finished up maybe 4th or 5th. So one of his best finishes at a pro event. But he did it so smoothly. He's got impressive technique, really keeps still on his skis, and he seems excited to just get out there and let it rip. He's on form, but he's just hungry. He looks like he wants to go a long way here today.
All right, so getting ready with the 3 jumps. You're looking at our current live weather conditions. 85 degrees Fahrenheit, a little over 20 degrees Celsius. You saw the air pressure, you saw the relative humidity.
What the prudent didn't see is the flags and which way the flags are blowing, Tony, and I like the direction they are because it is coming kind of from our end of the lake down past the jump, maybe providing a little bit of extra hang time for our jumpers that remain. 7 skiers left to complete this event today. After that, of course, we're going to go the Open Women's Jump Round 1. And then we'll be back tomorrow morning with another day of awesome action here at the 2023 Malibu Open. Here he is, Luca Rockenwald on jump number 1. And sit back and look at this technique through the wake. Slices in, and I knew he's going to get his lift. He seems like he kicks a jump every single time because he keeps his position so tight, so smooth, back straight, and a very, very good opening jump.
Yeah, nicely done on his opening jump. And Luca Rockenwald was the subject of another TWBC podcast interview, which was conducted yesterday, highlighting what he's achieved so far and what he wants to achieve in the future. You can go to the TWBC podcast by going to Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, or wherever else you choose to listen to your favorite podcast. Jump number 1, we're going to get the distance. If it's anything over 63 meters, then he will be through to the next round of the competition.
That's got to be close. That's got to be one of our longest opening jumps, I believe. And just textbook jumping, really. Like, if you're looking to learn how to jump correctly, that is it. That's very, very smooth. 220, guys, 220 feet for jump number 1. And how easy did he do that? How easy was that 220?
That was just smooth. It looked deceptively long.
So
60 centimeter PB, which
yeah,
means...
no, he was 218 last weekend, and that, I believe that was his personal best. And I was talking to him, I was like, hey, he seemed like he knew he had more distance to come, and he's achieved it on jump number 1. What can he do here? Can he bring it down a little bit? Can he add a little bit more miles per hour into the bottom of the jump? Another flawless turn, and again, extension. That's another beautiful second
nicely
jump.
done. Keeping the line tight all the way through the jump.
He's given the little nod. He's quietly happy there with both first 2 attempts.
220 feet on the opening jump. I mean, he is coming good at the right time. And explained to me during the interview yesterday, trying to hold off needing to go to medical school for as long as possible. And with jumps like this, he may be staying with us. And another new personal best, 68.1 or 223.
Insane jumping from Luca. And just looking so controlled, too. That's what I like about this guy's jumping right now. He's not pushing the edge. He's in balance the whole time. He kicks pretty much every single jump he takes. And that bodes well for, consistency. And, when you're hitting there and thereabouts all the time, you're going to throw out some huge distances like that 223. I think the guys on the dock after him are getting excited here, Tony. Obviously, conditions are perfect. We're seeing PBs from this guy. We've seen our first 220. We've seen a 5-foot PB from this guy. And we're going to ramp it up even more so from here.
All right, so Tobias George is still having to wait to see if he has made it through to the next round of the competition. Here comes Luca Rockenvold, jump number 3. Oh, he passes on that one, but the job is already done. He's through to the next round of the competition, and with a new personal best, takes the lead. All right, then, with that in mind, let's check in with Zane.
As I'm here with Martin Coleman, punched your ticket into the final in this jump event. Pretty stoked about that?
Yeah, it felt awesome. The boat was great. My first jump was really good, comfortable. And then I wanted to bring in a little bit more speed, and that was quite late. So I passed, and then third one just didn't work out. But I know what adjustments to do for tomorrow, and hopefully go further.
Well, cool. Well, we're glad to see you jump tomorrow, and we'll send it back to you guys.
Well, if that's the look of someone who's stoked, I can't imagine how Martin would react if he got a personal best.
He's just keeping his emotions in check there as he goes through the event this weekend. He's had a great day on the trick ski and the jump skis. Slalom, like we said, was a little bit less than par for him, but he's got another day to get on the slalom ski tomorrow. We're going to be kicking that round off at 8 a.m. tomorrow, I believe. Tony, the open men will hit the water. That's correct, yeah, early start. And look at that leaderboard, 223, way out in front. Luca Rochenwald, 13 feet ahead of Igor, 210. Quinn Haynes, another 210. And Martin Coleman, the fourth guy, guaranteed into the final right now. Tobias Georges, 207. And he's got to have that nervous wait. We've got 6 skiers remaining, is it?
Yeah, 6 skiers remaining because we've already put forward to the next round, and 10 go through to the final. So 4 from 10 is 6.
I wish Toby well, but sitting on the banks with 207, I have a feeling he's going to come up just a touch short. All the rest of these competitors have been jumping well this year. Will's been 220, I believe, and the remaining 5 have all been up over 220, and conditions are perfect. So I have a feeling 207 is just not going to quite make the cut here today.
All right, let's have a look and see, shall we? This is Will Roberts, jump number 1. Oh, look at that speed, look at that height, and the distance matches. Oh, my word.
We may have a new leader on jump number 1. That was huge.
All right.
I thought Lucas' lead might hang for a little bit, 223. But that guy just absolutely booted that and had a ton of speed too. He's thrown the fist, and he knows he's a 220-foot jumper. He knows when it's big. From our angle, it's going to 222, just shy, guys, just shy, but a huge opening jump. This lake is on fire right now, guys. If you're not down level with the jump, or if you're on site checking out these open man jumpers, you are crazy, because that is a huge opening jump. 5 more jumpers remaining, and already we're seeing distances well in excess of 220 feet.
Yes, certainly. You rightly said there, Carl. This lake is on fire. If we're any more on fire, we'd call it Azerbaijan.
Interesting. Don't know what to say there, Tony, with that one, but
it's the land of fire, don't you know?
Thanks.
All
And
right.
yeah, there we go. Joel Poland strapping up the feet. The remaining field all getting excited as they sit down nervously, waiting their turn, their setup. The jump height 6 foot high, the maximum height we can jump at for open men's. Another late setup here for Will Roberts. Can he add another couple of feet? Decides to pass.
Yeah.
Hard to keep the head clear after you go out with a whopping 222 on jump number 1. You start to go, what can I do? Can I go further? Can I bring it down? Who knows? But like some of the other skiers have decided to pass at jump number 2, we're going to head across to Zane. He's got Luca with him, who just flew 223 and snatched the lead. Here you go, Zane.
All right, hey guys. Here with Luca, booted a big one. I think that was like a 5-foot PB, so awesome jumping out of you.
Yeah, it was freaking amazing. Like, I still can't believe it. Like, the boat judge showed me the distance. I was like, you sure? And he was like, yeah, I'm sure. That's it.
Well, that's awesome. And so you had a PB last weekend at the Mastercraft Pro, coming in PBing again. So you're feeling pretty good going into Worlds coming up.
Yeah, like jumping is going really good right now. I was just working on my cuts recently, and now at Madrid stepped it up a lot at level 2. And it's just working. It feels easy and nice and confident, and I love it.
Well, cool. Well, it's awesome to see you doing med school and being at the top of the jump event. So great job out there.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
And you know what I'm starting to think about? I mean, the slalomers have commented on this boat being rather powerful because of the blade setup on with the props. Maybe some of that power has bled into the jump event, and that's why these jumpers are getting such a great hole shot out the turn and good speed into the jump.
Oh, definitely that comes into play. Let's watch as Will Roberts comes in here for jump number 3. He's past jump 2. He's got a 222 on the board. Another late one. Pushed it as hard as he could for us, but
that boat came on strong.
Yeah, but after 222, what are you going to do? I mean, he's super pumped with that first jump. You know, he said, "Hey, listen, I'll have a look and see if I can bring it down a little bit later." But you know, he's so excited. It was probably hard to kind of keep his composure as he took jumps 2 and 3 there. So 1 jump over, and it was 222. He's in second spot, and we're going to go to Louis Duplon-Freiberg, who is. He's been on fire too. He went 225 a couple weekends ago. So he's going to have a serious challenge for our lead, because obviously that boat, they've been working hard on it all week up here. I know these guys kind of been working on the setup, and it's pulling strong. Everything's set up here beautifully at Lyman Land for slalom, and it obviously so for jump too.
All right then. So there is a distance, there is a target in mind so far as Louis Duplon-Freiberg is concerned. Obviously, if he can jump over 63 meters, that'll put him through to the next round of the competition, no questions asked. But there is a certain distance that he's looking for to try and break the world overall record as it officially stands right now. And that distance, well, I mean, having seen what we've seen from some of our jumpers up to this point, a 71.5 meter jump is not impossible.
Oh, no, it's not impossible at all. It's there's definitely a chance, but that's 230.
You're saying there's a chance?
Saying there's a chance. That's 235 feet. There's only a handful of skiers in the world that have been over 230 feet. I'm not saying that Louis can't join them and get over 230 feet, but to go 235 right here and now, that's a big, big ask. We're going to wait and see. Obviously, things are shaping up well for this jump event. His first goal, make the final. Second goal is try and get a personal best, I reckon, out there. He knows things are, it's the potential is there today.
when we were looking at Regina Jaquess's performance at 10.25 meters and having saw the start of the first couple of buoys, we were like beginning to think, nah, it can't happen, could it?
We're circling back to Regina's slalom again, aren't we? We will be doing that a lot over the next day or so of competition. We're still a little bit all dumbfounded and excited for her for that sensational performance. But on the water right now, Louis Duplan Freiburg, and he has got the French national record. It's 2:25. He's coming into form as a jumper. He's always been a top tricker, but now he's excelling in jump as well. He was on the podium last weekend at the Mastercraft Pro. He wants to be there again. I think he enjoyed standing up there with those other top jumpers. He's a little early here on jump number 1. Got sucked into his turn of touch. Great kick, and he's one of those strong guys that every single time comes into the jump and boots it, but lacking the speed there for jump number 1.
All right, then, let's check in with Zane.
Here with Taylor Garcia, getting ready for to go out here, one of our top jumpers. How you feeling today?
A little nervous. They're putting out some big scores, so it looks like it's a good day, but I got to go chase them down now.
Yeah, so I mean, conditions are good out there. We've already seen some people go big. I know you're accustomed to going big, so I know the people at home are looking to see that. You got anything that you've been working on?
Really trying to come in calm and controlled to the turn and then give everything from the second wake to the ramp, so I come off with a lot of speed and a lot of height.
Cool. All right, and so one last question that's a little less serious. Last song that we were listening to in our headphones before we started jumping.
I Just Want to Love You.
Perfect. There you go. Back to you guys.
All right. Okay, this is getting ridiculous now. The last song that I listened to was Peter Gabriel and Steam.
Oh, good song, good song. But you hear him talking about it. He's got to stay calm in his turn. Maybe he wants that. He doesn't want to get too pumped up, with his music choice. He wants to stay calm and just kind of let things kind of cruise through the turn and then really drive hard in the bottom. So maybe he needs to settle down a little bit. But we saw on the board 2:12 was it for jump number 1 for Louis?
Yeah, he's through to the next round.
Yeah, he's through. That was job number 1. Now he wants to add 10, 12, 15 feet and see if he can take the lead from Luca Rochenwald, who posted a massive 2:23. And another beautiful approach through the wakes, and he's got a lot more speed. I think that's further. Is it 2:23?
Oh, yes.
I have a feeling it's just a little bit shy of that, but high 2-teens, maybe 2:20. Things are shaping up well, and he's looking bang on too.
Yep, as we see Joel Poland get ready for his sequence of 3 jumps. There with his skis on the dock, we're going to get the distance for Louis Duplan Freiburg in just a moment. And it is, there we go, it is 68 meters. 68 meters, 2:23. 68 meters, 2:23. All right, he's all right, so he's got about 8 feet more.
And look at that air form, just milking his distance down the lake, staying very quiet with his upper body, just kind of hanging between his skis, leaning into that pressure that's out there, just a slight headwind. And that's the fun part of jumping, is really just kind of the flight. After you hit that G-force, as you come off the top of the ramp, all that impact, and then just enjoying the ride down the lake. And he really enjoyed that second jump, 2:23, just shy of the lead. He's had a 2:25 a couple weeks ago for his French record. He knows he's got a few more feet in him, though. 2:35 he's chasing. It's going to have to go very late here. He's powering it again. Loses his upper body a little bit on the ramp. You saw his head drop a touch, and he knows it. It's still a really good jump. I think that's going to be in the teens. But 2:23, just shy of Lucas. He slotted himself into number 2 position with 4 skiers remaining.
All right, and those 4 skiers remaining for the 4 top jumpers in the world. I mean, it is going to be a
jump fest, yeah,
a jump fest, like an air show.
2:24, guys. Look at that. He must have brought that cut down. This guy's super strong. It's kind of deceiving maybe how much load he takes into the bottom, but he's really driving hard through the wakes and into the bottom of the ramp here, as you'll see. I thought he lost a little distance as we'll kind of watch this replay. Right into the bottom here, you see his head drop down. He's lost a little bit in his shoulders, but took that heat and took the pull from that Malibu boat. And 2:24, he's snuck into the lead. Congrats to Louis.
and he got within 63 overall points of setting the men's world overall record. That is 97.65% of the way there.
Thanks for the math there, Tony. That's a great performance. Yeah, a little ways shy of the world overall record, but I have a feeling that's going to be pretty close to a French national overall record, would you say? Probably his best round of,
if it
of skiing.
exists.
4 at 39. Oh, I'm sure it does. 4 at 39, 11. What was that? 11.8. And 2:23. I can't imagine he's done any more than that. So
11.830 and 4 at 10.75, along with that jump distance of 68.2.
Definitely his best overall round ever. So congrats to Louis. And you know he's got more in tricking. He was pretty happy with the slalom, and who knows? He's got a little bit more in jumping too. There's the leaderboard. Duplan, Freiburg in the lead, 2:24, 68.2. Right behind him, 68.1, 2:23 is Luca. But 4 jumpers remaining. Every single one of these jumpers to leave the dock now have been over 230 feet. This guy on the water, Joel Poland, was the last one to join that club. He went 2:35 at the California Pro. That was a 6-foot PB, and that was a huge, huge jump. But he's been knocking on the door for a long, long time. For the last couple of years, always hitting around 227, 228, 229. Then he bangs out 235. Things are perfect here. I have a feeling we're going to see a big one from jump number 1, Tony.
All right. The jump distance that he used to set the new men's world overall record is 69.8 meters, and I don't think he's going to get it off jump number 1, but at the very least, I think he's made it through to the next round on the strength of that jump. Let's check in with Zane.
Hey guys, here with Louis. Just got off the water, booted a 2:24, puts you in the lead. How'd it feel out there?
Feels amazing. I was a bit early. All the jumps were a bit early, and just the last one, I get my timing. Just kind of missed the kick, but felt awesome. Like both, leg, cramp, wind. Oh my God.
Well, you've been jumping great as of late, and add another great jump set to your, to your season. So we'll be looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Back to you guys.
All right, so great skiing there from Louis Duplan. Freiburg will get the distance for Joel Poland on his first jump.
Tony, 2:14. So the conservative approach for jump number 1. He's been jumping far. Last weekend he had a great opening round. Made it through to the finals handily, was in second, top seed, and then kind of had a few upsets. I think he was chasing it maybe a little bit too hard. Sometimes you get some of those big jumps under your belt and you start believing, what's next, what's possible, pushing a little bit too hard. So I think he's maybe regrouping here a little bit this first round. He's still made the final on jump number 1, but just taking it a little bit easy, making sure that everything's in check. And now I think he's going to turn up the heat here, jump 2 and 3, as he glides wide of that boat, shuts the speed down a little bit so he can turn, powers into the ramp now. Here we go. A lot of pull. That's a big jump.
Look at that!
Huge.
Oh, man alive. He almost got pulled too far over his left ski as he came into land, but I tell you what, he is pushing.
That's going to challenge our lead, guys, ladies and gentlemen. A huge jump at number 2. And
when he's got side slides
sliding
going.
the corner as he does. He's happy. He's obviously feeling the flow now. And I think he's happy with that first one just to kind of get a sider. And now he says, okay, it's time to get into it. 2:20, yep. It's an improvement, 6 feet. And he's feeling good on those jump skis. Hopefully he's got another few more feet for us yet. I still don't think he's kind of found the spot he wants. He's jumping on the conservative side, just making sure he gets his ramp work. Yeah, a little early to the bottom. Turns back, but beautiful float down the lake. And 220 feet, that slots him into, I want to say, 4th spot so far.
Yep, and confirmed as 4th spot at this time. That is Joel Poland. We're down. We'll be down to our final 3 competitors, starting with Taylor Garcia, who is our next jumper, and then we'll bring on Jack Critchley from Great Britain and Freddie Krueger from the United States. Here we go. Joel Poland.
He's got one more chance here. One more chance to see if he can take that lead away from his one of his main rivals in the overall event. This is later, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes into the jump on jump 3 and just pulls up on the handle. Didn't get his legs, but 220 feet, nothing to sneeze about. And he's going to be going back to the dock in 4th spot. 3 jumpers remaining. Probably going out a little earlier than he'd probably like into the finals. But he's going to reflect on that and still Hey, 220 feet, huge jump for these competitors.
Absolutely no two ways about that. I mean, he is just absolutely on fire at this time. Joel Poland, 220 on jump number 2, 214 on jump number 1. Will get the distance on his third and last any moment now. 206. 62.8 or 206 feet. Yeah, the fella average jumps.
Wasn't too long ago, was it, Tony, where 200 feet was a mark to achieve. That was a huge jump. Back 1983, we saw the first 200-foot jump. Glenn Thurlow back down at Moomba. And that was an exclusive club for a long, long time.
Even getting past 180 feet on like 73-inch jump skis was thought to be nigh and impossible until Wayne Grindich came through with 180.
That's for sure, yep.
And then not too shortly afterwards, a once-in-a-lifetime jump from John Mondor with 187 feet at the Mercruiser Classic in Tyler, Texas, towards the latter part of the 1970s.
And over the last sort of 20 years or so, obviously, with the introduction of longer skis, things have changed a little bit for the better, I think, for these jumpers, obviously, safety-wise and distances-wise. Where they used to have at that 6-foot jump ramp on 74, 73-inch jump skis. Not a lot of pressure there in the air as they came flying off that jump. Nowadays, 92, 90-inch jump skis, and a lot safer event and a lot bigger distances too. So also thanks to the power these boats are taking them to the ramp, speeds in excess of, the boats getting up to 38, almost 39 mile an hour as those skiers come slingshotted into the ramp. And the jump is almost upwards of 70 mile an hour. Taylor Garcia, one of those skiers who likes to take a lot of heat. We heard him talking about his turn. He wants to stay calm, but then after that, just go for it. And he's a big, strong guy. He likes to cut late. And I saw him in practice launch a big one here. Late on jump number 1, he gets his extension. Is it 220? It's probably a little shy.
All right, then, as we wait on the distance, let's check in with Zane.
Hey guys, I'm here with Jack Critchley getting ready. We've been seeing around the lake today. Now we're seeing you strap your jump skis on. Feeling good?
Yeah, I can't wait. Setting the mark out there, the boat's running awesome. Malibu's flying down the lake, and the boys are sending it, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and you said you've been here all week kind of testing the boat, and and it's feeling good. It looks like it's going good, so we're expecting big things out of you.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, we've been all week trying to get this boat flying, and it's flying, so I'm sure everyone's excited.
Cool. Well, the best of luck to you, bud.
Thanks, man.
Back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Zane, and to get to hear from Jack on the dock there. As we were talking to him, the distance came through for Taylor's first attempt. We didn't think it was super far, but 218, guys. Straight into the final. And a great opening jump, to be honest. And he's tracking down. Can he find another 6 feet and take the lead from Louis? This guy's been over 230 feet. And like I said, I saw him yesterday connect with a big one. And I know he's been missing a little bit the last couple of events. He's been chasing hard. And hopefully he can find a little more distance, get upwards of 230 feet, and put some pressure on our final 2 competitors, Jack Critchley and Freddie Kruger, who will come out in just a few moments. Here he is, jump number 2.
Here he comes.
Left it late, a little calmer in his turn. Now he says go. Driving into the jump, lost his left ski a little bit funny off the wakes, and I think that kind of unsettled him.
And he knows it too.
Yeah, he knows it. He's done his job to make the final. 218 is a very good distance. But now it's time to, hey, I want to be a top seed. I want to be the last guy off the dock. I want to post a 230. It's the conditions, the boat, everything is ready for it. But he stumbled a little bit through the wakes. Let's watch the replay. The first jump, although he was saying before, I got to stay calm in his turn, he didn't. He was rushed. This one was better. And even though he missed his lift, 222, the distance on your screen right now. Here we go. He starts smooth right there at the wakes. You see that ski just kind of drop a little bit. That's not a settling feeling as that tip gets a little low. And sometimes your shoulder kind of follows that tip, and you see on the jump his upper body going through his skis a little bit, and he knows he left a lot of distance on the ramp. That was a 230-foot cut. If he can get through the wakes a little bit more cleanly and get his legs, he's flying out here today for you guys.
All right there. So second jump distance was just flashed up on the screen. and it ended up being 67.6 meters, or 222. Quick reminder before we go on with Taylor Garcia's last jump, one of our sponsors, Red Bar, which is located in Grayton Beach, just outside Santa Rosa Beach. You can find out more about them by going to theredbar.com. Here he comes, jump number 3.
That's going to be close again, isn't
and
it?
just
It's
not
gonna be
finding
very
a rhythm
close.
out there at all.
You can't say that. He's went 222 feet.
No,
Tony,
but
that's some great jumping. I mean, yes, he wants more. That second one was the one. The last one, I don't think he got quite the same speed. I think that's going to be a little short of his second. But he knows he left a lot of distance on that second jump, just stumbling through the wakes. We'll watch the replay on jump number 3 at 2:15. So that's his shortest jump. He'll wave that one away. Still a handy 2:22, but that slots him into 4th. He's a little shy on Luca's distance. Was it Luca? It was 2:22 as well. Let's look down at the scoreboard. No, Luca was 2:23.
Yeah, it was 68.
It was Will Roberts had a 2:22.
Uh-huh.
And Will's is a little bit further there, I think, in meters. So obviously when they're tied in feet, we go back to the metric distance.
Yeah, the metric on Will Roberts' jump is 67.8 meters for 222 feet, and Taylor Garcia's best jump was 67.6, which is the same feet distance but 20 centimeters shorter.
And look at that leaderboard. Our top 5 right now, all over 220 feet. That's some big distance, guys. We've got 2 more skiers remaining. It's Jack Critchley, and he is sitting second on the Waterski Pro Tour rankings right now. And that's the way these guys have been seeded coming into this event, unless you won this tournament last year, which I think maybe Freddie did. Did he? Yeah, he's the top seed, and so he was the champion from 2022. So let's see what Jack Critchley, he's been up here all week testing these boats, helping out. He's kind of running around on site, making sure everything's set for big distances. He does a lot of work off the water as well to make sure these events run smoothly. And the benefit for him, he's had some experience here. He's had some big jumps this week. I know he's happy with the way he's jumping. And hopefully for you guys at home and here on site, we're going to see some big things from Jack Critchley right from the get-go here from jump number 1. Look at that, letter ZD. He's one of those guys that likes to crank that letter up, running a split for his boat path, but cranking that letter, that 0 off letter, way up in ZD. He wants to pull the boat to come on strong. He's pretty tough himself and likes to get that pull early and then drive it through the base. Loses a little distance back to the boat. It's not going to be a huge distance, but in the final on jump number 1.
All right, then. We'll wait on the distance, and let's talk to Zane in the meantime.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Taylor Garcia getting out of the water. Punch your ticket into the final. Feels pretty good out there?
Yeah, it's amazing out there today. Very excited to clean some stuff up and see what kind of score I can put out there tomorrow.
Yeah, and we heard you coming into the dock talking about how great that Malibu boat felt. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, today it was very smooth, and like you could really feel it as you're coming off the top of the ramp. It kept working with you, which is always a delight to feel as a jumper, to come off that ramp and just feel that boat towing you down the lake further and further. So that was a lot of fun.
Cool. So it sounds like the boat's looking good, the lake's looking good. We've had a bunch of big jumps and a couple more jumpers to go, but back to you guys.
All right, then, some great jump in there from Taylor Garcia through to the next round on the strength of that 222-foot jump, 67.6 meters. And I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate him on his recent engagement announcement to Sasha Denyaskaya within the last few days. And I'm sure that that is going to be an occasion to savor.
Yeah, looking at the previous winners, actually, it was Ryan Dodd who picked up this event last year. He's not with us here today. I think he's saving himself for the World Champs in a few weeks. We'll hopefully see him there. Jack Critchley notching out a 219 on jump number 1. This guy seems to find that spot a lot. But here he is on jump number 2. This is later, losing a little bit of balance off the wakes, but still big distance. He's in the finals. I know he wants a big one here. He wants to be seeded out second to last, if not last. And he's been jumping well enough to do that. He's chasing down Louis de Freiburg, 224, 68.2 meters. He's notched up, 219, 66.7. Can he find a few more feet? He might have brought that one down a little bit more on the 6. He was a little earlier, I think we saw coming into his turn on jump number 1. He's been working on that, trying to carry a bit of speed. But yeah, 2:15, a little shy on jump 2. Lost it a little bit on the way from the second wake to the jump. Kind of, let's watch this replay. Beautiful turn, powered here. Just kind of fell over a little bit there against his left shoulder and didn't get the extension up over his toes and was behind his skis leaving the jump. Shows that distance is coming fairly easy to these skiers, though, with that being not great ramp work and still carrying down the lake 215 feet. He has got himself into 6th spot right now.
But looking to try and elevate himself a little bit higher, because the higher you get so far as distances are concerned, the more you know about the distances that have been previously posted, and the target necessary for the quite possibly the win. Here we go, Jack Critchley, jump number 3 coming in.
That's probably going to be his longest, I think. Will it take the lead? I'm not sure. It's going to be in the 20s, I believe. He was in the course, had a little bit of an abrupt turn. It's hard to stay calm when you're taking that sort of speed into your turn and leaving things as late as possible. He came off the ramp fairly clean. Distances are surprisingly long here right now. These guys are flying. And there's a big group all bunched up around 222, 223, 224. Has he got in front of them here on this third and final attempt? 228, ladies and gentlemen, a new leader. That was huge, 69.4 meters. And he left this one extremely late. Look at that turn. And he pushes hard here, but he maintains his composure into the bottom of the ramp and just unloads right there and floating that one down the lake. That is a huge jump, 228. He's in the lead. And a little tiny pressure on Freddie Krueger, who's our final competitor here today.
And competitor going last off the dock, who has produced distances over 70 meters in the last few finals.
You know, things got kicked off, early on with when we saw Luca, bang out that 223. And backing up, Will Roberts, 222. Some skiers that we haven't seen at some of the, all of the Pro Tour events this year. Banging out some big distances. And I was hoping to see a few 230s. We've been close. Jack Critchley, 228. Shows how hard that distance is to achieve. One guy that's done it more times than everybody else. The guy leaving the dock right now, Freddie Krueger. And he is fresh from a Mastercraft Pro win last weekend. Went 230, one and done. Skied back to the dock. He only just snuck into the final. That was tight stuff for him. He passed and he crushed and put a lot of pressure on himself. But as we've said, this guy's got more experience than anyone else out here.
And he's been on the podium every other time, pretty much.
For sure. He's our last competitor in open men's jump. His season best, 72.1. That's 237 feet. One of the longest jumps we've seen so far this year.
And let's not forget that Freddie Krueger is one of only 2 people to have gone over 250 feet. And chasing 240 feet. All right there, so he's jumped 237 feet in recent times. Let's see if he can bridge the gap between that and 240 feet with one jump off the ramp. Nicely done. First attempt, comes in for the landing, safe as houses, through to the next round, and we'll see who Zane has with him.
Hey guys, I'm here with Jack Critchley. Just punched his ticket into the final with a jump of 228 feet. You've been skiing here, testing out the boat, so tell us a little bit about the boat.
The boat was flying. No, it felt awesome. That Malibu is just dialed in right now, and you can tell by the scores, some of the biggest scores of the year out here. Boat's awesome, and you can just see it.
Well, cool. Well, you looked great out there. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and, back to you guys.
All right, then, I've got a distance. The score was flashed up on the screen. The distance is 69.2 meters, or 227 feet. That is 1 foot shy of the lead score that has currently been produced by Jack Critchley. And just another reminder there on the bottom of your screen. Win the ski of your choice. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for more details and to enter for your chance to win yourself either a D3 or a Conley Slalom ski by accurately predicting the podiums in the men's and women's slalom competition and do better than the tiebreaker. Here we go. This is Freddy Krueger on jump number 2.
Expect some big things here from Freddy Krueger as he comes barreling in. He splits a little bit, and he's yelling. He's not happy with that one. He's left it out there. You saw him land that 227 on his first attempt. He kind of waved it away like, hey, that was good. But he was right into second spot with that, narrowly behind Jack Critchley, but he wasn't happy at all. He knows big distances are attainable out there today, and he's probably mad at himself, frustrated, as we saw some of the slalom skiers, because they all knew that great performances were possible, and Freddie's thinking the same thing. He's seen these guys fly. He just went 220, kind of splitting and sliding all around the place off the jump. So hopefully he can figure things out here for jump number 3. He hasn't got the lead yet. Been oh so close, right on the bottom right-hand corner, but he knows exactly how to put himself there every single time. This guy has done it day in and day out for a number of years now, and he's just going, okay, come on. Let's see if I can add some 10 feet to my distance here.
And that jump was 220 feet. I mean, halfway in the air, he was phoning that jump home. Really? Seriously? That's the kind of level he's at.
No, I have a feeling, he's wanting 240 out here today. He's not wanting the lead. That would be nice, but he's wanting the biggest jump of the year. I think he's got it. It's 237, I think, the longest jump we've seen so far this year. But he is wanting 240. He hasn't been 240 in a little while. But he's still capable of it. He's 48 years old, sorry.
Here he comes.
And he is still adding distance, huge distance to these jumps. And he's got some extension, maybe missed a little pull off the jump. It could be the lead. It's going to be extremely close.
Well, he needed some last jump heroics in the elimination round last week in the Mastercraft Pro in order to make it through to the final. This time around, not so much, but we're still waiting on that distance to determine whether he will be last off the dock or second to last off the dock.
Yeah, 2:31 there for Freddy Krueger, 2:31, and takes our lead. Jack Critchley in second with 2:28. So a pretty handy set, 2:27, 2:20, and 2:31 jump number 3. But just judging by his body language, he knows he could have gone a long, long way here today. A little bit kind of, flat, missed some of it off the top of the jump. Still a huge jump, but 2:31, he knows he left some distance out there.
And for the third consecutive round, he's jumped over 70 meters. Let's check in with Zane.
All right, I'm here with Freddie. Just saw you boot out a 2:31. That's put you on top. Big jump. How'd it feel?
It felt amazing. Igor going right off the dock and hitting that 210. Then the young guys coming up and hitting big jumps. You could just feel the energy increase. It's like a guy running 39 right off the dock. So the energy was great. Everything felt really nice out there. Just little issues with my timing. I want to sit down tonight and look through the webcast and figure out my turn a little bit. But second one was a really good cut, and I just sat back on it a touch. The last one was a better turn, got there a little early, upper body crush. So I got to work those things out because I think tomorrow, guys know there's blood in the water, right? Like they're coming hard.
Well, we definitely heard you give a scream off of the second jump, and I was expecting it to be really huge, but still, we got you on top, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. No, I was frustrated because that one, every now and then you get this swing off the second wake where you're moving into the bottom and you know it's right, and I just got anxious and tried to make more of it than was there. It's funny because I preach to my kids all the time about focus on the inputs. Don't show me how hard you can go, show me how well. And I went hard on that second one, and but I'm gonna try to get that fixed for tomorrow. And like I said, if I can put the second and third jump together, I think we'll have something fun.
Well, if I know you're gonna get it done tomorrow. And shout out to the boys; they are crushing it. They are doing great. You've got them jumping well, so we look forward to seeing you jump tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, and I think I figured out where all the residual views are coming from. So for the webcast.
Okay.
Yeah. Freddie looks over his jumps from every single angle.
Well, there's our leaderboard on your screen, guys. Freddie Krueger, we did see it. We saw 230 feet for you today. He's got the lead, 70.3 meters, 231 feet. Jack Critchley right in behind him, 228, 69.4 meters. Louis showing how good he is jumping right now, 224. Luca Ratchenwald, 223. Also close here, Will Roberts, 222. And Taylor Garcia, 222 as well. Joel Poland, he's a little shy on what he's capable of, 220, but still a great showing from our top 7. Down a little bit to Igor Morozov, 210, and Quinn Haynes, 210 as well. Martin Coleman rounding out our top 10. The last one into the final tomorrow, he went 208. So exciting stuff to come tomorrow. We can see the potential for some huge distances. Can't wait.
All right, then that concludes the men's jump round 1. We'll go into the women's jump round 1 in just a few minutes. This is continuing live coverage of the 2023 Malibu Open, coming to you from Lyman Land, USA, right outside the Druid City of Tuscaloosa. We'll be back right after these.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
I'm involved with the Flow Point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
Tuscaloosa is Alabama's ultimate sports destination and a place for outdoor enthusiasts to thrive. It's a community rooted in history and one that's on the cusp of a burgeoning art scene too. Tuscaloosa is vibrant, it's charming, and it's familiar. Its people welcome you with open arms and warm hellos into a community that's tied together. Tuscaloosa is our home.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. What I really love about this place is that we get a chance to ski in a big natural lake right behind me with a perfect course. Also, we have a chance to go 10 minutes away to a perfect man-made lake where conditions are always perfect. The boat, the drivers are always top level. The weather is always perfect.
All right, then. Welcome back to live and continuing coverage of the 2023 Malibu Open, coming to you live from Lymanland, USA. All right, Freddie Krueger is your lead jumper out of round one, ahead of Jack Critchley, then Louis Dupont-Fribourg in third place. And then the remainder of the skiers that have made it into the top 10 and thus through to the next round is Luca Rockenwald, Will Roberts, Taylor Garcia, Joel Poland, Igor Morozov, Quinn Haynes, and finally Martin Coleman. All right, then, as we get ready to send out our first competitor, let's get ready to send it to Zane.
Hey guys, I'm here with Augustina Varez, skiing at the home site. We know you go to school here at Alabama, so how are you feeling today?
I'm super excited. It's always nice to have a home site advantage. It makes it a lot easier to get your timing. We've seen conditions like this out here day in and day out, so I'm really excited. Hopefully I can get a big jump out there and just get my timing for tomorrow.
So we saw Tody come over here and talk to you just a minute ago. What keys are we trying to hit today?
I'm really working on my turn, just making sure I'm staying on my right and just driving all the way through the ramp. We're going to see how it goes. Hopefully just keep it safe because, we win tournaments in finals, not in prelims. So, just feel out the conditions and feel confident for tomorrow.
Okay, and as an Alabama student, let's see if you can answer the question. Who does Alabama play in football tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Oh, you got me. I only really care about home games.
Well, there you have it. We do not have a true fan, and back to you guys.
Oh, yikes, Zane. Come on. I'm not a true fan. I know who they're playing tomorrow. South Florida. 2:30. All right, then. So, Brooke Boskus, our first competitor out, and followed on by Regina Jaquess, Augustina Vara, and Hanna Stroltsova. Welcome to the women's jump first round. All of our competitors make it through to the women's jump final. And we'll see what Brooke Boskus has up her sleeve with the 3 jumps that she has at her disposal. There are your temperatures. Relative humidity, wind strength, wind direction, all looking pretty good, I would say. Sun starting to make its way towards the west, which will silhouette our jumpers a little bit from on the front camera view. but we'll endeavor to give you the best coverage we can as we work away now to jump number 1. This is Brooke Boskus, originally out of Little Rock in Arkansas, Elkins, Arkansas specifically, but studies at the University of Alabama, and passing up on jump number 1. And rejoining me here in the announcing point is Kyle Eade. How are you doing, sir?
Hey, I'm doing great, Tony. This has been a fabulous day of action here at Lyman Land, the 2023 Malibu Open. We've seen it all. We've seen a pending open women's slalom record. We've seen some huge jumps, a ton of 220s. We've seen some massive slalom scores from the guys earlier, some tricking to start it off this morning, 12,000 points. It's been a great day, and we're rounding it out here with the open women's jump preliminary round. And Brooke Boskus taking to the water first, passing on jump number 1.
All right, then, and with that, let's send it over to Zane.
Guys, here with Chris Eller. We've been seeing you behind the wheel of the boat today. You drove the men's jump, correct?
Yep, just got out.
Yeah, and the boys were flying, so the boat must have been feeling good, and you felt great behind the wheel. Just tell us a little bit about the boys jumping.
Yeah, I mean, the boat was absolutely screaming today. Actually trying to have a back off a little bit to stay where we needed to be, but super good rhythm. The guys felt awesome behind the boat, and they were flying.
Well, cool. Well, we look forward to seeing you behind the wheel tomorrow, and we're back to you guys.
All right, and Chris Eller doing a fabulous job of driving so far in this competition. He was at the helm of that Malibu Response TXI that has just recently pulled Regina Jaquess to a pending world women's slalom record of 5 buoys at 10.25 meters, pending ratification by the IWWF. We haven't had any indication yet as to whether the rope was measured or the handle or anything like that, but I'm sure it's well within specified tolerances, and the ratification should be a mere formality if everything's in place.
Yeah, we are definitely hoping so. Brooke Boskus on jump number 2, unfortunately passing again, not quite finding her timing and not quite finding her setup. She'll be collecting her thoughts, maybe somebody on shore kind of helping her out, trying to get her timing, maybe providing a little bit of advice as she goes into jump number 3. Yet to get a score on the board, and there she is on the dock, stretching it out. I don't know how she's focusing right now because she's coming down from a huge high, in the slalom, and she's about to go out there and work at it hard in this jump event, trying to make it through to the finals tomorrow afternoon. And we will see, I think there's four competitors in this open women's jump preliminary round. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah. Just a total of 4 competitors. Our next skier to take to the water will, in fact, be Regina Jaquess, who I'm sure is on cloud nine right now with her performance in the women's slalom competition, as I alluded to some moments ago. Then after her is going to be Augustina Vara, who is pretty much a lock for being a team member of Chile for the upcoming World Championships and also the Pan American Games, which take place about 2 or 3 days afterwards. And then, of course, there's the women's jumper that has been leading throughout every competition that she's had the opportunity to be a part of. That is Hanna Straltsova, and we'll see her jumping last out the dock.
And while we've got a moment as Brooke goes around the turn line for jump number 3, we'll give a little shout out to Valley Gonzalez, who unfortunately is not with us here this weekend. She was another one shooting for that spot to represent Chile at the Pan Am Games. She had an unfortunate fall in front of the jump, kind of passed and tripped over and broke her ankle, or fibula, I think it was. So we know you'll be back, Valet. Hopefully next year you'll be joining us here at the Malibu Open in 2024. Brooke Boskus, hurry, jump number 3.
All right, she certainly alluded to with her latest Instagram message, Valle Gonzalez, and let's have a look and see what Brooke Boskus has on jump number 3. Lands and rides it and gets a score as a result. And she'll be jumping in the finals tomorrow. That much we know. We'll see if the best jump will turn out to be better than that one come tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, after passing jumps 1 and 2, she probably took a little bit of a cautious approach. Yeah, it wasn't really working hard to make it on that ramp, but just wanted to get a score on the board. It's 121 feet, 36.8. Not sure what her season's best is so far this year. She's not going to be too concerned. She was just kind of using this round as a bit of a feeler for tomorrow. And next year on the water, things will ramp up a little bit. The ramp is going up to 5.5 foot. And speed will remain 54k. That's the max for these open women skiers, down 3k's from the men's. And obviously the ramp height, the max is 5.5, not 6 foot that we saw our top men's competitors at.
I felt like I had too much speed yesterday at the base.
All right, Regina Jaquess in thought-provoking conversation with the boat driver. We've got Lyman Hardy at the helm of that Malibu Response towboat.
And a quick ramp change there, which is great, where we were going straight into 5.5 foot jumping now with Regina Jaquess. And one question I would love Zane to have asked Chris Eller. You know, he's doing a lot of work out there today, Chris, behind the wheel. Just what he prefers. You know, is it slinging these jumpers in and sending them down the lake at 230 feet, or just getting in sync and pulling a world record like Regina Jaquess set today? You know, there's different feelings. I mean, I do a lot of driving, but and I love driving jump, you know, because you can really work with the skier. But getting in sync and seeing a performance like that, I wonder what he prefers.
And you know, my favorite event to drive is tricks. It is, seriously. I mean,
Why? Because you're watching the mirror the whole time, or what?
Sometimes. There was one incident many years ago where, you know, there was one incident a few years ago. This was like way back in the 1990s when I was driving Patrice Martin trick, and it was all hand driving. And, you know, there was no zero off, and nothing of that sort. So he kind of had to look a little bit in the mirror to help with the compensation. And then Joel Martin just flipped the mirror down, and I was like driving blind.
Did you crush that trick driving?
Oh, yeah, I crushed it.
All right, here we go. This is Regina Jaquess, jump number 1. What has she got for us? She's got a pending world slalom record. And she is a handy jumper too. She won an event earlier this year, King of Darkness, 176. She launched another 170 last weekend to get on the podium and jump at the Mastercraft Pro. There's jump 1. I have a feeling it's around 150 or so, maybe leaving a little bit of distance out there. Let's hear from Zane.
Hey guys, I'm here with Hannah Straslova. Getting ready to see her go out and jump. She has been on a tear, has been winning all of the events. I think she's won everything but King of Darkness this year, so looking forward to seeing you get out on the water.
Yes, I'm excited to jump. Conditions look good. I feel pretty fine in my head, you know, so I'm ready for it.
Well, good. Well, we're looking forward to see it. So, what music were you listening to before we got out of the car and got ready to start jumping?
It depends. Sometimes I listen to like motivational music to pump me up, and sometimes I'm too nervous, so I'll listen to kind of like calm music, you know, to calm me down. So it depends on the day.
So was today motivational or calming?
I actually didn't listen to anything, so we'll see.
So maybe she's ready for it coming up here in a little bit, but back to you guys.
Yep, and her musical tastes range from Metallica to Enya, I guess.
Maybe there's some Eastern Europe rap that she listens to. Who knows?
Yeah, there's definitely a good rapping scene from Eastern Europe. Certainly, I mean, as much as there is a good French R&B and rapping scene as well, from what we hear from Louis Dupont-Fribourg. But here we go. We've got Regina Jaquess coming in on jump number 2.
Yeah, so jump number 1, 153, and that's a lot further there from Regina. She is not holding back. She's using this round as a bit of a seeding for tomorrow's final. 153, pretty conservative jump 1, but turning up the heat on jump 2. And I have a feeling she's in the 60s, maybe even close to 70. Hard to tell from the drone angle. We appreciate that view, but to check the distance, kind of difficult to tell. But I think she got a lot out of the jump. She took a little more speed than jump number 1, so bigger distances. Let's look at the replay and the score coming up. Yep, right in that hole, 166, 50.6 meters. And I think she's going to be happy with that. She was struggling a little bit earlier this week. She's been up and down a little bit with the jumping, obviously focusing more on her slalom. But she still spends an incredible amount of time skiing overall, also tricking, jumping. And she's got an event here in a couple weeks' time, the World Champs, that she wants to be firing on all cylinders. and she is pretty close with 166 feet on jump number 2.
All right, looking splendid there on jump number 2 into the 50-meter range, 166 feet. All right, so that puts her way out in the lead, but she'll be more than focused in on what will occur tomorrow with the women's jump final, which she will be a participant of. Here she comes. She's definitely got a lot more room to make the turn on the 7.6 and the 500-foot cup buoys compared to her escapades at Trophy Lakes a good few years ago. Here we go. This is Regina Jaquess coming in on jump number 3. Let's see what she's got. Oh, a pass on jump number 3, which means that her best jump is that one recorded as the second attempt, 50.6 or 166 feet.
Now, decent effort there for Regina. Probably a smart decision to pass jump number 3. She got her legs, she got a kick, she had a great second jump, and then probably just trying to find her timing for the final. Hopefully eke out a little bit more distance tomorrow afternoon for us. Saving a little energy. She's got a lot of work ahead of her. She's not tricking at this event, but she is obviously slaloming and jumping, and a lot of demands on the body, skiing maybe 4 or 5 times over the course of the weekend.
All right. So Regina Jaquess will no doubt be sleeping plenty tonight and getting ready for the event tomorrow. Just trying to get some rest and recuperation, and it's certainly very, very important for our competing athletes to realize that as much work that you put out there in the gym and with the cardiovascular and everything and your time on the water, having some time to recuperate and to effectively rest is certainly not to be overlooked.
Yeah, definitely an advantage for some of these specialists that compete. They're only doing one event. They ski a couple of times a day, and they use the rest of the day to head to the gym, relax, kind of let the body rest a little bit. The overall skier is definitely working a lot harder on the water. Also giving them, a few opportunities, though, at events like this. If one event doesn't go well, they've got, their backup event to perform in. But a ton more training, and it's a bit of a young man's game. Is that overall event, those young guys, being able to, and girls, being able to spend a lot more time on the water and really train hard and perform in all 3 events. Agustina Varas leaving the dock right now. Let's see what she's got in stock for us. She's one of those competitors that constantly hits around mid-160s. I think she's been over 170 somewhere along the lines in the past. And as we've seen from all our men's jumpers, distances are big today. Distances they're flying down the lake. Everything's set up beautifully, and we're hoping for big stuff in the 70s here from Agustina. And who knows, from our final competitor, she's been in the 80s a lot this year. I don't think she's been in the 90s. Only maybe 2 girls in the history of women's jumping have been in the 90s. Jacinta Carroll and Natalia Berdnikova, I would say.
And Hannah Stroll. And
June may be close. June Fladborg Asher has been very close, but maybe just shy of 190. I'm not sure.
We'll have a look and see. Look at this, Agustina Vara. Ooh, good-looking opener. She's certainly coming in with all guns blazing there.
So Agustina, one of the top up-and-coming skiers, in the under-17 division, really set the world on fire. Was launching some huge jumps around the 50 meters and high 40s at least, in the junior divisions. She's at school right now, kind of balancing a little bit of school education with her skiing career as well, and hasn't maybe been on the water as much as she'd like, and maybe had to slow things down a touch. Still jumping exceptionally well, but hopefully going to keep improving and find some distances in the 70s and fulfill some of the promise she showed as a junior.
All right, and the opening jump distance, 145, 44.2 meters, 44.2 meters there for Agustina Vara. And just enough time for me to tell you about Vulcan Materials Company. They are the nation's largest producer of construction aggregates, primarily crushed stone sand and gravel, and a major producer of aggregate-based construction materials, including asphalt and ready-mix concrete. Their coast-to-coast footprint and strategic distribution network align with and serve the nation's growth centers, from California to Florida, from New York to Texas. You can find out more by going to vulcanmaterials.com.
Here she is. This is Agustina Varas on jump number 3. Had a little stumble on her countercut, and I don't think she got quite as wide as she was hoping. And yeah, she had neglected to pass that one. Was very early on the setup. She'll be collecting her thoughts, and one more jump to come. 1:45 on the board. Let's hear from Zane, see who he's got with him.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Regina Jaquess. We just saw you go out and go 166 in the jump event. Good looking. You came in, said you took a pretty bold cut, so you looked good out there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was trying to play it smart, just kind of get some timing for tomorrow. I knew that we were in, so I just wanted to also play it smart because I was on an emotional roller coaster all morning with breaking the world record. So it was kind of just try to calm down and not be too silly out there. But no, it felt great. The boat's really nice. The driving's great. Everything's perfect out there. So, I mean, the guy set it straight for us, going 220 on half the field. So it's going to be great tomorrow. I think just get my timing and get my legs underneath me a little bit better.
Yeah, and you're a Malibu girl. I know they're stoked to see you get that world record, but then coming out and jumping behind the boat, it looked like the boys really liked the boat earlier. So is it feeling as good as they say it is?
Oh yeah, no, it's feeling great. The swing and the power that it has, it's just set up and dialed in nice. I know Dennis Kelly with Malibu and Jack Critchley have been working really close together, and that hard work's paying off, especially when you start seeing those boys jump out the 220s at the 12 of them out of the 15. So big jumps, and I think we'll see some big jumps tomorrow. I'm excited.
Cool. Well, congratulations on your world record. Congratulations on great skiing this year, and we look forward to seeing you ski tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
And that interview provided to us by Good Carbon Technologies. Regina Jaquess on that blue slalom ski, the brand new addition to the Good slalom ski line. That's one of the trick skis. You can find out more by going to good.com. Good.com. There is Agustina Vara on jump number 3, riding that out, and good effort there. I believe that third jump might actually be a skosh longer.
Yeah, I think that's going to be her longest. A bit of a subdued set there for Agustina Varas. 1:45 pretty early on jump number 1. Passed, had a little stumble on jump 2. This one looks better, but still like leaving a lot of distance out there. Maybe she's just kind of getting a feel for things for tomorrow. She knows she's in the final. This is a seeding round. Just kind of getting her eye in. Didn't want to push things. She had a terrible fall, or a couple terrible falls, up at the California Pro, and that was only maybe 3 weeks ago. So she's still recovering from that, maybe, and just wanting to get her eye in today, not push anything. She'll be going out second off the dock. Brooke Boscos will be first, and Regina Jaquess right now is sitting in the driver's seat. But I have a feeling jump number 1 from this next skier will change up the leaderboard dramatically.
All right, then we're getting ready to bring Hannah Stroltsova out onto the water, our final jumper in this round. And let me ask you a question, Kyle.
More questions, okay.
Yeah, more questions. If you're hiring a contractor to do some work for you on your house, and you're paying that contractor hourly, what's the last thing you want that contractor to do?
Oh, there's lots of things I don't want them to do. Mess up the job, but I know where you're going with this, and I don't want them to run off and get parts or get supplies.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just wasting time. And if you're paying them hourly, it's just not the good way to go. Now, Grunt is a company that's dedicated to providing the solution for that. They basically make the problem of getting the supplies very, very simple. You go on the app, you order the parts, and then in a very, very short amount of time, the parts are delivered, and then the job can continue right along without the contractor needing to leave the site. You can find out more about Grunt by going to trygrunt.com. Trygrunt.com. Grunt, we get it.
Okay, back to the water. This is Hannah Streltsova. This is jump number 1. She is more than likely going to take the lead on jump number 1. She's been flying in the 80s consistently all season long. I think she missed winning one event. It was one that Regina got ahead of her, the King of Darkness. She failed a little bit in that event, but Every other one since, she's been going the 80s and ending up on top of the podium. This is jump number 1. She had a little practice yesterday. Yeah, there it is. That's the lead.
That's long. That is huge. Jump number 1.
What's our guess? 170. We're in the 7. We're not in the 80s, I don't think yet.
Might be as somewhere as close as 181.
That's specific. Very specific, Tony. Let's watch the replay here as she turns the 600. She's a strong girl. She brings up the intensity here in this women's jump field. Obviously, I got to give a shout out to Jacinta Carroll at home. She's pregnant. She's having a kid here very, very shortly. She brings more intensity than anyone to this event, but Hannah is trying to, I guess, follow in her footsteps. 177 on jump number 1, and that takes the lead, but she is not going to be satisfied with that. I think she's seen the guys fly far out here, and as I said, she's been 80s. She's been very, very close to 90s. Only 2 skiers, maybe 3 have been 190 out of the women, and she wants to join them. I have a feeling she's shooting for 190 today. I think she went 186 or something like that last weekend at the Waterski Pro to take that title.
185, actually.
185. And definitely in form. Very, very consistent jumper. She's actually an extremely strong overall skier too. Has run 38. She's not slaloming with us here this weekend. Can trick close to 9,000 points. One of the leading contenders for the overall title here in a few weeks' time at the World Champs. But right now it's all about
Here
jump.
we go.
Jump number 2 for Hannah.
Let's see what she's got. She's got letter T programmed into the system. Edges away, keeps the line tight, off the turn, drives on through. Oh, yeah, good-looking jump again, around about the same area. She jumped 177 on jump number 1.
Tony, I don't think that's it. I don't think that's the jump she's looking for. She's pretty relaxed out there. This is, like I said, this is a seeding round. She's already the top seed going in. I don't think she brought it quite down late enough on the 6. I think she was hanging out there a little bit too long. Just right here, you know, she's in front of the boat. She's kind of waiting, as you see on the replay. But I think she lost a little bit too much speed. Usually you see right before they turn, they're moving out and away from the boat. There she was just kind of running straight. Oh, wow, 189 feet. I'll swallow my words there. That was huge, but not quite the 190. She obviously got a lot out of the jump, and as we've seen with the guys, they were all going a long way. 189, and
Yeah.
she's got a lot left in the tank.
Well, cover me in sugar and call me a donut. There we go, 189 feet. I tell you, that's probably her PB right there.
I think that is very. If it's not, it's very, very close, and it's so close to that 190. It's been a long day of skiing here. We started at 8 o'clock in the morning. We're finishing up with the open women's jump preliminary round, and this is the last skier on the water, the last jump. Let's get behind her, see if she can get upwards and over the 190-foot mark. It's around 58 meters. She's come so close on jump number 2. Very, very close to her personal best, if it wasn't. Can she bring it down a little bit? She's gone round the 6. Yep.
Oh, yeah, here she comes.
Taking a little more speed. Can she get a little more distance and join the 2 skiers in the 190-foot club in the open women's jump event? It's going to be close, maybe banked a little bit, sat back a touch off the ramp. Did she have more speed?
That might mitigate the fact that she didn't get as much lift on that particular jump. But to tell you what, we were surprised on jump number 2 that she jumped 189 feet.
Definitely surprised, and we cannot tell from the body language from Hannah. She doesn't show her emotions all that much.
No.
She probably knows how far it was as she landed down the lake there. We're waiting for the distance. It's going to be close. I think it's going to be in the 80s. I don't know if it's going to be a 90 here for us today. She might save that one for us tomorrow in the finals. So stay tuned for day 2 of the 2023 Malibu Open. Yeah, 183 on jump number 3. But look at that, 57.5 on jump 2. She is in form, and she'll be charging even harder tomorrow for you guys. And the Open Women's Jump Final coming to you somewhere around maybe 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
All right, then. So with that last jump of 183, we'll take a look at the leaderboard. Hannah Streltsova going to be our overnight leader with that jump of 57.5, 189 feet, probably a PB there for her. Ahead of Regina, Jaquess, Augustina Vara, and Brooke Boskus. And with that, let's send it over one last time to Zane.
All right, guys, I'm here with Hannah Stratslova. Just went 189 feet. I know that's 1 foot off of the goal. I know we're trying to go 190, but that's awesome jumping.
Thank you. It felt good, yeah, but that one foot doesn't come easy to me.
Yeah, but you know what? You're leaving yourself a little bit in the tank for tomorrow. The boat seems to be feeling good. The ramp, the site seems great. It's set up for you to break that 190 mark. I think you're going to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to jumping tomorrow.
Okay, well, I know as well as all the viewers back home, we'll be watching, rooting for you to hit that 190 mark. But back to you guys.
All right, then. So that concludes today's action here at Lyman Land, USA, just outside the Druid city of Tuscaloosa. You can find out more about Tuscaloosa, as a matter of fact, by going to visittuscaloosa.com and see the various activities and places you can go all across that great city in the northern part of Alabama. All right, then. So also make sure that you play for your chance to win yourself a slalom ski, whether it's a D3 or a Conley. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. All right, then. Tomorrow we have got the remaining elimination rounds of action, plus the finals in each of those events. And it's all going to start at 8 a.m. It's been a great day today. I mean that's probably understating it a little bit when you consider Regina Jaquess coming through with a pending world women's slalom record.
No, a day for the history books, Tony. 5 at 41. No one's going to forget that. We're here to witness it, and TWBC to catch the action. So that was an amazing result for Regina.
All right, then, and we'll continue on with the event starting tomorrow at 8 a.m. So on behalf of everyone here at TWBC, the entire crew, my name is Tony Lightfoot, and for Kyle Eade right here at the announcing point, and also to Zane Nicholson and Wade Cox for providing us with the dockside reporting. Until tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., it is ciao for now.